Yeah, man. Guys, Magnus is playing Lazavik here in just a few minutes, half an hour or something they start. Show starts in a couple of minutes here. And I was going to go live at 7, but they're going to have, there's obviously a pre-show. I'm here, I'm up. I destroyed my, what little sleep schedule I have. I decimated it, and we're here. Claude, good morning, how you doing? Claude, I'm never up at this hour, unless I stayed up. I even was able to get in a little emergency about 4 to 5. I got an extra hour. I slept from about 4 to 5. But I couldn't go to sleep earlier. But I got a nap like late afternoon. The whole thing was weird. I didn't really even plan it right. I knew if I decimated my sleep schedule, I might be able to get up and do this. And I did, man. Let me turn this down. I get this in my ear a lot. So, well, are they going? No, they're not going yet. So, yeah, so there was some press conferences earlier. I think you can watch the replays of that on YouTube. It's just that Magnus and Hikaru sitting there and ask them questions. Those things are always, I don't know, man. It's fun to see the guys, right? But there's never any real value in any of that stuff. I don't know. Hammer, what's up, dude? You up early, brother? Is this normal time for you? Greg Lockhart with a like. Thank you, man. I'm going to be reaching some people. Me being live for a chess event at 6 in the morning hasn't happened in years. So because of this, maybe we'll find some new people. You just couldn't sleep last night. I know how it is, dude. I laid down around 2:30. I meant to sleep until 6. I instead lay there till about 3:45 and just got up. You know what I mean? Yeah. Then I was able to get back to sleep. I needed coffee, so I was really waiting for the gas stations to open so I could go buy some coffee. And I got butchered too. I got butchered, man. I bought Keurigs from a freaking gas station. Way too expensive. Got it though. Oh, is the show on? Okay, I think it's on, guys.
One slip is enough, and one surge can turn the whole match.
Now,
4 players, 4 stars.
I need to find the perfect spot
live in London
for my music versus their music.
Generation, fearless and precise. Firouzja,
And they actually say I'm supposed to have their audio quite a bit lower, but we got to be able to hear it, right? What's the point?
Carlsen.
There's Magnus, folks. Dennis Lazavik could win, guys.
No long matches, no slow.
At some point, some youngsters got to freaking start, showing Magnus that you're getting older. Well, I mean, Hans already did it, right? Magnus had a hard time with it. It's all right, though. We got past that. Many millions of dollars later and lots of problems later. They solved it. So they're in London. Hammer said, got all of Kayla done. Oh, okay. Oh, you're working through the game and going back, getting those things in areas that I didn't get when you played with you guys. Oh, cool, Hammer.
Out in the streets, we've had a ton of fun. We move inside here at 180 Studios for the Speed Chess Championship Finals. It's the Final 4, the fastest human chess players.
Here we
on the
go,
planet.
guys.
I am joined by international masters Levi Rosman and Anna Rudolph. You know him by Gotham.
Anna's cool.
Levi, the last time we were in London, you were selling out crowds. Here we got sold out crowds. It's a sold out building. This is going to be nuts. How do you feel being back in the UK?
I feel really good, and we did an amazing show in May of last year. I will also say that every month for the last
Bow ties,
30
guys.
years, London has been the #1 city in terms of viewership.
I'm not down with
for
bow
chess.
ties, man.
So give yourselves a round of
There you
applause
go.
in here.
Got the chess fans here.
And for everybody watching at home, yeah, London loves chess, so it's a
Give
great
yourself a
place.
round of
Bow tie
applause.
for them. You wore
That's a
the
great
bow
way to
tie.
get the
Yes, I wore
crowd
this
going.
for everybody
Get
here,
them to
and once
clap for
tomorrow is gonna be an
themselves.
event.
Okay.
Hey,
And
clap for
you
yourself.
and I have
Hey.
commented on speed chess matches for years. First time in front of a live crowd. This hits a little different.
It hits so different, and when I think about London and when was the last time I hosted a chess event here, it was the 2018 World Chess Championship match between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana. Very different setting, classical chess over the board.
Cool,
This
Claude,
is
cool.
esports, high speed, high stakes, and oh boy, I think Magnus wants to defend his title.
High speed, high stakes. We're going to get into all the chess action here in a minute. We are pumped to be here. Thank you for being here, everybody. I know this is going to be absolutely lit. It wouldn't be right to not take a moment and acknowledge someone who is not here with us. It's been a hard year in the chess community.
Oh, we're gonna talk
For the
about
chess
Danya.
community in many ways. You know him as Daniel Naroditsky. You knew him, and you will forever think of him as maybe your favorite.
Oh, we're gonna get a little
commentator, someone
tribute,
who made an
guys?
impact on our world, and it will be
At the
lasting
SCC.
forever. Before we dive into the chess, we're going to take a moment and throw to an acknowledgement in the best way we can
Ooh.
at this time to celebrate the life that was Danya Naroditsky.
I feel like I need to do a moment of silence, guys.
Everybody, and welcome to my first video. My name is Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, and in this and
For so many people, Daniel Naroditsky was their entry into chess. His love of the game was infectious, and he was able to teach people and make it just so fun.
There's a lot of content out there, but if you truly are looking to improve at chess, Daniel was the best.
oh man, now he takes.
Danya loved chess. He did what he loved when he was streaming. He did what he loved in terms of content.
He had something that was so approachable when it comes to a game, as unapproachable as chess, as intimidating as chess.
We all love chess game, but for him it was more than just a game.
Who takes bishop d5? Takes a bishop d5, and Kukash will be the
What
world
a
champion.
crazy thing, guys.
White's king goes to c5.
Losing Naroditsky this year.
King goes back to
Last
c4.
year.
King goes back to e6.
I don't think there was anybody that was as good in chess commentary as he was.
King g7.
7, it's winning. Oh my god.
He had quite a personality, didn't he? He, like Yasser, would tell stories, lots of stories.
And may we always remember how amazing he was, how many, people he brought into
Yeah, you
chess,
ruined
like
Farm and Hammer, that's cool.
Commentator, streamer, YouTuber, educator, player, all these things, how amazing he was, but may we also never forget what a kind human being he was.
I never get to meet him. I wish I could have, man. I really do. Look at that, 95 to 2025.
I think everybody was counting down
30 freaking years old. 29 or 30. Yeah,
Welcome,
man.
everyone,
Rest in
to
peace,
the
brother.
Speed Chess
Way too
Championship,
young.
As Danya said, and welcome to your first ever live shot on the now forevermore Naroditsky Cup. The Naroditsky Cup will have the winner of the SCC engraved on there. At some point, we will probably have different names than Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen. Will
Isn't
be
that
the
crazy?
We don't know, but right
Magnus
now,
and Hikaru the whole way.
Naroditsky Cup makes its debut. It will sit between the players as they battle here on stage for the entire weekend. So, Levy, your quick thoughts on Danya the Cup and what you think this might have meant to him.
Yeah, it would have meant a lot. It's really difficult for me to add anything compared to what I've said, over the last 3 or
This kind of looks like the,
and also the last final.
well,
I
never
commentated
mind.
With Danya, that was in Paris.
Again,
he was
bow
a
ties.
Great person, educator, entertainer, dissector of chess to everybody, and I think it's a great way to honor his legacy.
How do you think Danya would have liked this stage here? Any other thoughts to add, Anna, before we dive into the chess?
I'd just like to resonate what Levi said. It's really hard to add to what we already have mentioned in the last many months. We all miss him so badly, and this is our way of honoring his legacy.
Small thing we can do. We'll do the thing now that Danya would want us to do, which is to talk about the Speed Chess Championship.
We gotta do
Dive
the
into
thing.
chess. We're going to do that by reminding everybody
Speed Chess
what the road
Championship,
was
folks.
here to London by bringing up the bracket and show everybody.
Yeah, it was so out of
remind
the blue,
you
Hammer,
of the
wasn't
four
it?
Players who are facing off and who they battled on their way here. who will get their name engraved on the first ever Naroditsky Cup. I want to start on the right side of the bracket. That is this evening's matchup, Levy. But Alireza Firouzja and Hikaru
So
Nakamura
Firouzja
will
beat
be the
Nepo.
semifinals rematch.
I was watching that earlier, actually.
Does Hikaru want more revenge? Just your quick thoughts.
Hikaru had to
maybe
beat
the road
Wesley.
that the two of them had to get here, and who maybe is in better form right now.
It's very difficult to say what kind of form Alireza's in general because he isn't playing
Good morning.
much, but
DBX,
I
how you
will
doing,
tell
man?
That it is quite crazy. Alireza
Yeah, Big
defeated
Dad.
him in the semifinals
I know who you are,
last year.
DBX. Good to see you, or at
Absolutely
least
want revenge.
I
If
remember
you're looking
now.
For the top 3 in the world in Rapid and Blitz. It's
Good to see you
Magnus
again, my
Carlsen,
friend.
Hikaru Nakamura and Alireza Firouzja. I don't know who's had the harder road yet, but Hikaru has a.
It's an early morning. Who had a harder road?
We're going to be talking
Firouzja had to beat Min Lee and Napomiachi. Hikaru had to beat
I met some of you over the last
Liam Lee and Wesley.
Alireza got the best of Hikaru, and he might want to change.
It's about a toss-up.
On the left side of the bracket, it's Magnus Carlsen versus Dennis Lazavik, the youngest player ever to reach an SCC.
Magnus had to beat Jose Martinez and Fabi.
The number 1, the reigning champ. Your thoughts on their roads to get here?
Dennis had to beat Arjun and Hans.
He's only 19 years old, so I looked up his
Dude,
history.
Dennis is
Chess.com.
19.
He started playing
He's going to be the
chess
guy to
at
watch, guys.
the age of 10. Half of his lifetime spent on speed chess, playing every day, solving puzzles.
I wish there was a way to fast
And
forward
this
it, but
is
it's
why
live.
he's in the semifinals today.
I wanna watch
He
chess,
plays
guys.
The reigning champion, Magnus Carlsen.
He is.
Okay, I
think
like
he
the
will become a
backstories.
household name over the years. And
Just give me
speaking
the-
of household names, he
give me the
defeated
chess.
The one that everyone thought was a shoe-in to get here, and Hans Niemann. You and I called that match. How impressed were you in Dennis's ability to dominate each of the time controls, and how surprised are you that we don't have Hans here?
I don't want to say very surprised because I feel like that takes away from Dennis. Let's put it this way, that there are 3 players in the semifinal who are just going to try to replicate the form that they might have had in the past. They've all been, let's say, higher rated than they are now. Dennis is peaking. There has never been a better time to play really, really good chess. He took down Hans in an extremely convincing match.
Hans had his
very
chance, man.
dominant scoreline, so super impressive.
Hans had his chance,
And
folks.
we will get into this later. He also beat Magnus in World Rapid and Blitz over the board.
Hans just had his chance, too, with Tata Steel.
No, it's a great cue by you because now we're going to dive into the specifics, as we said. Don't take anything away
So
from
close.
Dennis Lazavik. He didn't just make
Big
the
Bear of
trip for
Texas, how you
show.
doing?
He actually doesn't have, a lot of people have a minus score against Magnus Carlsen. That's as respectable as a lot of top players have. And as you talked about, he beat Magnus Carlsen at the World Rapid in 2024. So, Anna, what other stats jump out to you when you look at their record here?
As you mentioned, this is a very formidable head-to-head against Magnus Carlsen, and the fact that
Coffee's
this is the
flowing,
first time
folks.
they're playing in the Speed Chess Championship. This is a hungry young gentleman. I think he's here to show that he's not only ready to fight Magnus, he's ready to take him down.
Dennis the Menace.
Lazavik is the only player yet to lose a single segment. That includes Magnus, by the way, so we'll see if that continues. But all right, on to a different matchup as we look ahead to the afternoon. We'll be back by then, but Levy, when we think about the evening battle, not so many games have been played between Magnus Carlsen and Dennis Lazavik. I'm gonna let the graphic speak for itself here as we talk about the head-to-head difference for Hikaru and Alireza.
There have been a few games.
Wow.
That looks like a production malfunction. So they have played some
Dude,
17,
Hikaru
1800 games of
dominates
chess against each other.
Firouzja.
Don't try this at home.
2 to
Let's
1,
put it this
guys.
way. Hikaru
2 to
has been
1.
playing Alireza since he was probably like 15 years old, right? Since like 2018, he's been playing him online. A lot of this is 3-0 and 1-0. So this score looks a little bit lopsided because Alireza's been getting better and better, and he's been a weaker player over the years.
All
And now
Alireza
he's
has to do is
even
get in
stronger than
Hikaru's
in this
head.
format. We don't know, but he beat him last year. So
Fell apart
will
that time,
Alireza
remember?
get another victory this year, and can we even call it
Lazavik
an
has a ton of
upset?
awards.
It's funny, the irony of the fact that these two guys
Kid's a
might
beast.
have
Yeah, I bet.
the biggest rivalry in online chess.
Demon Days, you like Hikaru.
During the pandemic, we've just seen them
You
battle
think he's
for
going to take it
years.
down?
They're actually on the same team, Team Falcons, and whoever loses this match really has to fight in order to guarantee a spot to the Esports World Cup. You think they're thinking about that at all, or Team Falcons talking to them a little bit?
Magnus is a favorite in
Absolutely. There are
everything
only
he
three
does,
spots-
guys.
3 spots here to qualify to the Esports World Cup, and someone will have to miss out. Both of them, of course, representing the Falcons, as you mentioned. But that rivalry, I think it just goes way beyond that. Also, Hikaru said in his interview that he thinks that Alireza is the best bullet champion, best chess player in bullet chess in the world,
Wow.
above Magnus Carlsen and above Hikaru himself. So I
Hikaru
think
said that?
there's gonna be a lot of blood on
You
the
can't say
board.
that before you play a
High
guy.
praise from Hikaru. I'll say that
You can't
Alireza
give it
had
to
high
him.
praise for Hikaru the other way in the interviews.
I beat him
the media day that
first.
went down yesterday when he was asked, Levy, whether whether he thought that beating Hikaru last year made him more of a favorite this year, and he was like, no, don't get ahead of yourself. Like, he knows for sure that Hikaru is still the king, and he said, I do not expect Hikaru to lose by 6 games this year.
Hikaru tilted last year.
Alireza was very quick to say, like, don't count.
You guys saw last year, right?
I'm not sure I've arrived, but all right. We have arrived at the end of our pregame because there are some casters here waiting.
What happened last year is Firouzja played a match, and Hikaru was waiting. Hikaru was going to play the winner of Firouzja and who Firouzja played. Firouzja won. So there's like, I think 15 minutes, and they're supposed to play, and Hikaru's sitting there waiting, and it's time, and Firouzja wasn't there, and he's like, why aren't the games starting? They said, oh, Firouzja wants more time. He said, what do you mean? We're on a schedule. Yeah, but he just played for 3 hours in his last match. That doesn't matter. That's the schedule. When you're on the loser side, you have to play, and you have to play your next match. And it was wrong, and it's Hikaru let them get away with it.
My first SEC live event, and with 4 of the best.
And then
players,
Hikaru freaking tilted.
I'm very excited.
Do you guys remember that? It was horrible.
Everybody.
Hikaru was
We're
mad.
taking you through the play-by-play, but of course, before we
Yeah,
get
Levy's
there,
cool.
I'd like to take a look at Magnus Carlsen's journey and how he.
We got both chest bras, guys. We got both.
Carlsen is the definition
Okay.
of consistency.
Both
Year
chest
in and
bras.
year out, he's at the top of the chess world. It was no different in this year's SEC. His path to the semifinals was so consistent.
The hair,
he
the
scored
Magnus
exactly
hair.
14.5 points in both matches. In the first match, he got off to a 6-2 start against Jose Martinez and never looked back.
Martinez is good on
against his old rival Fabiano Caruana.
online, but he's not 2,800.
A relatively close match became a 7-point margin of victory.
Yeah.
During the semifinal, Carlsen understands the situation.
If I show up in decent shape, then I'm a big favorite against both.
But he can't look past Denis Lazavik in the semis, even with the winner of Hikaru versus Alireza looming in the finals. Carlsen is here in London for one thing, a three-peat. The 2023 and 2024 Speed Chess Champion has nothing to prove, just a reputation to uphold.
Well, yeah. Imagine being the best. It's like you're expected to win every time you perform.
And let's take a look, Eric,
It's gotta
at
be rough.
Magnus Carlsen,
It's a
the
heavy
player
crown.
You can see representing Team Liquid, a thunderous blitz rating, 3,300, and a more modest bullet rating at 3,179. He's a 4-time Speed Chess champion.
Magnus has slipped a little bit, yeah, starting with the loss to Hans at St. Louis at the St. Phil Cup when Magnus, insinuated stuff and then withdrew from the tournament. That was kind of
in the field along with Hikaru, and I think that's
the start of him
where the
looking
experience
human.
comes in and why he's probably the favorite.
But he's not really slipping.
When it comes to the players involved, obviously, Magnus Carlsen, everyone knows him. He's done this so many times. He always makes it to the final. And he's up against Denis Lazavik, who doesn't have that same experience.
Yeah, it can be a good thing and a bad thing. Lazavik is up-and-coming young player, but
Patrick Cross, you were 100% correct. And it says your comment got hidden. Patrick Cross said, yeah, but then Hikaru lost all goodwill by slandering Alireza and his family for a decision made by chess.com. Right. I don't understand why that is hidden, so I'm going to unhide it. Because I don't know if it's true, but
With a plus
it's...
score in all 3 time controls, it was a dominant
I don't know if he
performance
slandered him.
to London. But let's not
Right?
forget
Did he actually slander him? I think he
As the 13th seed in the
kind of
SEC,
attacked them.
Lazavik was the only
Right, Patrick?
underdog to get the upset. But just how far
It was unnecessary. It was way unnecessary.
Because next, waiting for him in London,
Magnus been dominating for a while. Have you seen him slipping? Okay, got that. Oh yeah, Hans is good, but not as good as he thinks. I thought he was cheating. No, exactly. That's exactly right. Hans 1,000,000% was not cheating, and Magnus just lost because very shortly after that, Gukesh beat Magnus, and it's like all of a sudden, whoa. So is Gukesh cheating too? You know, he wasn't.
Now, Eric, let's talk about Denis Denis Lazavik, coming in as the youngest SEC finalist. He's 19 years old. Those
19.
ratings comparable to Magnus Carlsen. What stands out to me here is also the draw rate. He's got so many draws in so few games. What do you think?
Yeah, he has a very mature style.
He makes a lot of draws,
age.
guys.
Doesn't mind drawing, and a lot of times he can benefit from other players, higher rated players pushing, and then that's where you get some chances. So,
You know,
very solid.
They say his name is Dennis, but the way it's spelled, I would say his name is Denis. Because I know other words. Dennis is D-E-N-N-I-S.
As more and more players
This is Denis, guys. Just read it.
And you yourself, you played against both of these
Stop
players,
kidding yourself.
but Denis specifically, how's his style? Is it very solid?
He's very frustrating because he just doesn't change his openings too much. He plays the same way, very precise, very accurate, and just hard to crack. He doesn't blunder.
Dude, I'm
It
getting
takes
pumped.
100 moves before he might even make a
We're almost 10 minutes away.
See, that's what it feels like.
Yeah.
Denis.
This is
Yeah,
gonna
it could be that one.
obviously a very exciting match, but when it comes to Magnus and Denis Lazavik,
I just doubt it's Dennis.
You know, this is a match that
Dennis for us
supposed to be
Americans.
an imbalanced one, right? There's a clear favorite here, but you know, you rate Dennis's chances still pretty high, right?
Yeah, I mean, Magnus can play so many types of positions, but will he get that opportunity against someone like Dennis, who's so consistent and improving? It can be frustrating. And,
Demon Days, you are right, man. Gukesh is a class act. I think a lot of us could learn from Gukesh. And he is by far nowhere near the best chess player in the world. But he is the world champion. But he's a class act nonetheless.
This is definitely the underdog, but I think people will be surprised.
He thinks people will be surprised about Dennis, huh? About Denis?
Let's take a look at the format video so everyone knows exactly what's going to happen.
Speed Chess Championship.
I wonder if Hikaru had been winning, if he would have had the same outburst. No, as he went off halfway through the game, claiming Alireza wasn't playing as if he were tired. No, yeah, of course he wouldn't. No. No, Hikaru was probably more mad at himself for letting it happen. And then being in that position.
Time to think, but fast enough that intuition and speed are crucial.
3 + 1.
Face, he's really upset. With G1 Queen. He goes Queen. Oh my gosh. Finally,
I think they start with 5 minute. Yeah.
Players are not just battling against their opponent and the board, but also
Only 30 minutes of 1 minute chess. 1 + 1. Those are slow games, guys. Postal chess.
Time runs out in all time controls.
So there's the format.
1 second.
Here's the format, guys. It's 90 minutes of 5 + 1. Each player gets 5 minutes, and they get 1 second increment every time they make a move. 90 minutes of that. That's where we're fixing to start here. That's the bulk of the match. Then there's 1 hour of 3 + was it 3 + 2? 3 minutes with an increment. I think it said 2 seconds increment. Then they do 30 minutes of 1 minute, 1 second increment. That's your bullet with the increment. Gukesh is patient. His calculation skills. That's so true, Claude. That's exactly right.
Ultimately, when I look at that total score, 14 to 10, that doesn't feel like the
No,
dominant
Demon
score
Days.
that
I'm
they
glad
see
you're here
in
with us, man.
this matchup.
Definitely not 14 to 10.
See, I watch this stuff all the time, guys.
All of a sudden, it's tied or you're behind.
And then when I realized that you could do, chess.com allows you to do a watch party like this. I'm like, I'm going to watch it anyway. So I might as well set it up and go live. You know what I mean?
You know, one of the top players in the SEC format, but you know it's coming one of these years. And if it's only a 4-game margin, how do you feel about that? Do you agree with this 14-10?
Stream Rock.
This is just for the individual match. I know Polymarket has Denis Lazavik's odds to win the entire event at 3%.
Polymarket? Is that like that gambling thing?
I know Magnus Carlsen had 73. For the
I don't do
overall
that. I don't know what that
event,
is.
Do you agree with those odds?
Magnus's odds are pretty heavy. It feels like, first of all, Denis were to somehow pull off this upset, 3% low because you'll be riding the confidence high. You'll have taken down Magnus. That might be good value, taking him as a 33 to 1 underdog. Magnus versus the field at 73%. I don't know. Just takes one bad match, and I know, for example, Alireza is a tough match where Magnus rates him very highly as an opponent. Feels like that. If you ask me,
Alireza is the one I'm wondering about. If he shows up like a beast, he could take it.
He's really been gapping his opponents, and then you you think of Denis Lazavik, he had a really nice showing against Hans, tougher match against Arjun. So do you kind of look back at those matchups and think, if you had the tougher time to get here, you've actually worked harder, you're in better form versus some of those, maybe easier matchups in the end?
I normally would. There's been a bit of time between the matches and now, so I think a lot of the players have had time to kind of compose themselves. But when I look at the field, it's like, for sure when it comes to Hikaru, he had some close matches. He's going to have to elevate and play, at his peak. We've seen that before at the SEC. He's won it many times to beat these guys. But yeah, I think it's hard to predict really because the players have had quite a bit of time from their last matches to prepare for everyone.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at the bracket, show everyone how we got here for each of these players, right? We're focused on the left side of the bracket here.
Radical
This
Combo
is
for the
Denis
follow
Lazavik
on Twitch.
and Magnus Carlsen. And Denis, like we mentioned, had that road where he took on Arjun Erigaisi and then, of course, Hans Niemann. That's a matchup that a lot of people could have easily predicted going the other way. We would have seen someone else here in the finals in London, but Denis has earned his spot.
Hans had his chance, man.
Top of the bracket there. Magnus
Now,
Carlsen, he, 14.
Wasn't it last year? Was it last year that Hans played in the finals? And he had to play Hikaru and Magnus, remember? And I think he got destroyed by both of them. Yeah. It's pretty rough.
Carlsen kind of punching his ticket already. To, is he getting ahead of himself?
I'd like to think he's experienced enough not to get ahead of himself here. I mean, I think Denis didn't lose a single portion heading like in this year's SEC format, whereas Magnus did slip up a little bit in bullets. So he knows
6 minutes, folks.
There are opportunities for Denis to pick up points.
Dude.
And I think for Denis, beating your rivals, players around your age that you know are really tough matchups.
Is Magnus just going to play better, guys? I think he's going to. 5+1? That's slow chess, guys. Magnus is better.
Up and coming, fighting for the same spots.
This ain't speed chess, bro. 5+1 is not speed chess. It's postal chess.
He's going to be very competitive.
Yep. No, that's a great point. The pressure is kind of off when you're playing someone like Magnus Carlsen. The expectation is not that he's going to win this match, so he can only impress. Now, I want to talk a little bit about what you just mentioned, which, the youngest player, also his speed, one of his biggest assets. He is one of the fastest players, but actually the fastest player when it comes to this specific event. So is it really that he's kind of looking to draw it onto the bullet segment, do you think? It's such a easy strategy to think about, but is that where you think his chances might lie?
I actually think he's probably the weakest bullet player in the field. I even checked. He kills me in blitz, but in bullet I still have his number a bit. He's fastest because he's the most consistent in terms of how much time he spends per move, because one of his strengths is he's a very practical player. He plays quickly in the opening. He plays the same openings. He just never has long...
You're all right, Patrick. Yeah, he talks so much smack. It's a pretty tall order to talk that much smack.
2-3 seconds.
And then
move, and maybe not always even playing the best move, but keep
because you're not expected to be able to deliver.
So it's very practical, whereas other players are more.
He should have kept his mouth shut.
Time trouble. Magnus, we've seen it. Hikaru sometimes he can, even though he's a very fast player, but I think Denis is just consistent. That's just how I describe his chess, time management, everything about it, consistent.
Exactly, and that's actually a big asset as well.
Denis, consistent menace.
You're not prone to the tilt as well that some of the players experience. We talk about this in chess all the time. If you have an adverse result, you're not looking to have that affect the next game. So I think Denis is one of the players.
We're gonna need to load up on the water and make another cup of coffee, guys.
Style being more solid, the draw rate for Denis is one of the highest in the competition, and that just goes back to his.
Bring in a black today, folks.
He always really does stick with those same openings, and he's confident enough in his work and his preparation to make those openings work. He's not going to probably adjust as the match goes on. We have seen that from some other players. So do you think that that's an area that perhaps could be exploited or might work to his strengths?
Well, Denis has been in these events for a few years now. So when he first came on the scene, I had the same comments. He's getting stronger every year. And what that means with his kind of play style, he's getting a bit sharper. He's expanding his openings and understanding. So, even little by little, I think that's where his area of focus is. And I think he'll probably demonstrate that today. Because at a certain point, if he is behind in matches, what can he do to change the direction of it? And I'm sure it's something he's working on.
That's right. Well, before we get into what is to come still in this finals, let's take a look at what happened last year.
Demon Days, thank you for the follow on Twitch, brother.
We are in Paris. We are live. It's the 2024 Speed Chess Championship.
Here comes the king. It's going to D7.
It goes. Rook F6 is their checkmate.
It's a rook. And that's it. And Alireza Firouzja wins the 6th game. It really
That was the blow up.
has completely seized control of the match.
Yeah, it's because Hikaru was complaining in negative the entire match.
Alireza wins 16 to 11. He is the first finalist.
No, that's not even the one.
In the consolation match.
The one where he got mad, they were at home.
This is the culmination.
Yeah, so that wasn't the one.
Oh my God, Magnus is turning this around. That's a win for Magnus Carlsen. Yeah.
Hans won a game or two, didn't he?
Pretty upset about something.
There's some resistance on my mouse when I move it, just so you know.
Do you want to change your mouse?
No, I assume it's fine. No, it's not the mouse. The mouse is working. It's something with the server and the website.
This is what Magnus won. Oh, Knight F64.
Something with the website.
Game. Magnus dominated, and he will play.
He's talking smack.
I'm pretty excited here because Hans versus Hikaru, they're out for blood. It's actually a hard drawing. It might be getting out of hand for Hans. You know, he can take and kick. Oh, he missed it. Oh my gosh. Draw the rubber. Oh, look at Hikaru. He sees it. Wind blowing in his hair. Nothing can stop his sails. This was Hikaru Nakamura's day. He gets bronze, and we are down to 2. What an epic battle we have ahead.
Magnus is finding every move instantly, like a Terminator. And Alireza's gonna he's not gonna play.
Magnus is struck like bull, guys. Hikaru is such a great streamer, almost a different attitude while competing, but he's against the best of all time. Yeah, we'll see how he does today, man. These guys all have so much experience, but
Well, all smiles there.
like
from
Hikaru and Magnus have
Carlsen last year,
the lion's share of the
winning
experience.
the event, but he's up against Alireza, which is a possible matchup, Eric, in the finals this year.
Patrick, you're
Has
funny.
always mentioned that that's a player that he views as tough competition. He loves matches against Alireza, but the fact of the matter is, there's only been 2 players that have won this event: Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen.
We need
So,
coffee, guys.
Is that the matchup? That Magnus, you think expects?
Oh, I should turn this down.
One?
I'm not sure he expects it.
I'm trying to
On a
think if
good
I should
day,
take
could
you
be
guys with me
anyone
for
in
the
world
coffee or
who's
not.
proven that. But I think the reason
Yeah, I
he's
think I have to,
rated
guys.
Alireza highly is Alireza
The games
is
aren't
considered
starting
like
yet.
internet
Taking you guys
prodigy,
with me. Hold
one
on.
of the top players in the world, and he hasn't yet achieved what I think a lot of fans and colleagues, top players, expected of him. That he would probably have an SEC title by now, or maybe a World Blitz and Rapid, because Alireza sees tactics and is very fast. And I feel like Magnus, when he says Alireza could be a problem, he knows he's not as quick maybe as Alireza in spotting some combinations, but we just haven't seen that come together in a full maybe SEC Final Four. We saw Alireza beat Hikaru, but then Magnus had a very comfortable time. Just the potential. I think a lot of times when you talk about Alireza, that potential is like best blitz player, best bullet player. That's what a lot of people would expect of him.
Yep. And obviously with the players getting set up and soon to be getting underway, I wanted to ask you what you think of the nerves, Eric. That's an underrated part of this competition that all the players are going through. They are enduring with Dennis, maybe for the first time. But for someone like Magnus, Hikaru, very experienced. Obviously, Alireza being in the finals before. So where do you think everyone's at temperature-wise?
They didn't start
I'd like
yet,
to
right?
think most of them
No.
are pretty experienced, but we're here in London. I saw a lot of fans here. Chess is growing in that esport direction. Maybe that adds an element where once you're playing in front of, tons of people, lots of cameras, these new setups, that might add an element of nerves. Like, it's different than playing at home. And but for the most part, I think the players, these guys, part of the reason they're here is because they're the best at handling nerves, time scrambles, you name it.
Yeah, you and I have seen the inside of the venue. Looks fantastic. There's so many people in there, and I also saw the way that they're set up, the way they're playing. The audience can kind of.
You guys know,
they can't see the audience. Makes an interesting experience.
I think it was a
you really
sub.
are fully locked in. Music, if.
I was watching Amon on Twitch one day. Maybe it was on Kick, but I think it was on Twitch. And I subscribed. And so he said, thank you, Charlie Sardo Gaming, for the Twitch Prime or whatever. And I'm like, hey, I'm famous. I got my shout out. Billy Molnix, what's up, dude? Dude, you got the candle. Good, dude. Courtney's going to be glad to hear it.
World champion in so many formats, but On the other hand,
Very cool, Billy.
from what I'm noticing from the young
I was
generation,
actually going to hit you up and ask you about it.
the top players like.
Did you get it yesterday? I think you said you should have got it yesterday.
They're excited to play and believe they can beat anyone, and we're seeing that more in the world of chess. So
that's right.
I think Dennis will be game today.
Yep, and we are sold out. We were told today. We can see the fan zone as well, hosted by Nemo up there, which is awesome. There's so many different areas of the venue as well.
Hosted by Nemo?
Ticket holders. Yeah, there
I
you
play
go.
Nemo.
Hello, shout out to the fan zone. Hello, everyone. Yep. There you go.
Everyone wave to the people in the fan zone.
We're in the booth.
Hey, fan zone.
Started. You saw everyone on the stage as well.
One of these days, guys, I'll be up there
we've got a little production
commentating
here, different
with these
areas,
guys.
but fans are well taken care
2
of.
days ago. Wow, good, Billy. Good.
First SEC, Magnus and Hikaru are both fathers now.
That's right.
So some people say you lose rating after that. Some people say you gain rating, but maybe an opportunity.
Grabbing
for
the coffee, guys.
the
I don't
other
have to
guys
put creamer in it.
finally, take an SEC title.
Yeah, it's interesting. I've actually heard about that almost more as a buff. It actually maybe makes you play better. And I'm curious to see how that does play out now that you mention it. Because meanwhile, you've got one of the youngest players in the finals in Denis Lazavik. So many different storylines to pay attention to. Ali Reza, as you alluded to.
If you're just getting here, Magnus Carlsen is getting ready to compete against Denis the Menace Lazavik.
Definitely, and I think every year that goes by, I mean, he's got to be asking himself, when is it my time? It feels like Hikaru and Magnus are the big two, kind of like the top 3 tennis players
The
of
big
the last
two.
20 years, just winning everything. But at some point, they're going to break.
Yep.
This is, every year that goes by, they got to favor Ali Reza has to believe in himself. And
I didn't stay up all night, DBX. I kind of did, but I kind of slept for a few hours, got up for a few hours, slept for an hour, and then got up. You know what I mean?
More and more seriously as the years go on. This is the 10th edition of
So
the
off and
Chess
on.
Championship. It's starting to become a routine
But I've had enough
part of the
sleep.
calendar,
I feel
something
good.
that players individually prepare for, whereas it probably started off as just an online speed chess event. But the prize fund is massive now. And
Yeah, Billy's had never seen you up this early. Kind of weird. Still up from yesterday, or did you sleep? Dude, it's so funny, man. DBX, Big Dad was just asking the same thing.
remember commentating the first year of the SEC, second year?
Yeah, what I did was, night before last, I stayed up till about 4:30. Then we got up and went and ate breakfast around like 1 or 2 or something. Then I came home and slept till 7:30 last night. Totally screwing my schedule up. Then I laid down around 2:30 and got up at 3:45 because I couldn't sleep. I might have got a half an hour in there somewhere. Then I slept again from like 4 to 5. Yeah. And so I'm all over the place. But I had enough sleep.
leaderboard.
So I'm ready for some
It
chess.
actually really is probably the most impactful.
I'm just really glad that I... And I set this all up last night. Look, you see this...
Yeah,
There was nowhere to put my
other years
head,
they didn't
guys.
have this,
There's nowhere to
I
put
think
my
the
head.
players are, when they look at the chess
I've seen people do
calendar,
watch
SEC,
parties.
EWC, these are some of the biggest prizes.
And they had to make the stream you're watching, they had to make it smaller. Because anywhere I put my face on that screen, it's going to be blocking something. And I think I need to show the entire screen of what they're doing. Oh, this guy. This guy.
The players are ready to come out. You guys excited?
Kind of excited.
First up to the stage in London. He won title Tuesday
Trey, what's up,
when he was
brother?
15 years old. But importantly for this competition, he is the only player remaining
Here he comes.
to not
It's
drop
real, folks.
a single segment. Ladies and gentlemen, Denis Lazavik!
Denis the Lazavik Menace. I'm trying to make up names for him, guys. Stupid. Trey, good morning, brother. Are you still up, Trey, or are you getting up? It's a good layout. I did the best I could, Demon Days. Thank you, man. I even made the watch party logo. I made that, well, with AI, right?
world titles to his name, the standard by which the world measures elite chess players against, and for very good reason. The reigning four-time
Here he is.
SCC champion, Magnus Carlsen.
Look at the hair and the mustache. What is he, like, signing in or something? Oh, he's doing autographs. I thought, like, maybe he had to sign in or something. Like, yeah, I was here. Make it official, sign in. Maggie, dude, I expect Maggie to come off. Well, Maggie's supposed to win every category. He just gave the little kid a fist bump. Oh, he should sign his board too. You fell asleep on the couch. Just woke up so I can go to my room and go back to sleep, dude.
All right,
I know that feeling. It's gonna feel so good to go back to sleep, Trey.
Now, and before
Sleep
we get the chess
well,
underway,
my brother.
ladies and gentlemen, I'd just like to take a
The
moment.
Magnum PI mustache.
We're playing this weekend for a trophy with the name Daniel Naroditsky associated with it.
Associated with it.
So many of us know Danya and have a connection to him in some way, whether it's family, friends, as a colleague, a coach, a streamer, a mentor, so much more. And I think it's important to acknowledge that he was and still is an aspiration and an inspiration to all of us. So I'd like to invite everyone here with me, if you are able, to please have a moment of silence before we continue. Thank you very much. Now, Danya loved speed chess
Daniel
more
Naroditsky.
than anything else in the world.
The only man who could silence Stream Rock.
I think the best way for us to honor him is to focus on the chess, bring his positive and infectious energy to every single corner of this arena, and have an absolutely phenomenal show this weekend. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for the games to begin?
Yes. We're ready. You're from Charlotte. Are you?
Thank you, John. Thank you, everybody. It is with a heavy heart that I'm here.
I think I remember
with
that
the person
demon.
that said he always wanted to commentate with me at his funeral as a pallbearer. You know, I had the weight of his life, and I was supported by the community, the chess community, his family and friends. And while Danya, you know, may he rest in peace, may his memory be for a blessing. I'm here to cover the first half of the first time control here. I'm excited to do it because Danya, you know, what he would want to do is keep talking
Boy,
about
they're-
chess. His love for the game.
They're
as John
really
said,
giving
infectious.
Danya love in
I
this thing,
seek not
man.
to lionize or criticize, but
This is
humanize
pretty
my
cool.
dear friend and a beloved figure in the chess community.
They gave him the
So,
missing man
Magnus
formation. They
and
gave him an empty
Dennis, they're about
chair.
To get started, I'm excited to cover
Wow.
this match in Speed Chess Championship 2025. Danya, you know, he is here in spirit with all of us, and he will remain that way. And I can't wait. I can't wait for the liftoff that we're about to see because Magnus Carlsen, he has been the #1 player in the world for well over a decade now, and he is playing against a youngster, Dennis Lazavik, who has brought a lot of joy and inspiration to.
I saw Hess, guys, at Checkmate USA versus India. He walked right by me. I could have met him, but he looked busy, so I left him alone.
Exciting, and the winner will go to the finals, and of course the Naroditsky Cup up for grabs at the end of the Speed Chess Championship. There
I want to
we have
meet people. I
Dennis
don't want
Lazavik
to bug
on
them.
screen
You know what I
right
mean?
now. He's looking around like, what's going on? When does this chess begin? That's all he wants to do is play against this man, this beast of a man in Magnus Carlsen, who is afraid of no one, who has been at the top of the game for oh so long now.
I
and who
agree,
wants to
Demon
win yet
Demon
another
Days.
Speed Chess Championship. And this Speed Chess Championship, it's a special one indeed. And for Dennis Lazavik, I mean, this is his first foray into these live SEC finals. He has been a no-name for a long time now, winning Speed Chess Championships, Title Tuesdays, and winning Speed Chess Championship matches. And here we go. The games are underway.
We're going,
Officially,
guys.
5+1 has begun. And
What do we
have
do?
A quiet opening, the Italian game.
C3.
from
He
Magnus
castled said
Carlsen.
C3. You can play that.
We see him with the white pieces here. So far, just normal play. White at some point would like to strike in the center with the move pawn to d4, but the pawn on e4
So Magnus
could
has
become
white?
vulnerable in that event. So first the bishop slides back. The knight now, if it attacks, the bishop can always retreat
I
to the
guess.
same square. And we see Dennis actually the first to retreat with his bishop. That way, the
Okay.
pawn push in the center does not come with tempo. Instead, that would actually cause some problems in the white camp. That pawn e4, as mentioned, is a bit loose. The rook slides
I play
over
this garbage,
to
guys.
e1, protecting that pawn. It's kind of a prophylactic move. And h6, a nice reply from
So
Dennis.
bishop e3?
White often wants to play this move pawn to h3, but if
Yeah.
that move is played in the near future before black castles, the move g5 followed by g4 can rip that
Okay,
side of the
now you
board
can play
open.
h3.
Only after the black king castles, as Dennis has just played. Then White
Oh, I
should
want to draw
consider
lines, but I
seriously that
can't,
move,
guys.
pawn
It's a
to
YouTube
h3.
video.
Here it is. So Magnus plays it after a bit of a think. Quickly, Dennis responds with rook to e8.
I think I'm gonna
Knight
shut those
reroutes
captions
itself
off.
to e1. We have not had a single piece traded in the semifinals here of the Speed Chess Championship. We're over a minute
Because
on
you can't read 'em
the
anyway, right?
time here, but they're just jockeying for position, maneuvering their pieces, and we see that White at some point would like to inch forward with d4, but instead it's Black who's first to the punch in the center with d5. And after the capture,
Yeah, this is
Dennis
on
here
YouTube.
thinking, not sure which piece
This is
to
where I'm getting
capture
the feed
with.
from.
I personally like the bishop capturing on d5. That opens up this rook to the pawn on e5 that is otherwise vulnerable.
Well,
And
you-
that, I think,
they
is the
explained
best
why
way
Demon
forward
Days.
There, Dennis does in fact play that move. So I think Magnus will continue with his typical play.
The idea is because White wants to play d4. White wants to push his queen pawn one square and break in the center. And when he does that, he'll be attacking the bishop. Then you're going to have to do something with the bishop. If you back the bishop up, when White plays d4, you don't have to worry about the bishop. They explain why. And if you learn the ideas behind the openings, when you get in these positions,
Forward enough if you want to go for an attack. So I really like the way
You know,
both players are playing thus far.
there
The
is a
queen
point.
Slides forward. Now White is about to perhaps connect those rooks. This pawn e5 is defended enough times from the black perspective.
clocks,
You see that
they're,
rook
they're
A8.
even on time.
In some ways, Black has maximized his play. He's optimized the location of his pieces. So the question becomes, what next from Dennis Lazavik's perspective? And in the meantime, for
I see a pawn on
Magnus, he needs to come
d3.
up with a plan, because if he plays quiet moves like bishop d2, he's not really accomplishing all that much. So a4, to me, that suggests that he wants to push forward on the queen side. But speaking of pushing forward on the queen side quickly, Dennis Lazavic
Clamping
plays
down
move
with a5.
stopping White from expanding so quickly with this move pawn
Okay.
to d4. I like the way both players are playing. I think that the level nature of the evaluation bar is accurate, and I see the many fans in attendance here who are just analyzing the position, trying to figure out what's next. And it's one of these dynamics here where both players, I mean, they're kind of waiting for the opponent to do
Look at the
something
rooks,
major.
guys.
At the moment, everything
Bring
is
your rooks to the
calm,
middle,
cool, and
guys.
collected. But maybe in the near future, Black will reroute the bishop to f8. That's a common plan. That's where the bishop did slide.
Yeah.
C5 keeps the king safe and sound. And in response, White can consider a move like knight to e4 at any moment, just trying to offer the exchange of pieces. And White does want to play this move d4. This bishop on c2, it wants to become a really nasty piece on the long diagonal, but you can't get away with that, not for the foreseeable future. So far, it seems like both players are acquitting themselves nicely, and it's, I think, a good moment just to sit and think about where the next direction is going to happen. And knight e4, well, it offers a trade. Dennis does not trade on Magnus's terms. He doesn't want to allow this pawn to capture. But hitting his bishop.
Improving.
Instead, he brings his queen to e6 to protect the knight. I prefer Black's position. I think it's healthier. It's a bit more active. You can see many different pieces here. Let's turn that one blue because it's good.
White
all of these pieces
seems a
are
little bit
more
stuffy.
active and more advanced
A little
squares
cramped here.
than many of the White counterparts. So
You know what I
Dennis
mean?
ahead by half a minute on the clock.
See, Black's
Doing
pieces,
really
they
well
feel
on
like
the
they
board.
breathe
Queen on
more.
e6, there could be a time and place where bishop to b3 is the move for choice, and I think that Black is doing very, very well here. And we see the players here on camera. First, Magnus Carlsen in his little cubicle. I mean, it looks spacious. It looks well lit up. And for Magnus, he does want to find a way to do something active. And
Have you guys seen those first class, those first class, like, it's like a room on an airplane?
with this knight up to
It's crazy. It's got a bed.
try to gain some space, but
I want that.
Dennis with a direct attack on Magnus's
But
queen. You see
I think it's for like
Dennis here on
overnight
camera,
flights and stuff.
just locked in, focused, just trying to make Magnus' life as difficult as possible. As now Magnus offers a queen trade. So in a typical match, Magnus Carlsen, the endgame maestro, he knows how to grind like a grandmaster. But Dennis Lazavic lost precisely 0
Dennis is up
games
half
to
a
World
minute,
Rapid
guys.
Championship in 2025.
With the better
He
position.
Is as solid as they come. He is a player.
Make the board
who,
big.
Just
My peeps can't see it.
After liquidation,
Dude's drinking Michelob Ultra in the morning, bro. What time is it in London?
A more active square, and Magnus says, let's trade off some pieces. Why don't we do this thing along the D file? And that is the only open file. So at the moment, the players are a bit restricted in terms of what they can really accomplish. But for Magnus Carlsen, he says, all right, let's get some of the pieces off the board. And the player with less space often wants fewer pieces on the board.
1 p.m. Okay, reasonable then.
Rather step on each other's toes. So here the bishop slides back to c1. Maybe one pair of rooks come off. Maybe both pairs come off in the near future.
Now they're even on time again.
The moment that Dennis should really be afraid of, I guess, the opponent in front of him. But as Dennis has previously said in interviews, he loves playing online because those nerves, that psychology is not as impactful when you play into the screen.
Mustache Magnus.
Opponent's eye. So knight to f1.
6 hours ahead of us. Okay.
Magnus Carlsen. He is clearly trying to improve the location of his steed. Maybe bishop e3 next. If that knight can gallop into the d5 square,
Rather too.
then we
Okay.
could be talking about a potential advantage for white, and that knight is trying to get to d5. I would not advise the capture of that knight. Just because the knight wants to gallop forward does not mean you want to do any of that. But for
It is rather interesting.
these two players at the moment, you see that
Rather interesting that for like over a minute, they've had the board tiny and they keep showing the crowd. And they're showing Magnus and they're showing Dennis and they're talking. But they're not showing the board. They got it there, but it's real small. And for you guys watching it, I'm sure it's even smaller. It's like, come on, man.
for example, the move f5 is not available as long as white.
I don't want the teeny tiny board.
So,
Come on, chess.com. What are we playing? Chess?
On screen here.
We're watching.
Trying to just nurse even a slight advantage, and I think really now is the moment.
Thank
for
you.
Magnus Carlsen. Dennis has been playing really well.
They heard me,
If
folks.
you're playing for a win, you are up 20.
I'm the man that moves mountains and influences chess.com.
Put your feet down and just run with it. And Dennis quickly responds with bishop d6. Give it an exclamation mark. Taking on d5 was pretty much out of the question, giving white the two bishops on an opening board in the endgame.
You can't give them the au
Bishop
pair,
D6,
guys.
Do not mind backtracking if it means that everything is well defended. So bishop comes out to d3.
Yeah, 97.
Really like that move from Magnus. He's keeping
Bring the knight back.
The clock. The bishop can at some point pester this knight.
97, like
Eventually,
c4.
White wants to play this move b2 to b4 and try to create some progress on the queen side, maybe an outside pass pawn. So the black king, it can go to e8, but that's not really making any progress. So that actually walks into some pins, and I don't think that's what Dennis would want. So his king is kind of stuck. The white king, active on e2, would love
Your
to maybe
CSC
run
as well,
to the queen
DBX,
side in the
cool.
future. And wow, big moment now after knight to e7. I see a jump and I see the blue arrow. That is not my arrow. That's suggesting that bishop h6 check was just an annoying idea for Magnus. He missed it, and it would have put the king in some uncomfortable
Ooh, look at
territory.
bishop
So
e3,
instead,
guys.
the bishop enters along the b3 square. a4 is now targeted. Bishop
And
b5
hinders
defending that weakness
the
is
b4
actually
push.
not sufficient. That black would have played c6 to kick the bishop out of there. And look at Dennis, avoiding trades for the moment. But if you're Magnus Carlsen, you're definitely thinking about this move, pawn b2 to b4, hoping that there's a trade on that square, because ultimately you would love to get an outside pass pawn.
Yeah.
Dashing to the other side. So we have repeated moves here, and Magnus goes forward. That's actually really surprising.
Wow.
C6 kicks the bishop out, and then the a4 pawn drops. So maybe Magnus has found something that allows him to get away with this.
No, I
Or
think
perhaps
it's
he
good
just
for-
made a mistake, because
he
to
did
me,
make a mistake.
C6, that seems like a very obvious reply.
You guys think Dennis draws the first game?
Dennis has played it.
As
So
black?
I'm curious for Magnus's reaction here.
Clocks?
Bishop C4, what is he doing? He has dropped a pawn on a4.
Dennis is down a little bit.
Speaking, this was just a mistake. I don't actually think that there is a reason to mince words. Like, this gave his opponent a free pawn. The next move can be bishop b5. Your bishop's not going to get trapped by the pawn push to b3, and that leaves black a healthy pawn up. And if you take, now there's just going to be an outside pass pawn. So this has been...
Black is better.
Lazavik actually, I don't want to say outplaying Magnus, because he could have repeated moves if he wanted, but
Maggie screwed up, guys. First game. First game jitters. It's all right, Maggie.
Sort of his own preference style. He loves the end game. He loves playing these long, drawn-out battles where little nuances here and there could actually amount to big pluses. And right now, black is well ahead, an extra pawn. I'm not claiming.
I gotta
it's
say
enough to
too,
win, especially
I love Hess as a commentator.
a player like Magnus Carlsen, but it's clear that Dennis
I love him.
Lazavik is the side for choice. It's a playing for 2 results. Only he can win. He may even consider taking this knight on e3 and playing knight against bishop. The reason he may want to do that, bishops are great on open boards, but in the endgame, they're restricted inherently to their own color. The knight can jump from dark to light squares, and it can pose some serious issues for Magnus. As Magnus drops to about 20 seconds, okay, now we're in dangerous territory for sure. The knight drops back, and where's that knight going? Out to g3, okay, if it goes there, black pushes the pawn and gets out the way. The f5 square is covered. The blue arrow appeared for knight to g3. That wasn't my arrow. It was actually suggesting that was the only move that kept white really towards equality. But now bishop f2 played. The knight, it can't get to g3 where it wants to go. The bishop could safely run around to h4. And because, it goes to g1 instead. I guess that's
Black is winning here,
well.
guys.
It's a little awkward all the way on the opponent's starting rank, but you see Dennis
Black is
Lazavik
winning.
locked in, Magnus in the background, and right now
But
I think that
it's
Dennis
Magnus.
is pushing his rook pawns on both sides of the board. Magnus desperately trying to create some play for his own pieces. Both players under 10 seconds. You see the time ticking down. Magnus, he may look calm on the surface, but I think he is nervous because it looks like Dennis Lazavik with the outside A pawn here. I mean, how do you stop that? The e4 pawn was actually just straight up hanging. It was overlooked by both players. Instead, we see a trade of pieces.
Oh,
I told you
God.
about this. The knight versus the bishop. That knight is hopping around the board. Knight e5, knight c4, a3 is coming. And it looks like the first victory of the match is coming for Dennis Lazavik.
The knight hops, guys.
Dennis
But the
wins by
bishop has the word hop in it.
1-0 in the young Belarusian's favor. Dennis Lazavik scores.
Let's
the
go.
first point of the match. You can call it an upset, but Dennis truly has been here for years.
The
He is a
kid
monster in all
took
of
the
these top
first
girls.
game, bro.
He's recently crossed 2,600 FIDE. He doesn't play as much as some of these other players, but when he does, he leaves his mark. So Dennis Lazavik, a point ahead. I actually think he has the perfect style to bother Magnus because it's like looking in a mirror.
Yeah.
The mirror is a little bit further down because Dennis is younger,
Biz hop.
not as established, and frankly,
I call
not
them
as
bee
strong
hoppers.
as Magnus. But in a match of this kind, watch out.
But they don't
not
hop.
Underestimate such
Unless
a
you're
solid
cheating.
player like Dennis. He really has very few weaknesses in his game. I think sometimes he's criticized for maybe not being ambitious enough. But
We're in a game, you know.
he says the onus is on his opponent in a match of this nature.
I almost feel like I need to get a
Magnus Carlsen,
board
the
up.
number 1 rated player in the world, of course, the reigning speed chess champion, and Dennis saying this may be my first time in the semifinals, but why not make it my first final? So let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's focus on the position of the opening. In true Dennis Lazavik style, a solid game out of the Queen's Gambit declined. The knight comes out to f3. The knight would like to hop forward in the future to e5. Black, being Magnus Carlsen, has done nothing wrong. He actually can even bring his knight out to h5 if he's interested
White,
in going after this
I
bishop.
think he's going to play rook c1.
Some problems as well. So
Or maybe white castle king side.
Dennis does it before I can even get my words out.
Queen c2, rook
The bishop has a safe
fc1.
square on h2 to retreat
And
to.
you shove your
Now
two
these knights
pawns,
five
the two
ideas,
white pawns up the
they're not
board
dangerous
and
at all. In
attack
fact, that would just be a wasted
the
move
black
for the
structure on the
sake.
queen side.
You often see players
That's what
try
you
to
see
play
where
the
white's
queen
pawns are
side.
pointing.
They
They're
move
pointing
like
toward the
a5,
queen side.
b5, gaining space,
Right?
But that also creates some weaknesses. So Magnus Carlsen brings his bishop out to b4.
Just
Knight
castles.
on c3, trying to get access to this e4 square. You note that black
So queen
has the
c2?
pawn chain
No.
towards the center. You typically attack in the direction of your pawn chain. So white has a pawn chain aimed
Just
towards the
castles.
queen side. Don't be surprised if he's able to arrange
You know it's
pieces
the move.
properly if Dennis goes for a queenside pawn minority attack, as it's called, against the Carlsen.
Dude, I hope Lazavik gives Magnus hell.
So bishop on b4. Maybe there will be
He doesn't have to
capture on
win.
b4. I don't really think that Magnus wants to do that.
But if he really gives him a hard time, that'd be really cool. We're off to a good start.
Black's impressive pawn chain. So white castles, knight e4 quickly played, and now Dennis brings the knight to d2. So f5.
Does he
do
play
not
F5?
this move. I
No.
blundered enough of Magnus's pieces in previous speed chess
Okay.
championships. One of the famous calls alongside my good friend Daniel Naroditsky when I just put a bishop on a square.
So bc3, bc3.
Eventually did it, and Hikaru took that piece. So f5.
Okay.
would have
Knight
blundered
f6, okay.
the Bishop. Instead, we saw the knight retreat quickly. Dennis brings his bishop.
And then
to
c5 or something?
Bishop is threatening to take on f6. The e4 pawn is threatened, so perhaps it's time for Magnus to take on c3. But after b takes, White's pawn structure is improved. You're capturing towards the center.
Yeah, but they need to play C5,
really
bro.
Playing some impressive chess and quick chess. Look at that. Queen to B3, hitting the bishop, eyeing the pawn on B7 behind it. How would you defend it? Pawn to A5, perhaps?
A3.
Little move, pawn to A3. That bishop is going to move whether you like it or not, and it probably will leave the board after bishop takes D3. White can recapture with the pawn. Definite advantage for Denis Lazovic. I don't want to overstate the case. I don't want to pretend like he's winning, but this knight, without black's bishop on B4, can aim for the D6.
How is Lazovic getting good positions in the opening, bro?
Just chef's kiss in the center. It's perfect.
I thought Magnus was supposed to crush everybody.
Problems. And I want to note that rook takes E5, and some positions it looks like you're gaining 2 pieces for that rook.
Lazovic is the future.
When the pawn recaptures on E5, it also threatens that knight on F6, so you're going to lose one of those pieces back. So it's something to keep in mind that if the situation changes a little bit, for example, after pawn takes C3 here, if that knight were to move to H7, that actually has a clear threat of rook.
Dude, whose idea was this? To have Hess with an empty chair? It's
even before I can complete
I think it's probably like the final huge tribute to Danya. You know what I mean?
In fact, it's that white knight.
It's really cool.
D6 and B5.
It's really cool.
Trying to stop that knight from going into D6. A4 seems like the automatic response. Black probably plays A6. White, you know, he adds tinder to that fire.
White can bring the rook from F1 over
pawn, and, you know, Danya always
to the B file or C file, start shoving those pawns.
overrated. You know,
You're just better on a queen side.
Sometimes you just think of that as a permanent weakness, but no.
Yep.
You know, sometimes the position is
Black has space on the king side, but
what the pawn structure
is Black
looks like.
attacking?
Actually, Black
Huh.
at some moment could consider move like knight to C5. There are some dynamics in the air here, but C4 played. Denis, a classically trained player, he is not afraid of Magnus. He's enough games against him.
A classically trained player, like a violinist or something?
Anyone that they play. If they play a million games, yes, Magnus is going to come out on top. But this is both a long match in some ways because they play for hours. There are multiple time controls. But it's also quite a short match. If you get out to a few game deficit and you don't get your bearings on, like, you can really go awry, go on tilt in the early stages. So we see the queen has slid back.
Magnus is not going to go on tilt. Okay? You lose 2 in a row, he's not going to go on tilt.
And Magnus is like, have it. Just, I'm going to clarify things over here on the queen side. Now the
He'll
C4
just
pawn's hanging,
start
A4
playing better.
pawn's hanging. There is no more A4 pawn because it takes on B5. I think that Magnus is trying to take on... Oh, he takes with the A pawn. Okay, maybe it just transposes into the same position after all the captures on B5. But Denis has not moved just yet.
That B pawn is lonely. It's sad and lonely, like David Lee Roth in Just a Gigolo.
And after the trade, try to go for this E4 pawn. I actually think that there are tactics that justify this from Magnus's side, because if the queen never takes, you're walking into the line of fire. That looks really dangerous, and there's going to be moves like bishop c4. And if the knight takes, you may walk into a pin here. So just these are the type of strategies you want to keep in mind, that maybe this pawn is poison. Surprising, but it might be a poisonous pawn. And
Poisonous pawn,
evaluation
guys.
is slightly in White's favor. There must have been something there that was actually even stronger for Denis, but I don't blame him for doing what he's done, because now there's a...
So we're about 30 minutes in, guys. This is awesome.
Like this, weak, but they can also be a clear strength. Why is that a strength?
How could it be 30 minutes in? We're in a second game.
You know, no pawns that can really challenge it. It's unopposed. If that can continue rumbling forward, it can be a nuisance. So Black has this outer pawn.
They're
White
slow
has
games.
A very healthy pawn chain, only one island, and that means that instead of using minor pieces or heavy pieces to protect the pawns, Denis is just saying, my pawn
It's a nice
chain
sweater.
D4. That's solid and safe.
Hey, the fan zone. Hey!
10 seconds. He was well ahead on the clock throughout this game, but he is trying to calculate, can I actually get away with taking this pawn on D4? I wouldn't do it if I were Denis. I do think that
Someone on the YouTube chat of their channel, they're all, show us the board, please.
trying to figure out a deep line here. If
They're
it's
building
worth it, because
stories.
sometimes you
I think
actually
when we
end
get
up
into
a
the
pawn
faster
ahead,
time controls,
but
they'll stay
Black
on the board
has
more.
Compensation in the form of active pieces and maybe some
98%
long-term
accuracy,
threats.
really,
But
Patrick?
Denis is really trying to lock it in here. He trades rooks first. After queen takes a8, the queen does protect that pawn on e4, gives it one defender, and I think that now knight takes e4. There's bishop
The one
c4,
kid's sucking on his
rook,
fingers.
and then that
The other
knight
one's
is under attack
eating his
2 different
hand.
times. So,
This other guy's got his
right
hand.
now, we're looking at this e4 pawn. It
See how
does
the-
seem protected. Queen takes e4. We get
They
the
need to serve
trade,
snacks, guys.
And in the end, after the knight lands there, I've been saying this for a while. The rook on e8, it's doing a good job.
If you keep eating your fingers, you won't be hungry for lunch.
E1 He wants to win that b5 pawn directly.
Right,
but now
guys?
the evaluation has gone in Magnus Carlsen's favor. Why could that be? It might mean that the pawn on b5 is immune, and I actually see why. Knight to
He's still
c4.
weak, though.
If rook takes b5, that looks good, but imagine this knight going to a3. That looks like a magical arrow, but it's actually doesn't take so much effort. Once the knight goes to c4, that rook cannot capture on b5 because there's a fork on a3. So knight c4 is a great opportunity here for Magnus. And you see, he sees something. Like he's looking at this
No,
board
he's the raw.
like a man who,
I'm calling this one, guys. I'm sorry. I know you want Dennis Lazavik to be up 2-0, but this is the raw, 1,000%.
Directly to a draw, but not in a position of this nature where black has that outside pass pawn.
White is
So
better,
White
though.
needs to use his forces to prevent from continuing to go to the other side. Magnus, he leans back in the chair. He's not sure what to do. I think if this were a bullet game, he would have played knight c4, but it's quickly becoming a bullet game as Magnus now is dropping to 50 seconds. Dennis at minute 8. That's bad news for Magnus. We heard that Dennis maybe not as strong as the others in bullet in this field. He gets that 1 second bonus time with each and every move played, and he is in good shape. We know that from the first game that was played here, and even in this position, he is doing just fine. So rook c8 played, hitting the queen. That's blue arrow is not mine, I promise you. That's the the board telling us that that is the only move here that keeps the balance. But it's an uncomfortable move to make in some ways because there will be some pins, and maybe after queen takes e4, this is my arrow now, bishop d5. It aims right towards the white king, but queen takes e4, that is the only move here.
He's not going to see that.
Equality
Finds it.
played. So Dennis is actually now better because bishop d5 was not the correct response. Instead, knight d5 was played. Bishop takes g2, actually walks into e4, and the bishop is trapped on g2. The queen and bishop, the circulation is cut off, and g2 would you win a pawn but lose a bishop.
Now, rook b5, no?
Give it an exclamation point, but I actually think that the previous move, maybe it gets an exclamation
rook
point
b5,
position,
yeah.
but it's a sign that things have gone a bit wrong. So now Dennis can take. He can also play this move f3, shutting down the queen and bishop.
F3, shut down the bat ray, guys. The bat ray.
F3 and then e4. So I like this opportunity for Dennis. It's his moment. He can play it, but he's now down to 13, 12. His time is ticking. He looks a bit nervous. He does capture that knight after b takes. He's getting passive here. The queen goes to f1, protecting the pawn on g2.
He's the raw.
Can go all the way to c2.
He made one mistake. Now it's a draw.
Via e4. The queen can come down to a4. So unless Dennis can get his pawns rolling here, they go quickly. Pawn f3, I like it a lot. e4 hits the bishop. It allows the
You
bishop
gotta play
on
it.
f4. That's why I like g5 in response. It may be a risky move from Magnus, but that bishop is not actually helping to prevent that black passer. So queen e3 check, do not block with the queen. That drops the rook. The king has to move now. Goes to h2. Good choice. The bishop on d5 is under attack. I would play bishop c4, hitting the queen on f1. But you have to watch out. Maybe rook takes c2, rook takes c8, and there's rook h8, rook g8, a drawing mechanism there. So bishop b3 played. Magnus clearly trying to play for a win, but queen g1, a passive move from Dennis. What he would really
Dennis
love,
could lose this. He could blunder.
I was going to say he would love to get a queen over on f6. No longer possible. d5 played, going bishop b2. So now it looks like white is stuck. You can't move your rook to take. That allows black to get a queen. Now f5 hits the pawn e4. f4 check. The king goes back. It seems like black is winning. The engine suggests as much. It's because the black king is now being used as a weapon in this endgame. And at some moment,
Pawns can't move because of the bishop, though.
Stop the white pawns. And
This is the
black
raw.
king can
Oh,
move
what?
into
Black is winning.
F5. What beautiful rerouting here by Magnus because he's able to stop the pawns. But now he goes bishop to f5, protecting the pawn. The rook covers. Now the rook can capture. The extra pawn is now for Magnus Carlsen. He is definitely going to take this game unless something goes wildly wrong.
Yeah, wow.
For both players.
Magnus just did Magnus things, guys.
Rook can come down to b1 in the near future. The king and the bishop, that's badly coordinated pieces. Rook to a1, it's very passive. The black king can come in, and this, I think, is game over. Magnus Carlsen wins game 2 by resignation.
Wow. That's a problem, guys. We're playing Magnus. You can be winning, you can be drawing, get into the end game, start moving pieces around, and you just lose. Because he's just better.
Player from Norway, he has too many accolades to name, but he did find his footing. It was shaky at some points, but he was able to win game 2, even up this match, and Dennis Lazavik now has his work cut out from
It's 1-1. Is there a match clock? 65 minutes. It started at 90. Okay, so we're 25 minutes in.
a bit of a slower approach.
Okay.
Now we
Okay,
see
so they started a few
pawn
minutes late, I guess.
on C5. So what black is trying to do is use all of this firepower to aim towards the white center, right? All these pieces that can't draw the arrows in time because the moves are trickling in so quickly. But now, when you have pawns 2 squares apart like that, think about the square in between. Knight comes to E3. You would love to bring a knight into D5. Black doesn't have the same access because white has a pawn on C3. So there is a potential hole in the black center.
A Saturday stream,
you
Buck.
also have gained a lot of space. And I've said this before.
Speed Chess Championships, Buck. We gotta watch.
Trade pieces, playing A4 and taking on B5 that allows white to develop his rook from the starting square. We often think of development as moving rooks towards the center and then trying to use
Welcome,
the middle
Buck
of the
Wild.
board. But actually, this rook is on its best square. The A file, the only open file on the board, is white's. And so with that command of the A file, now he strikes in the center. Does Magnus Carlsen?
The
Instead of
back rank
capturing,
defense.
the bishop slides back to F8. I think it's a good choice. If this pawn gets on D5, not only does it attack a knight on C6, it actually clears the path for this bishop on C2. And in the first game of this match, I was talking about how that bishop, it would love an open diagonal. You would like to get an attack going. It's not so easy when you're playing someone like
Did you see the first 2 games, Buck? Lazavik won the first game, and he was winning the second game and lost.
showing up for this event. For the
So they're
players.
tied.
I assume there are many Magnus fans out there, hopefully many Dennis fans as well, as the youngster continues to shine on the biggest stages. And here we see, at the moment, he has no problems from the black side. I would actually say, out of the openings, throughout the first, I don't know exactly what percentage, but let's call it the first 60-70% of the games, Dennis has been playing just maybe even better than Magnus. You can see sort of a
Dennis has been playing better than Magnus
He's trying to figure
in
out
the first
what's my
the
actual
first half of the
play here?
game.
I'm playing a guy who
He is.
rarely breaks. He also rarely bends. So like, what am I supposed to do when he plays as solidly as he does? And I think for Dennis, this is a moment to actually say, well, if Magnus is going to keep rerouting his pieces, taking his time, trying to use that D5 square, you often want to fill that square yourself. Instead, Dennis does, I think, an equally good idea. Rook to A8, trying to trade off the rooks, using the open file for himself.
Queen
I
E2.
did like the move pawn to D5. I guess there is some inherent risk there that this pawn is protecting these pawns, and so by pushing it, you actually are leaving your pawns
I guess you could
vulnerable. So, right
take the
now we
file
see
with the
that
queen.
Magnus brings his bishop out. He's connecting his queen to his rook, so he's not blundering anything along that line. And both players, they're settling into this third game. Plenty of time on the clock. We see
Bishop E3
nearly 4
maybe?
minutes for both. It's the type of game where it's not about this individual moment, like unless you blunder the house, but in
These guys-
reality, what's happening is finding the key squares, finding the way to parry off threats. Queen to B7 says, "Are you sure you want to?"
People in chat are complaining that Robert Hess talks too fast. He does not.
That black knight towards that central square.
He's
So
perfect.
Magnus says, "I do want that square. Please let me have it." And this is a critical moment because Dennis Lazavik has an ambitious move, a forward move here, but it's a committal move as well. And if he pushes his
Oh, Buck. Buck Wild says, I didn't see the first one. I woke up to a bunch of Twitch notifications. Yours was the only one I wanted to watch. Buck, I wouldn't want to watch the SEC without you here, brother.
issues in the white camp,
So
and I think
welcome,
Dennis
man.
spots it. The way he's looking at this board, he looks like someone ready to pounce. And for Magnus Carlsen, I mean, he's used to being the one who's always the aggressor, always the one with the upper hand. But Dennis
Position's
Lazavik
fairly
says,
equal,
I
folks.
don't need to take that ambitious, that maybe overly committal line. I'm instead just going to reroute my own pieces. What Magnus does, I can do just as well in this game. And
They're
Black has full equality. There's no issue at the moment.
They're trying to change chess or make it more about the people, which is important to have people involved in chess. People learn who the players are. But it's still a chess match, man.
Not now, but in the near future to play for the move
Show us the
F4.
freaking board. There we go.
Risky, he starts with H4, Alpha Zero style, trying to gain space.
What are we doing
Perhaps
tonight?
his pawn on H5 because the pawn gets there.
Oh, it's
The black
Saturday,
knight
huh?
does not have forward
Probably
squares to
sleeping.
jump to. And that's
Yeah.
a critical idea for many people. A key thing to take note of is that like it's not just about directly threatening checkmate, trying to win your opponent's queen. You actually want to clamp down on essential squares and make your opponent's life as difficult as possible. So at this moment, we see the move rook to D8. I think it's pretty clear what Dennis is drumming up. D5. Let's open that D file, get the rook behind a pawn that's moving. And I think for Magnus, the key is, do I play this move C4 right now? He doesn't. He plays H5. And if you're Dennis, you went rook D8 for a reason. And it's okay to actually change your mind, especially in a position of this nature where nothing is all that concrete. But he wanted to play D5. He should play D5. But he's definitely looking at this
Joseph
D5
Womack!
Can I get away with it? Am I going
Guys, I'm trying to watch a chess match, but you guys keep saying cool things like, Charlie, you're so cool, love the music, enjoying the chess. Joseph, thank you, brother. Thank you.
Here, you're going to walk into a pin. F6 protects E5.
I'm glad you guys are watching this with me. Aqua.
A pawn's best friend is another pawn, and here F6
Yep.
that pawn
What even is the best move there? Aqua. Not sure. Welcome to the stream, though, man.
Knight E3, you're going back where you came from. Black already has enough protectors here. On that knight, the king will slide away. That's that.
We stream chess 4 days a week, brother. Tournament on Wednesday. Great community. Get involved.
Be careful if you're Magnus. I mean, C4 for black is an idea. Maybe C4 for white can be played just to try to trade some pieces, make the bishop look a little bit better.
I could never play that move.
All the way out to A5 because it's really not doing all that much at the moment. So a good play from both sides.
C4
here.
is white.
C4 played
yeah,
by Magnus.
I suck at chess.
Equal slight advantage on time for Carlsen.
Have another cup on me, dude. Joseph. Gunner, we're not playing right now.
Queen takes C4. So
Magnus Carlsen is playing Denis Lazavik.
He has two isolated pawns that he's going to have to deal with, but they're pins in multiple directions. I mentioned the knight is pinned, but so is the C5 pawn. So that means pawn to B4 is actually a ridiculous looking move because it looks like black has three pieces covering the square. Pawn,
but the queen is hanging.
But none of them can take it because the C pawn is pinned to the black queen. The knight cannot legally move because the king is behind it. So queen E6 played. Now, if you play B4, the pawn can capture. You're no longer pinned. So great move there.
Hey, buddy.
E6 by
the kid knew where the camera was right away. Ha! That kid was good.
Knowing the type of player that
he tapped the kid, and the kid looks right at the camera.
Trade queens. It seems like that's the type of move that he would like to play.
That kid was good.
About his time at the moment because Denis down to a minute and a half.
The kid's aware.
At 2 minutes and 18 seconds. That's quite a healthy lead on the clock, especially if the queens stay on the board. There could be some knight sacrifices in front of the black king.
Dude, people are so crazy.
Denis, he's really deep in the think tank right now.
Like, I just see people in this other chat complaining about how Hess is just talking way too fast and way too much. And he's not. They just, oh, this guy's talking fast, so I'll complain about it. It's like, what's her name, Tanya? They complain about her voice. Is her name Tanya? What's the girl's name? They complain about her voice all the time. People are hilarious, dude. They're not here for chess at all. They don't care about the moves. They just want to complain about stuff. It's hilarious. I love that. I love the fact that you guys aren't like that. People like that, they don't survive here. They go away. They're like, oh, it doesn't work here.
And just play the position right now. He is up a healthy pawn. Like, there is no reason why he should be worried about pretty much anything in this position. And if I were Denis, I would even consider moving my knight.
As I say, show me the board! Ooh, Lazavik's down a full minute and a quarter on the clock, folks.
Magnus is all that afraid of it, but there's an F4 square to jump into. So Denis really needs to...
The mustache is a little creepy, guys. Don't you agree?
But on the board, he is playing excellent, excellent chess. He offers a trade
It's
of rooks.
borderline boogie nights.
E6. Now it's got a little bit of a home there. I mean, if you're Magnus, you're tempted to take this knight on D4 and play knight to F5. And I think Denis overlooked this. He has to take with the rook. He wants to take with the pawn. He wants to connect his pawns, get a passer. But if he takes with the pawn, he actually loses the game on the spot. So just to be clear, the knight on E3 is jumping into a light square. I've talked about why. Knights can be so dangerous against bishops. Rook takes D4. It actually stops knight F5 at least for one turn because the G4 pawn is hanging. So rook takes D4, knight F5 is a blunder because of rook takes D4. He takes the pawn. He allows knight F5, knight takes G7 check. This is really bad news for Denis because at the end of this, what's going to happen is the knight's going to take. It's going to go back to F5. I'm just going to let this all play out. He's going to trade rooks. The H6 pawn drops. And now it's actually a reverse of game one. Magnus is giving Denis a taste of his own medicine, and it was the clock that was his greatest asset, was Magnus Carlsen, because Denis, he ran low, he ends up taking with a pawn. Oh, he takes on H6 now, and that's that. That is really that, because the king is going to stop the black passers, and then the knight will take, retreat back, the H-pawn goes, and black will have to give up the bishop, much like what happened in game one, roles reverse. So the white king, there it goes, it's stopping the C-pawn. Here, I think you can even just bring your knight back to F5, as Magnus does, because the H-pawn is so powerful. The white pawn can then slide to F3. The king can go to D3. This is it.
King D3 is just over.
Pawns and pieces on light squares, and
yep.
That should be the game.
All right, Magnus says I'm 2-1.
Game over. Magnus Carlsen.
Everyone clap for Magnus. Magnus did good. Got to give it to him, folks.
Of the 2025
I'm only rooting for Lazavik because I want it to be close. And I'd like to see Lazavik do good. I'm not necessarily rooting against Magnus. You know what I
we
mean?
have an English opening.
You were thinking the same, Joseph?
Magnus has played this so many times from the white side. So
Cool.
both of these players very experienced in these positions. And we see the bishop for Dennis on g2. It's on the long diagonal. You want to make use of it. He plays e3 here.
Now, is this an English or a Catalan? I don't know these openings, guys. I don't know names of these positions.
That would be very bad. So Magnus, he's
Because I don't play them.
all of the great contemporaries. In the first game, Dennis brought his bishop back quickly to a7.
Magnus cooking hard. Magnus isn't cooking hard.
So
Magnus lost the first game and was losing the second game.
is played right now. So Dennis is thinking if this were
Not cooking hard.
1 minute chess, he would have just played d4.
Oh, but the mustache, right? Boogie Nights. There you go. There you go. Got you. I wasn't sure.
He does in fact play d4, not playing in a cagey style, playing a very direct approach, gaining space in the center. Magnus taking his time. So both players, I think that they're just each and every game, they're trying to understand the dynamics of play, the nuances, because it may look like a position you've studied before, but perhaps the bishop is better placed on b6 rather than a7. These are the little things that make up great players. And rook e8 played, given a question mark, bishop g5, the position calls for a pin of this knight. And I think the point, everyone, is that
That's a blunder. Why?
Bishop h4 is the plan. You actually can't break the pin with pawn to g5 because there will be a knight sack and a vicious attack against the black king.
Oh, knight
He's
d5.
got a big opportunity right now. Bishop g5.
LG5.
For a piece sacrifice.
Play it, Denny.
It just feels like it's going to be fun
Denis.
at the very least. He plays bishop e3. Speaking of
Oh.
chess, bishop e3 is that type of move. He doesn't want
Magnus
to
knew it.
a piece sacrifice, but it was there. It was in
Yeah.
there. And,
Magnus
for
knew it.
Dennis, maybe it's worth just exploring that just a little bit because I think Dennis might regret that slip. I mean, I don't want to be harsh, but if we can sort of analyze
Joseph
that moment,
uses the Roy Lopez, man. That's
that
cool.
night, and yes,
I might have played Roy Lopez's like
given up, but just to show you that bishop g5, h6. Yes, the bishop slides back,
like
and g5
like when I
traps that
very
bishop, so all
very
that's
started
happening,
playing
and,
chess.
Black can do this, but after the trade of pieces here, like this is really dangerous. That's a pin that's not going anywhere. The king is open. If you take
Blunder from Down Under said it's an English opening for knights fianchetto line to be specific. Okay.
actively take his pawn on d4.
Thank you for that.
So we'll go back to the game.
I don't know the
but think
difference between that and a
was
Catalan.
Really, really dangerous because the black king is going to be ripped open, and instead we have.
I think some of those things are similar, right?
We see that now Magnus doesn't have to worry about that pin. He didn't like where his knight was placed. He would prefer to go to f5, hitting this bishop on e3, again applying pressure on this pawn on d4. And Dennis says, I see what you're doing. I'll play knight to h4. I just talked about g5. Even winning a piece wasn't the type of move you want to play. So at the moment, I think Magnus is saying, that's too much. Why expose my king to such serious problems when I can play a safe move like c6, maybe play d5 in the near future, shutting down this bishop on g2. It was once a powerful piece. Now it's kind of a little stuck. d5 allows black to take on e3 at some moment. So yeah, white just allows black to press forward. Magnus is clearly better now, because white's pieces are passive and or awkward. The knight on h4
Okay, Joseph.
is really just trying to stop.
You're
black
just
from
getting
putting
started
this
online.
F5. It's not an attacking piece.
Snaz, what's
On
up,
the
man?
inside here, this pawn on c4 is now directly threatened. You do not want to take on d5 and give yourself an isolated pawn. Jose Raul Capablanca would look at this position from the black side and say, let's just sign those score sheets. I'm going to take this one home. And we see that Dennis says not one knight, but both knights on the rim are.
Those knights are on the rim.
Are they grim? I don't really know what to make of them right now. Maybe this knight can go to c5, and that perhaps encourages or strongly suggests that this bishop has to come off the board. White will get the bishop pair on an opening board, but for the meantime, we see the bishop does attack the white queen. Slide out the way. Don't blunder that piece. That would
It's
be
a nice diagonally too.
If you're Magnus, look out for a sack on h6. I don't believe it works here. Magnus doesn't believe it works here.
It
Dennis
doesn't work.
is just trying to coordinate his pieces as best as possible. Rook to e1.
There's no follow-up.
There's only one fully open file. That's that e file here. So you should, in fact, place this rook here. But if the bishop moves, the d4 pawn is loose. So it's not easy to figure out how to make these trades work. And for Magnus, huge lead on the clock right now. We see 3 minutes, 30 seconds for him, 2:17 for Dennis. Bishop e4, I really like those type of moves because you're trying to exchange that fianchetto bishop. The fianchetto piece is such an important defender of the white king. So f3 played making this bishop look a bit silly. I mean, that bishop is staring into a brick wall, its own pawn on f3, but what he can do is now move his bishop back along this dark square.
Can you play 93, 95?
Doing so, the bishop keeps the center defended.
Is that the point?
It allows white to trade rooks, and it means that maybe the worst will be behind Dennis, because he has finally activated his knight over there on the queen side. He has gained much needed space, and now Magnus takes a page out of Dennis's book. He shuts down his own bishop, but he wanted to kick the knight out of c5.
How come they're not wearing esports
Here,
shirts,
white
guys?
capture back. You take with the pawn, because you took the queen, there would have been this b5 move anyway. But
They're in the
I love
pictures,
the way
but they're not
Magnus
in real
handles
life.
this, because now he can actually, in fact, take this knight on c5 and leave white with, oh, he takes on c4. That move surprised me. I actually thought he was going to play pawn to b4, but he's instead going for activity. What he could have done was leave white saddle with two isolated c pawns, those double pawns there. Instead, he goes for the immediate activity. The rook was challenging the bishop. Behind is that light square bishop. So I really like this as well. A lead on the clock. I think the one downside, I would say, is that when you're well ahead on time like this, without so many pieces on the board, the moves start to get perhaps a bit easier for Dennis. And rook c2 played, okay, a direct shot against the white. That queen should slide over 2 squares to the left. That way it keeps the a2 pawn defended. Okay, it goes to b3. Similarly, defending that a2 pawn. I thought the queen on a4 was a little bit more active. The queen on b3 is trying to use an open file. And don't be surprised if Dennis goes for queen to b6 at some moment. I wouldn't do that right now, because Magnus's last move, I think he's strongly hinting that his queen wants to join the party and go for an attack. But speaking of attack, the a6 pawn is vulnerable. Bishop f1. Routing the bishop, it hits that a6 pawn. Now with queen to d2, which was one of Magnus' idea, rook e2. That rook can safely slide forward, trade those rooks. Actually trading pieces, I know I talk about how Dennis likes the endgame, but trading pieces is just objectively good for white here, because you have a bishop pair and those targets on the queen side. Knights are notoriously bad at defending both sides of the board. They're slow moving pieces. So if Dennis can somehow trade off the rooks or trade off the queens without giving away material, he would be a very, very happy chess player. So
You guys hear
this
that?
scene is great. I mean, look at the colors.
He wants to
there.
trade down because he's got the
Look like
bishop pair.
going down Rainbow Road and just trying
Interesting.
to win this race to the end. But I think
Let the
these
bishop
players
pair
right
shine,
now,
I guess, with
they're
all the
not
other
focused
pieces
on the
gone.
colors except for the black and white pieces right now, and trying to figure out
Yes, if you're not using it to attack or anything.
And you see Dennis, the time there as
What a monopoly
near to a minute
does to a chess
Magnus
stream.
95, the only move that gives him an advantage. King G2 a mistake. It's not actually
We got the
like
board back,
super
guys. We're good.
obvious
We're
that
good.
95 is that problematic.
Come on,
for
chess.com.
white, but it's a good square to be on.
Stay with
Rook
us.
C3, Queen F6. Now F3 is super vulnerable. So knight on D5 is a healthy square in the center, but it also gives black key access points.
We're almost an hour in,
I mean,
folks.
this is getting very bad very quickly. You see Dennis, he puts
Magnus
his
is
hand
up 2-1
He just completely missed
with
that this
a
idea was in the air.
winning
And
position.
F3 now, the move he played so long ago, it's protected by a king. You don't want to use your king as a defender with so many pieces on the board. It's the worst defender to have, because if it's checked, it has to move. If 2 pieces attack 1 square, well, that's a problem. So queen f6. I think that Dennis will have to push his pawn to f4 after queen to f6, and that opens up the light square diagonal. You don't really want to push pawns in front of your own king. It gives key points of access to your opponent. It makes it easier to attack. Queen f6 played, f4 should be the quick response. I don't really see another
Ouch.
move for Dennis, and he plays it. But now there are all sorts of ideas. Bishop
Mhm.
is just one of them. The rook's under attack. You can trade bishops behind it. Maybe the rook slides bishop e4 check.
Couldn't play
is
rook
something to
e5
consider
maybe?
as well. And oh, queen g6, the blue arrow. It's saying that that is the only move that keeps the advantage as significant as it currently is.
Magnus
Bishop's
finds it.
Apparently not enough. Even though that does look really good for black with a knight on a light square and white lacking a piece that can knock it off.
That is a weird
And here
move to
Queen
find
G6
queen
is one
g6 here.
those light square bishops.
Think he finds it?
And it threatens up knight takes f4 check.
I don't know,
Queen to
guys.
G6. I mean, that's such a nice move. But Magnus, he's frustrated. He looks like somebody who is trying to, create a symphony there with that hand gesture.
Yeah, he just takes.
On f1, and the direct approach was not the correct one. Queen G6, a not easy move to play, and you could tell.
Felt like it was
He knows that
winning.
He's been better. He has
Yeah.
the upper hand. But actually converting on these advantages is really difficult, especially when you play someone like Dennis.
Can players see the
small
eval bar?
advantages
No,
often are
they
not
can't.
Enough. And king on f1, it looks like it can be quite exposed. But
Not unless
once you
they're
play
cheaters.
F5, okay, so
Not unless they're
king
big fat
back to
cheaters.
D2, and
and maybe tuck itself on h2.
Any more coffee, guys?
So many targets.
Nah, we're gonna wait.
Rook f3 played, offering an exchange of queens that, wow, he takes with a pawn on f6. That's how much Magnus likes his knight on d5, and he wants to restrict the white rook. He takes it with a pawn. Pawn structure overrated. Danya would say exactly
Bishop
that.
e1.
Rook d4, protecting a4. Watch out at some point. Like rook takes d5 is not working anytime soon, really. But then the c pawn can go.
Which one? Bishop?
Side.
Yeah,
Just
bishop
look out for
e1.
that kind of thing.
Rook a1.
The reason why
King f.
took on f6
Okay.
pawn or the knight was he didn't want to allow that rook to d6. So the knight goes to e3. Okay, the king can choose where it goes. I think
What's happening
E2 was
here?
the most natural to me. He goes to f2, which is approved. The evaluation bar stays right in the center because a5 is actually hanging. So he's giving up g3 to go for a5, and rook d8 is the move when he plays it. Dennis Lazavik he continues to amaze me and his opponent.
Dennis is playing tight,
I
folks.
thought that he would just defend the a4
How we doing
pawn,
on
win
time?
No, he actually wants to get
He's not okay on time.
He can go for the c pawn.
Dennis
and
probably
maybe
loses
shoot
this,
on a check
guys.
on g8 first. Bishop d2. I mean, that is the calmest move in the position. He wants g4, f5. He wants to go after this black king. So all of a sudden, it's Magnus who needs to be on the defensive. And objectively, Magnus is doing fine. Maybe he needs to use that a-pawn as a distraction at some point soon. But like, this king is boxed in. If this bishop actually gets out somehow into d6, there could be some issues. But if c5 falls here, and it has, I think now it's
He's still raw.
trying to make sure he has enough for equality. He actually trades rooks. That's counterintuitive. When you're down material, you often do not want to
Black has a
side
passed
trading,
pawn, but
he's
black's
suggesting that this
pawns are severely
not enough material on the board. The black king
fractured
can't get around quickly enough. And this
on the
c-pawn
king side.
alone is
And
not gonna do it because the white king
the
stays
f6
forward.
pawn is on a dark square. It's a forever weakness.
Capturing on h5, it's a brave decision. But he's just going back and forth, defending the pawn. Bishop d2 comes to the check. It forces the black king back. King f3 now. King e4 is the idea, going after this black knight. And king e4, though, c3 is just in time here. So king e2, the correct choice. I mean, Dennis brings his king back rather than forward. How tempted would we have all been?
This is crazy.
And no,
He's
he
the raw.
decided to bring his king around, go after this c4 pawn. All the pieces are getting traded off, and peace will be had. I mean, if
This is
does
the raw.
not result in a draw, something has gone terribly wrong with their connection, or just with their looking at the timer. But right now, as soon as the pawn goes to f4, the bishop will take it. So, okay, you have to be careful. Knights are tricky pieces, but what Dennis needs to do is not trade his bishop for the knight, not allow a fork, and that's why he's going his king to e2. If his king and bishop are in opposite colors, it's impossible to fork them, right? A knight attacks the same color.
And you hear that,
combo.
guys?
Knight
Keep the
on
king
white
on a light
square,
square.
and here, you cannot, you think about taking this knight, but don't go for take now. You can take now, and then king f2. You create opposition.
These guys know the draws, guys.
Dennis timed everything perfectly. He is able to escape this one with a draw, and we see 2.5, 1.5.
Magnus plays it all the way down to the freaking draw, man.
5+1 comes to a close. The players get a much-deserved round of applause, but they also get a much-deserved break. And Magnus
Are they taking a?
analyzing that game, and he's shaking his head because at some point it was.
Do they get
-2.
5 minutes?
Dennis, I mean, he should be.
Do we
happy
pour
he escaped
water?
That one, but he's had some good opportunities that he has let
Man.
slip. And Magnus, I mean, he shakes his head because he always wants perfection.
What is going on, guys? If you haven't seen me, I'm down in the corner, teeny tiny. It's the only way not to mess up the freaking stream, bro. The view.
Playing area, they're going to get some rest, maybe get some hydration. Because
Maybe get a cheese plate.
Weather can be rainy outside, but it's
The charcuterie board.
heated moments. You get, oh my goodness, look at that. That's Dennis in the middle of his match signing things. That's beautiful. But here we have it.
It's beautiful.
Beardless in this photo, but a 2.5, 1.5 lead. That is clear. As Dennis Lazavik, he's still got that.
I'm not gonna lie.
Childhood look to him. He is growing in chess and life.
He's
but right
losing
now,
by 1
he needs
point,
to
guys.
Get some more points on the board because
Come on,
Magnus
Lazavik.
has a 1-point lead.
How many matches will they play?
2.5, 1.5
Joseph.
in his favor. And we actually are going to throw it to an interview as John Sargent awaits with Dennis Lazavik.
They're gonna interview Lazavik right now?
Dennis, thank you very much for joining us here. Obviously, quite a tense match, and some very interesting positions. Ultimately,
This is
you came out
crazy.
here in front of the live audience in
During
London,
the match?
you won the first game. It's a long way to go. How are you feeling?
Well, I think I played quite good, but maybe when I got low on time, I made some mistakes and also tactical mistakes. So in third game, I just blundered it. It was terrible, but so far so good. No, not so bad actually.
Well, time to reset now. We've got the second half to go. Best of luck to you. Thank you very much. We're going to hop back over to the studio. Thanks very much, guys, and we'll be back with more chess in just a second.
Why aren't they interviewing Magnus?
Thanks, John. Appreciate that so much.
The format, they play 90 minutes of 5+1, which is what we're doing right now. We're at the halfway point. We're at 45 minutes into the 90 minutes. Then it goes to, I think, 3 minutes with a 2-second increment for 1 hour. And then 30 minutes of 1 minute with 1 second. And I would like to say I'd like to think which format would favor Dennis, but he's against Magnus. You're at a disadvantage the whole way, right? But he's doing very good so far.
Brilliant. He was full of surprises. He was so funny and punny and all of the above. But ultimately, you know.
So it's an hour 45. There's 2 hours and 15 minutes left of play time in this match.
So many of us. So I just want to say
After
thank you,
45
everybody.
minutes, Magnus is up by 1 point.
But I would be remiss not to, commentate with my good friend just one last time.
Yeah. Well,
Thank
wait.
you so much, everybody. See you soon.
Oh, so he's done.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Danya. Don't go anywhere, everybody. The 2025 Speed Chess Championship Finals from London will continue in just a few.
Did you guys see what he did there? He said, thank you, Robert. Thank you, Danya. They're saying goodbye, man. I'm telling you guys, it's a big deal for them. I'm getting a little bit choked up because you have to at some point, you can always remember people that pass away. And you can always honor them. But the living have to go on living. And at some point, you got to stop celebrating them every time you do something. You know what I'm saying? And that's what they're doing right now, I think. That was pretty heavy, guys. Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Danya.
Oh my gosh, get a queen! But knight takes a2.
That, I think, was Danny's last. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Usually play 2 or 3 games at a time, and I'm good.
Breaking down very high-level, complex concepts in a very understandable way for the general audience.
Hey, Eric. I know Eric, guys. They have to make these matches substantial. So you know who's playing better at least that day. If they just had them play 1 minute chess for a half an hour, you'd never really get it just wouldn't be very accurate. You know what I'm saying? My phone's got a little twist in them. I gotta spin them. Let the wire tell you which way it wants to spin. You know what I mean? Yeah. So now I got no piggly wigglies in my thing.
Any longer, you can see the sort of consternation on his face. Both
consternation.
Concentration.
What are these words? Consternation?
Consternation. Like he's.
That's not a word.
It's not a word.
Commentators at the same time.
Not one that I know.
Doing it with him, but it was a rotating roster, and he was with
96 moves and 96 accuracy in that game.
I thought this is probably the best.
Wow.
Chemistry that I've seen, but also his like commentary with Robert, with Danny. I think you could just see how much fun they were having. It was not at all performative. It was just like very genuine.
Joseph Womack, it's a thing, man. You probably wouldn't be good at classical chess then, because when you play like 4-hour games, and I'll tell you, when you play 4-hour games and you play 2 a day, like round 1, you go to a tournament, registration's at 8, round 1 starts at 10. The game can go 4 or 5 hours. Round 2 starts at 4. If your game goes a long time, you don't have time to go eat. You have to like go get water, run to the bathroom, maybe, run to the gift shop, buy an apple, and then go back and go sit down and play another 4-hour game. That's classical chess, man. It can be grueling. I've played blitz chess. I've gone to Pasadena Chess Club and played chess till they throw us out at like 10 or 11. And then we would all go to Caro's. It's like a Danny's kind of thing. It's very close, coffee shop. And I made really good friends with one of my best chess friends there, my friend Doug. And he and I played till 9:30, 10 in the morning the next day. And there was a bunch of people there. We're all playing till 1 in the morning. People start leaving, 2 in the morning. More people start leaving. About 3:30 in the morning, it's just me and him, and we just playing 1 minute. We played 1 minute for like another 6 hours. It was awesome. I really got to know him, man. We had a great time playing chess. When you it's a dopamine thing, man. I mean, as long as you can start another game, you can't fall asleep. You know? Yeah, it's freaking awesome. I love freaking playing chess. Good, we can keep that turned down for now. That's just got the lo-fi girl. Will Lazavik continue to surprise? Well, Lazavik won the first game, and he was better in the second game. He's had plenty of chances or drawing chances in the game that he lost. So, or the other two that he lost. So it's like, he's not that far off, but here's the problem. If Lazavik turns it up a notch, because he has enough room to do that. He's not playing perfect. If he turns it up a notch and starts playing near perfect, Magnus will too. You know what I'm saying? That's what I think.
In Daniel's favorite thing, speed chess.
Definitely. I mean, that was world class.
I got an itch, guys.
It's not easy.
I got an itch on my nose. I can't show it on camera, guys. It's not professional.
Great to see Robert.
Yeah, and it's nice to have, we got a balance here, so it's nice to be able to go back and forth. Now, getting into the chess, Eric, I was impressed, much like the rest of us watching, at just how this match started, right? Denis Lazavik coming out of the gate and taking a win against Magnus Carlsen just indicates to everyone who thought this might be a blowout that he's here to play.
I think it's good for the fans, but psychologically, it's so important for Denis. When you're the big underdog in a one-on-one match, we've seen some SEC matches. You start off poorly, you start questioning yourself, can I actually beat this guy? But Denis pulling off that early win, and then the most recent game where he held the draw in a position that guys like Magnus thrive in, that's going to give him the confidence boost needed, and that's so important when you're playing Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, and what do you think of, as the players were heading to that break there, couldn't help but notice that Denis was taking the time to even sign an autograph as well, and he gave a very short interview as well. Eric, what do you make of that? Can you really remove yourself from...
It was crazy. Lazavik's giving interviews.
I don't know that I could. It just speaks to his maturity.
I think that's very tough, but it shows that probably he is more relaxed, and that's
Guys, I absolutely have to hit the bio.
Playing on such a big stage like
Be
this.
back in 1 second. I'm going to leave you with this.
The maturity of him as he's an elite speed chess player online, getting better year by year. He feels more comfortable, and it's going to pay off.
That's right, and here he is. Did he just sign another one on the way back to his seat? That's Denis Lazavik, ladies and gentlemen, as there he is taking his seat to continue this 5-minute section. Would you say, Eric, that at the moment, more or less, is he in a spot that he'd be happy with, thinking before the match started?
I mean, I'm not sure you want to be down, a point against Magnus, but that it might happen.
Yeah.
Having that win under his belt, also holding that tough position, I think he's okay. He's good at every time control, and there's no margin right now that's intimidating or that can cause second, doubting yourself, tilt. No, right now he has all the reason to be optimistic.
Exactly right. Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen taking his seat as well, and what was obviously a rocky start, I think same can be said for Magnus, that he's held his composure and he didn't let that first result really change how this 5+1 portion has gone thus far.
Yeah,
What I miss-
he knows that Denis is,
What I miss-
on paper, Magnus being the big favorite, but he knows going into today, it wasn't going to be easy, and he's ready for it. At what point do we start calling him Mustache Magnus? This is
Mustache
Magnus.
Magnus.
This is a trial of his new look as well.
It is. We'll be obviously paying close attention to the results that
imagine
he's scoring with this look, because maybe
people
we're
being so
wondering if
worried
it's
about the
gonna
way you
disappear
look.
If he doesn't win the
I'll
match
tell you
for
something.
tomorrow.
When I first came to Texas and I started playing gigs at nightclubs, I wore a straw cowboy hat. I have it in the back room. like just a white hat, like a George Strait hat, but not as fancy. And then at one point, I stopped wearing the hat. And they wouldn't leave me alone. They wouldn't leave me alone. Everyone I see, they're all, where's your hat? Where's your hat? It's like, I wasn't born with the hat. I just bought the hat like a year ago. I'm 40 years old. Like, the hat is not me. You know what I mean? But people get used to seeing you a certain way, right?
But there's a lot of new players coming in. It'd be great for them to know about Denis Lazavik.
The headphones, I'll tell you, Joseph.
For him to gain a lot of fans.
It's by listening to this, I would have to have that on my speakers. And it's coming on the speakers. When I talk, my mic is on, and the speakers, it would come through here. I did some testing. And when I go use Discord when we're gaming, I use the headphones as well. Look at this, guys. Look at El Centro. Oh, yeah, right here.
Or moments when you need a decisive result.
Yeah, and one thing I've noticed already about the position is the rook has slid to the e8 square.
It's a King's Indian,
we
guys.
saw the position close with the move d5. That's something that usually you want to time when the black rook moves over.
King's Indian defense by Magnus. Big El Centro with spatulas for Denis. Oh, no, Magnus is... Magnus is playing white. Okay, Lazavik is playing the King's Indian. Problem is, everything you do is against Magnus.
Striving for a close position against Magnus.
Oh, the headphones, the players.
When you look at the styles,
Probably a couple of things. The players are using headphones probably for a couple of reasons. One is to make it quiet because there's a live audience. And the live audience might make noise. And it could be distracting. Another thing is... what, maybe to hear the sounds? Hear the sounds of the pieces moving? I mean, they could have speakers, I guess, if you wanted not to wear headphones. I don't know if they have to wear the headphones. But I think they had headphones at Checkmate, USA versus India. I think they had isolation headphones that they could use. They could wear if they wanted to, but they didn't have to or something. Or no, maybe that was in Vegas. Freestyle. One of those tournaments that had headphones. You can wear them if you wanted to. You didn't have to.
Before it all, I have to be honest.
I'm interested in this position here.
Playing A3, B4. Look at the knights on C3 and D3. Look at the bishop on E3. They're ready to support this B4, C5.
Yeah, white is attacking on the queen side.
Generally, the King's Indian.
Black needs to get knight H5.
Push your pawns forward. Here, even if white prepares b4 in the future,
and f4, f5, f4, or even knight g8, f5, f4.
Yeah, that seems unusual. With King H8 might feel unusual as well, but connected with that idea of knight G8 and bishop H6, for the moment, it looks like white's going to play queen D2, and it's just been played on the board. That prevents that knight G8 move for the moment from having an impact with bishop H6, but you can still achieve it. H5, King H7, bishop H6 if you want to go for that plan, or rook F8.
What I tell you guys, I called it before they said it. I mean, it's Black's plan.
When it comes to the king.
It's okay. F5.
Yeah, I'm really curious what Magnus is striving for here, because once F5 is played, I mean, even this rook on A3, I'm not exactly sure where it's headed. Investing some time with moves like that, it feels like a good King's Indian. Black's plan is clear, and sometimes that's a huge advantage in Blitz. This time controls, we've moved to the 3-1 portion, so having a clear plan where you know your next 3-4 moves, you want to pressure the king side, that should probably manifest into a time advantage for Lazavik.
Yeah, now pay attention to the maneuvering here. The rook on A3 now comes alive to perhaps go over to the G3 square in the future, or at least exert some support along the third rank. The bishop is
right. I saw them put in earplugs first.
Highlighting that knight on F2, multi-purpose. You can bring it to D1 and to E3.
Joseph, I think if you're seeing earplugs and then phones, it's 2 layers. The earplugs to get to mute sound, and then sound canceling earphones, headphones 4 more layers, right? You know, one of the best ways to make a soundproof room is to make a soundproof room and then build another room on top of it. Not touching it. You know what I'm saying? Multiple layers.
Scary to allow the queen to come out. In terms of adding more pressure, though, how do you continue? It does look like white, has that bishop to d4 move in order to have that rook.
I'm not getting sick,
sliding
guys.
over to
I don't think I'm
g3,
getting sick.
So everything looks defended for the moment.
Well, I think it's clear for black. The queen looks nice on h4 and it can't be harassed easily, but you need more pieces. So knight e7, the knight might join on g6, and then on g6 it supports h4, also pressures f4.
Is Maggie flipping the script?
I'm curious what Magnus is going to decide. Do you play g5 at some point? Are you worried about the g file opening up? But it's a very risky approach, and it's at some point the position's going to open up, and then clock will be a big factor. You don't want a position like this when you're under a minute.
Exactly right. This is a position that's going to be very difficult to play very soon. The opening, I think most of the time I would say the players kind of minded their own business. They each had their plans they were trying to achieve. Now there's tension in the position and things need to be decided. At some point, black can capture on the g4 square, and that will open up that f file for pressure on the f4 pawn.
G5 I was looking at, the idea is maybe you can try to trap the queen. The queen doesn't
That is
have
so funny, though. You asked
room.
about the headphones.
Maybe in the
And I'm
future
like,
you go knight
I'm wearing them
H1,
because of the...
bishop F2.
You're like, no, the players, Charlie, not you.
It's in time. H6, knight H1 takes, bishop F2, there's queen takes F4. Not sure if Magnus missed the tactic here, because if the G file opens up, feels like black's attacking chances increase exponentially.
It's the last cup of
Yeah,
coffee
that's exactly
till...
right. You talk about the odds coming in.
Well, we won't
for
make any
Magnus on
rules, but
Polymark.
I'm
They're
just
definitely
don't need
gonna be
more right now.
affected by even just a single game when it comes to a match like this. I see this position as one that could go very, very
drink
wrong,
water.
if not wrong already for white. We weren't sure about this a4 plan, and honestly, Eric, the queen side has been totally forgotten. It's all about the king side. This is a king's Indian
They're
dream.
both playing... Yeah.
You want to look at imbalances. The knight on B5
They're both
looks
playing on the
nice
king
there,
side.
The knight on A6 defends C7. So then we have to look at the rest of the pieces. And black's
Rook
goal
G8.
is to use every other piece, the bishop, the knight, the rooks, transfer them over to the king side and attack this weak king on G2. So expecting to see knight G6, rook G8. The F4 pawn's also pretty loose. I don't see the compensation from Magnus opening up his king side, but there's no pressure on
times
Yeah, there's
even.
also this idea, this knight on A6
Lazavik has an
really just
advantage
covering the
and an
C7
easier
pawn
plan, I
element.
think.
But in the future,
Both their
we could
kings
see
look
the bishop
open, but I
trade for the knight
think
on B5.
Magnus's
That
king
knight will jump
is
into the C5 square, and as the pieces shift over to the king side, look for that knight
in
to
more
potentially
danger
wedge itself
than
C5
Dennis's is.
into D3. That will disconnect that rook from A3. That could play a major role in the future.
In knight C5, white, when you look at exchanges, you generally don't want to trade off your dark squared bishop.
They got a new producer, guys.
Holding the F4 pawn. With
The new
bishop D4,
producer,
you can trade it off because it's
Buck,
black's
it's so
dark
funny.
squared
They're
bishop.
saying it in the other chat, too.
only exchange.
I don't understand why they're doing it like this this time.
Unchallenged.
They're trying something new. They keep showing the people, and less board and more people.
F4, H3.
We'll see when it turns into faster time controls.
Knight on H4 is very strong.
Because you're going to blink,
The F3 and
and the game will be halfway over. You know what I mean? So they're probably going to have to stay focused on the board more
cover one at a time. So there could be a situation
as
where,
we get to the faster time controls. Just getting started. You know it, Joseph.
Into the D3 square.
Yeah, I think we'll see knight C5 just because.
Okay, Maggie's up a little bit of time. They're it's getting even.
Rook honest on A3, hitting A4. And Dennis knows that Magnus is not trading off this dark square bishop for the knight. But if you don't trade it off for the knight, then this knight has an outpost for the rest of the game, and that's a huge improvement.
That's right. Knight C5, if white were to play a move like B3 to guard the A-pawn, disaster really, because the coordination is completely ruined. The rook on A3
Yeah,
can
there goes
no
the
longer
rook.
help on the king side, and the rooks are shifting and probably doubling soon on the G file.
I love black's position here. When I compare the pieces, once the knight reaches the C5,
Yeah.
it's an outpost, the bishop on E2 is blocked by white's own pawns. The knight on H4 is better than knight on G3. Why? It defends F5, it opens up the G file, and maybe black can start doubling on the G file. And I just don't see the initiative or compensation from Magnus whatsoever.
Yeah, we see knight to h5 played. So hitting the f6
Yep.
square, the g7
And black is
square,
always
you see the
threatening knight
blue
d5
arrow
or knight
indicating
f3.
d3.
I mean, knight
highlighted
d3 or
this
knight f3.
earlier in the game because I knew at some point the coordination
Plays
would
it.
be ruined. Knight f3 instead, though.
Rook e4, that's an exchange
Whoa.
sacrifice. But if you give black connected past pawns,
That is,
probably
yeah.
worth much more than an exchange.
Yeah, he can't take it.
Immediately declined.
Now you take
The
f4.
knight can take that rook eventually, but for now, priority on eliminating that strong f3 pawn. So more to think about here for Dennis.
That was a great, like Magnus could not take the exchange. That was a forced move, I think.
Absolutely, and the rook has to join the game. There was no way to play b3. So the rook on a3. You're
Takes,
almost down a
takes,
rook at
takes,
that point. So
takes.
despite the
Knight
pawn
d3.
here,
Plays knight
this
d3
move is
now.
forced, and already we see a sacrifice.
Rook and knight for a queen, but the f5 pawn is weak, and so then if you can pick that
It's
up, that's
falling.
a rook and a pawn for a queen. Might not be
There's a lot of white weaknesses, though.
getting close to equality.
Yeah, but this is a type of equal that there's going to be big chances for both sides. This
For
is
black.
The equal where, you know, you change the channel and say this is going to be a draw.
There's a
Not
weak
at all.
king.
Look at that
White's-
eval bar climbing.
Rook
He
to
blundered.
f3, preparing rook h4, pinning the queen, and I'm not sure where Magnus can place the queen safely.
Yeah, at this point I'm wondering.
That's a good one.
I'm wondering.
Magnus is playing
how
black.
Dennis is going to get out of this because rook h4 is just so strong. And look at the best move is b3, just
No,
improving the position slowly.
Dennis is playing black, right?
That is a Magnus move, but
I can
under
never
20
tell
seconds,
with
he
this.
finds it.
Amazing.
I never know.
H4 isn't ready to be played yet, so White wants to slowly improve the position because it's hard for Black
I
to
think
find a move.
Magnus's name,
Where do you place
where
your
it,
queen?
where
Where do you
it says
place the
points
king?
2.5,
There's forks,
and it's
pins.
white,
Yeah,
and
you
his
can
clock is
play
white, that
the
means Magnus is playing white.
And then
Okay.
Blunders, by the way.
Well, rook
Yeah.
takes
They should have
f5 can be
the
played,
names
but
on
the
top
problem
and the
is
bottom
b3
on
has
each side of the
solidified
board
the
where
a-pawn.
when you
That's
sit
a
on the
big
white side of the
deal
board,
for
you
this
know.
variation,
You know what I mean?
And the king placement on h8 is not where it wants to be.
They confuse me, guys. I'm not a smart man. With the coffee, you feeling okay? Yeah, I
Let's have a
am.
look at this endgame. Rook endgames are so
I'm
tricky.
awake now,
We're
finally.
even starting to see the possibility that
How?
those pawns could just run. The h pawn and the b pawn split the attention.
Yeah, the only counterplay for Black is this d pawn and maybe cutting the White's king off and coming up with some back ring threats. But rook b5, that looks like it's it.
Amazing technique. Getting the
No,
rook behind
Dennis
the
is
pawn
black.
And a few checks, but once that rook has to go backwards, there's
Watch the clock.
no hope here. And that will be a resignation. And despite the head shake, great technique when it came down to it.
Yeah, it's easy to misplay.
Yeah.
You'd have no time to calculate.
Yeah,
those rook
Dennis
pawn
was
engagements,
black.
Pure instincts, and it paid off for
I'm
Magnus.
telling you, Joseph, it's confusing.
Yeah, no, he absolutely
The way they
was.
were talking, it sounded like they were saying Magnus was black, and I'm like, no, Dennis is black. But it makes me wonder,
We sort of see this London
because it's a
system,
sideways
making an
thing.
appearance with the bishop on f4.
Like here, who's playing white, who's playing black? Well, I'm guessing Dennis is playing white because he
Honestly,
played
there are
black
so
last
many
game.
ways you can play against the London, but D6
And
is a
see
move
how
that indicates the
Dennis's
intention
clock
to
is
play
highlighted
E5.
white and his
You're
points
trying to take away that
are
E5 square from
highlighted
the bishop, and that's
right
why
here.
H3 was played
His
very
clock is
early,
highlighted
so they
white,
have
and his clock is highlighted
bishop
black
back.
Magnus, and this is black. That's supposed to tell you?
D6, a pretty flexible setup for Magnus.
You should put the name on the white side. On the white side. Under the board is white.
You can decide if you want C5,
Above the board is black.
breaks, challenge the center, or maybe
It's
castles,
clear.
rook on 8,
They change it, guys. They change it for people that are getting easily confused. Like me. I'm supposed to be the professional streamer and commentator, and I'm confused. No,
difficult pawn to capture in the
I knew
middle,
Dennis was
and
black
so what we
until
actually see
they
is
started
that
confusing me.
E5 was achieved in a way that you might not expect earlier. So
Gaining
it's
space,
kind of a
D5 gaining
how to
space, guys.
Pair with Queen E7.
Yeah,
Dennis to explain. It might look
Lazavik was
very-
better that
it
game.
shuts down the light square bishop, but it does
And had
improve
chances
Black's
to
light square
have a
diagonal.
clear
So
advantage and win.
double edge, knight C5,
Except he's
Magnus
playing
wants to
Magnus
play
Carlsen.
E5 next move to install this knight.
You think it's still clear regardless.
Possibility.
Slankster,
If you
I
go
get
B4
it,
right away,
Slankster.
There's knight C to E4, and all of a sudden,
I get it.
there could be some
But for
pressure on this
me,
long diagonal.
Yeah, the bishop on
Like-
H2. The reason that Black has
like right here, this one right here. If it was like this all the time, it'd be like, okay, Dennis is on the bottom. He's playing white. Magnus is on the top. He's playing black. This makes sense. But when they're when they put them on a side, I guess the one on the right, on the left is always the guy that plays white. Is that it? You read it right to left or something? It's to me, it's not clear, man. It's not clear.
Back to F4. Doesn't
But
feel good,
I can understand how
it's not part of the
you
game
get
right
it
now. I'd love
every
to maybe
time.
Pin the knight or bring it back to E3.
Yep.
I just don't.
And BG would support that idea of knight D4.
I'm
so
old. I
you'll
like it.
find out that
I like it the way it's always been.
Meanwhile, for black,
Slankter said, "I wonder why Lazavik has such good results on these computer tournaments and not over the board. Maybe he just sees the board better on the computer. Maybe so."
You put the knight here, long-term pressure on C7, but it's hard to sometimes evaluate. What if black's bishop on B7 was already blocked by the pawn? Might not be such a bad idea to trade it off for a knight.
yeah, absolutely. Knight D4. So basically, we're seeing knight D4 achieved. This is the plan that we outlined, and it was done in a nice way with knight B5 first. And now, if the
Bishop B5, knight B5. The knight on B5 is like it's on an outpost, but it's like,
or with the
what's
pawn
it doing
and
over there?
knight on C6 as well.
It's not that good of a square. There's nothing's happening over there.
Trades coming in, position's not changing too much. Evaluation-wise, both players have, some space here. Magnus has this good dark squared bishop. Dennis has this nice knight on B5. It's just optimizing some pieces that require it. And for me, when
I wonder what the
from Dennis's perspective, it's bishop F4 screaming.
what the
to be
tickets
played.
cost.
Needs to get back in the game.
Exactly.
Does anyone
right.
know?
This is you can just see the demeanor here. I don't
Is
think
anyone
this is a
watching my
position
stream
that's
sitting
scary to
in the
handle, but
audience right
the
now?
Space advantage. Maybe I give this
It's very
late nod
possible.
to white in this position. However, it's a game of color complex.
We could have
It's
multiple
light
people,
squares versus
multiple
dark
people
squares. You can
on the
see
scene, folks.
The control that white has of the light squares in the position, and for black, that dark squared bishop is so powerful.
One thing I want to mention from the previous game is Magnus had A4. In this position, if Dennis has time, he'd like to play B3, A3, and then B4, dislodge.
I almost want to like
space on the queen side. That takes a bit of time, so I'm not sure if he'll go for it, but it's an opportunity later on.
Let me see.
Exactly, and that's why we were so stunned by that A4 move, because it completely removes that possibility, and that is how white is going to kick that knight out from the C5 square and continue to actually make some progress in this position, which looks slightly better, but very difficult to actually break through. There's no targets, there's no weaknesses.
I really like this maneuver from Dennis, though.
It'd be a little bit of a trick to do right now.
Control of the E file.
Like this layout, just leave it like this. Well, they left it. Yeah, right. Yeah.
White does have a bit of a space advantage. Once B4 hits,
They're showing the crowd. You know, the funny thing is,
Magnus, so he's got to be urgent.
I'm not knocking it.
And speaking of urgent, knight into E4.
They got to turn out.
B4 would be a challenging move, but
If
okay,
if you expect this to be like like baseball or football or soccer or freaking hockey, this is a dismal turnout. For chess, it's not bad, but they keep showing the crowd like it's a big deal. Like, when you show a stadium for football where there's 200,000 people there, whoa, man, wow. There's 180 people in the room, and they keep showing the crowd. I don't know. How about showing the chess game? There's more people at home watching. What about us?
Here as well. One thing about this position is
No, dude, I got to tell you guys something.
And
Chess.com allows people like me to watch party this with you guys. That's awesome. I think they'd be like, it is against the rules, and we will get we will sue you. You know what I mean? So it's actually really cool. Chess.com, thank you. It's very cool. It's very cool that they allow that.
Queen E1 feels passive, feels like you're going in the wrong direction. That's right. And black has just a bunch of easy moves. King G7, slowly encroaching in.
Magnus is now up a full 2 points.
so easy to keep defended.
This game is about equal, but Magnus is up almost 2 minutes on the clock, a minute and a half on the clock.
The pressure of that dark square bishop trade plus the h4 pawn is more significant than perhaps the bishop pair.
Dennis feels is slipping away, or at least this segment slipping away. But when we go to 3 minute plus 2 second increment, Dennis could turn it around, folks. That could be his time control, and there's a lot. The games come faster. These are slow games. You can make up a lot of time in the faster games.
You could consider that exchange that he does so. The bishop on f1 was not the best piece in the position. The h4 pawn needs support, but of course the knight needs to be dealt with here. So I wonder,
maybe bishop e5 was the plan here. Oh, okay. Not
Bishop
quite.
e5 is very
Yeah, what do you
tricky.
guys think the
I was
odds
gonna
are?
say we might see repetition.
What do you guys think the odds are that the finals are Denis Lazovic versus Alireza Firouzja?
Magnus is going all out.
It could
He's willing to
happen.
Play a few more moves and perhaps a bishop e5 now.
I think there's positions to look at in the future where Magnus might be willing to sacrifice the c7 pawn for counterplay elsewhere. That might be the h4 pawn, might be the c4 pawn, but he's not intending to keep his queen on d8 for the rest of the game, just for the sake of defending c7.
But we're going to see something now.
Dennis
He
makes a
was in that
blunder.
position. The c4 pawn was hanging. And
He
so was
just
h4.
full Lazovic.
It's a good way to keep everything defended because queen d4 was impossible. Now the game is completely opened up.
Bishop f2. Bishop f2. If Magnus finds that there's mate threats on h4, and the dark squares are looking very weak.
The black queen is, the white queen is massively centralized, but the white queen is weak on the dark squares.
e7, not the right direction.
No, that's a missed opportunity. After a3, white has a bit of stability all of a sudden. Knight on b5 covers d6.
Lazovic is okay now
You can play g3 in the future.
because he's playing the white pieces. I think. I think this game ain't in a draw. Solar, I think you're probably right. How you doing, Solar?
Magnus not wanting to risk.
Good to see you, my
Although, as I
brother.
say that, c takes on d6. I wonder if is Magnus actually happy to be here because it looks like white has an
96% accuracy by Magnus and 95.8 for Dennis.
Games are really tough to evaluate. Computers might say this is equal, but that's based on maybe finding a perpetual.
It's a draw.
In this case, Dennis maybe down on time, didn't want to press things.
Yep, that makes perfect. And you do probably need to take it here. You know,
Magnus has so much more time. Wayne Windsor, how you doing, man? With a 4-year follower badge.
At this point, simple enough to take
Wayne,
that repetition and
I hope everything is good in your life, brother. Good to see you, man. 4-year follower badge, guys.
Here so far.
Solar says doing good. Been in Nebraska. Nice. Ready to go home. Okay, cool.
And then still hung in there. So I think.
Okay, we stopped the bleeding.
Okay with that result.
We stopped the bleeding.
The push he wanted, and then Magnus let him back in the game.
That went fast. It sure did, huh? Seems like yesterday.
Players upset at the result.
Lazavic's the type of player, after a loss, he's not coming out the next game guns a-blazing.
That's right.
Still sticks to his style.
CM Zerk, they did. They made a draw. But you know what? Dennis didn't lose.
Stay in the match. It's still
He stopped the bleeding.
close enough.
Yeah, no,
Now, he needs to win and bring it within one game.
Dennis is, and that is what you have to do in the speech.
And make Magnus scared.
In the match because anything can happen.
Center moved over to Facebook. Cool. You wanted to flex your 4-year badge as well, huh, Dave Center?
As Magnus with the white pieces.
How about me? Have I been Solar? I've been really good, man. Things are good over here. Joseph's happy for 70%. I get it, man. These guys are the best in the world, right? Yeah, things are good. We've been having fun with the gaming streams at night, guys. The chess streams are absolutely crushing it.
Prevent black from being solid with a move like b6.
New video up on YouTube, Glintstone Pebble only. Check it out.
Queen side push. Both opportunities. I actually played Magnus recently on the white side of this, and I can say it didn't end very well. These are some slow positions.
Facebook.
From both sides. Black would like
They
to
have
play
not
F5
been
at some
pushing
point.
me to new people very much. That means the only way we're going to get new people on Facebook is sharing.
You see this rook on E1
So if you
here,
haven't shared the stream, you guys like the stream, please hit the share button. Also, hitting the like button, follow button, and commenting won't hurt either. But shares, we're going to start pushing shares on Facebook, man. It's the only way, folks. Good to hear, yeah.
Yeah, that's a common
Cool,
one.
Solar. Good to see you're doing all right too, man.
You also head to the
I hope you make it
D4
home from
square.
Nebraska.
The move
You
that
will.
White is not that interested in playing is the move c3.
Okay, what do we got here?
D4, but you
Magnus is
are
playing white.
in that D pawn. So
I think.
sometimes black brings the knight to e6 to tempt white to play that c3 move.
Oh, I think that should be played. But here you need to clear the e6 square.
Yep.
Bishop f7.
White has a semi-open F file.
Give up your bishop pair. That's another tough decision.
Hey, Wayne Windsor, dude. Thank you, Wayne. Asking, you shall receive.
The knight on d2 in effect because the
You like the
knight's
drone
just gonna
video?
be
That was fun, huh?
not really interested that much. Here is a very
Dude, I had this drone. I've never flown a drone, and I don't know the laws. DBX Yeah, 161 or DBXL61. I don't know laws either, guys. So I was flying my drone like a little, like a 3-year-old girl might fly it. Very squeamish, but I don't know. I know what the rules were, so I was just trying to get some air on the porch. You know what I mean? It was fun, man. It was fun. We did that when we were iced in too. It was activities to do when we couldn't go anywhere.
Like your call of Queen G3,
The roads were
you get
impassable.
the F file, which makes the move E5 a little more desirable. And also after E5, should black capture or maybe push, there was bishop G5 in the position. So that's why black has also sidestepped with Queen D7.
Okay,
if you
E3.
trade those bishops as well.
E3 is a square,
Queen
folks.
E3 and bishop H6. That's another idea to just soften the king side. But we're going to see a lot of maneuvering in this one, and I'm still wondering how that c pawn is going to be.
The knight is on
If
A6
black
again,
plays knight
folks.
C4, probably going to see either rook C1 or knight E3 in order to watch that pawn temporarily.
Yeah, I think knight E3. I wasn't sure after knight B4, rook C1 if you can play knight A2 and then knight back to
That's
B4.
right.
I'm not sure about that. Probably not.
And knight E3, G5. You have to start considering that bishop does not have many squares. So perhaps there is this knight A2 almost repetition available.
Oh, B3 was bad.
Doesn't want to play knight A3.
Is equal. Is draw.
Big thing for Dennis here. He's down about 30 seconds. Knight A2. I was tempted by that. Okay, we do see the repetition.
Now he's calculated something here, obviously, because G5 is quite a risky.
Fortunately, yeah.
Bishop C7, rook C8, bishop D6. So you clear a path for that bishop, even though it looks like there's not one available.
And then after you clear the path, if it gets attacked anymore, you might have E5 cementing it.
Yep, and the knight can rejoin the C4 square. And
Yeah, I see it.
G5 for black is not good.
It's pretty strong.
At its core, G5 is a move you would never want to play. So you can only do it if you're 100% sure that you're trapping that bishop. In this
But you're
case,
not.
Not only does it not work, but I think.
But
Dennis
is
is also
bishop
not
C7
that
coming anyway? It is.
C5, this is a blunder, and it's just the same idea we looked at. The problem is C5 is hanging after the pawn pushed to B5. So after bishop
Oh.
C7, bishop D6.
And he's losing a piece.
Exchange or a pawn.
I mean, a
In
pawn.
the end, it was actually a more significant error than the move G5.
Maggie's
And
taking him out.
look at how
Why do so
quickly
many
that
people
bishop
draw
just
when they
rerouted,
trade
take
queens?
the pawn
Maybe I'm
back
still
to
too new,
E2,
but I think
where
losing
put
rooks
pressure
is
on
more
F6.
devastating than
Black
trading
now has to
queens.
move the rook back.
Devastating. What do you mean by
It is all
devastating?
white in this position. The C4
Wayne
square is
Windsor,
also
like,
under
shared,
white.
reacted. Wayne,
F6
thank you,
is
brother.
the most important pawn in the game. I think Magnus with H4 he's indicating. I'm not worried about A4.
See, trading queens is not a bad thing. It's a bad thing if it's not good for your position. Trading rooks is not a bad thing. It's a bad thing if it's bad for your position. Trading queens can be a really good thing. Trading rooks can be a really good thing. It depends on the position. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe his king is not
It's
in a
all
good
about the position, man.
I'm gonna trade and play an endgame.
You got to ask yourself, do I want to trade queens or not?
G4 is permanently stopping all F5 ideas.
Some people
Also
never
has
want to
this
trade queens,
plan of playing
even when they're
G5 for
losing.
white. You play that, you get that
Devastating
bishop
means
trade
hindering
that
a
you're
potential
looking to get,
checkmate.
and perhaps control of some dark squares. So let's say how he handles
Oh, you
this
mean like if
position.
there's an
Honestly,
attack
Eric,
going on?
There's no rush. Everything is defended. That knight on E3 is a hero at the moment.
Yeah, everything's defended, and it feels like Magnus has a few moves ready to be played. Like
Yeah, if you're attacking and your opponent's king is weak,
at some point,
he wants to trade queens.
D2 to C4.
Right?
Ways to improve the position.
So it's bad for the attacker if he's using the queen to attack.
E3 knight is everything. If that
It's a great way to stop an attack, is trade off the
So
attackers.
you have to keep a knight on E3. So that's why knight C4 was played. Should the bishop capture on C4, look at how the rook on E2 now defends the C pawn. You can recapture nicely with the knight. So really great maneuvering, getting the pieces to the right squares.
Look at them
We look at this
bishops.
position. What can Dennis attack? Everything is nicely covered, and under a minute, there's a 2-minute time advantage. This is close to being lost.
It is. F6 is hanging in this position. One of the reasons that I think Dennis has gone for this is because bishop takes on E3, puts us in an opposite bishop situation. But Eric, we're not close to a draw just yet. It is all Magnus.
He lost the
In
other
terms of the
opposite color
current position,
bishops on
F6
game
hanging.
2,
You
right,
can
guys?
push forward with D4 and D5.
Do you guys have record?
But I like the
Do you
counter
remember?
with C4. I think this is a good practical attempt.
Yeah, if you don't play C4, you're just permanently defending F6. That's passive. It's not going to work. C4, make things a bit...
Solar says, I think I can checkmate easier with 2 rooks than 1 queen. Do you mean against a lone king? Or do you mean in a middle game attacking a king?
Dennis, something like bishop a3, but
I'm not sure I understand that exactly what you're saying there.
C4, how you react to a move like this. If the knights
Because
get
rooks
traded, you
almost
get
never
closer to those, draw
checkmate a
positions
king in the middle game.
with opposite colored bishops on the board.
Queens
so you need to know
do.
what's coming next. So if d4, black
And if you're in an end game, it kind of depends. I mean, yeah, okay.
knight on the side of the board that
But see, your opponent has rooks too. You know what I mean? Rooks get traded for rooks.
That's pretty safe. Probably a 2-result game. D4, probably
So
the
I don't
best move
know.
here, but the position gets a bit sharper.
He's using the brown board, folks. The brown board. Look at that. You can see his pieces.
And at some point wants to target the A4 pawn.
Those keyboards look cheesy, bro. They can't give him a nice mechanical keyboard with a nice click to it.
capture, just so there's no
Maybe they don't want the
C3,
audio.
which might win that night. And instead, we're getting a very similar position, but I think Magnus didn't want the risk of a black pawn on c3. So just
Tiny
traded
board,
the C
folks.
pawns first, or chose a
Magnus
variation
still has
and
his
then-
advantage for those of you at home who can't see the board. Yeah. Not going to complain. Chess.com, God bless him.
Trying to target the A4 pawn. There's nothing else that's loose right now. It's,
Yeah, completely agree. A4 being on a light square.
and there's not many pieces you can use. The rook on f8 is still tied to the f6 pawn.
There you go, bishop b3.
He just has to play moves. I mean, just down a minute and change. Can't afford to get under a few seconds. And
Dennis always plays well against Magnus. I mean, he's not getting thrown. He's not getting blown away. He's only getting beat 2-1 against the best chess player that's ever touched a chess piece. So you could actually say Dennis is doing very well
I think you can double the rooks here.
because he's kind of supposed to lose, right?
Oh, rook e8. There's an f5 move if you move your king up.
We got 12 minutes left on this time format. Then we're going to 3 minutes plus 2 seconds, I think, right? Is it 3 plus 2 or 3 plus 1?
He takes e3.
Does anyone know? I'm going to check it right now, guys.
His hand is in the air. He can't believe what he's just allowed because
Chess.com.
first of all, he missed the compose and not end up worse. But this is
And
just
then
Let's see if he can hold
watch
his
Speed
position
Chess
back after
Championship.
Rook takes b4, rook takes d5. We should be headed towards a drop. That outside a pawn, Eric. And better
Not
king
is it
placement for white,
schedule or
still a little
home?
bit tricky.
Format.
This is a theoretical draw.
There's no
It might
form.
be between 2 or 3 moves, and you
Why is there
don't
no
have time
format?
to actually
Why didn't it tell me format?
which one it is.
It's gonna be right here.
Play with black's f pawn is going to be really helpful.
90 minutes of 5 plus 1, 60 minutes of 3 plus 1, 30 minutes of 1 plus 1. Okay, so it's 3 plus 1.
Get to this position.
Got
Made a
it.
Mistake before and turned it into a win. So let's see if he can do it.
So in 11 minutes, they'll take a short break. They'll come back for 60 minutes of 3 plus 1. Those games are going to be a lot more exciting. And I would think Lazavik may have a chance to win a game or two in a row and narrow.
Listen, Magnus Carlsen now has the pawn all the way on h7, and if you bring the
The
king
deficit.
to g6, it's no help, Eric. You can't capture the pawn because the a pawn goes all the way, and Magnus wins that game after initially making.
Do you guys know why?
Being up on time really helped him there because
You guys know why Magnus is doing this when he wins, right? Because he knows he didn't play perfect. He's not like, yeah, I beat that guy, knowing he played bad moves. You must agonize over every miss. Whenever you screw up, you need to learn from it. You need to suffer a little bit of pain and admit it and figure out how you can do better. That's why Magnus is so good. He won, and he's going like this because he knows he didn't play perfect. He's looking back at mistakes he made, and it bothers him, even though he won.
Well, in this position,
Winning
I know
isn't
Eric can help us
isn't
notice it. Looks like we've got
winning
the
doesn't
same
make you
game,
better.
But if you flip the colors, because this is actually the exact setup.
You know
that
what
we
I'm
saw,
saying?
Used previously
Knowing when you screwed
by
up and
Magnus
fixing it
Carlsen.
makes you
Kind of
better.
Interesting to see a 100% flip.
I love
And
that.
what I'm
I
used
love to
is
see
that
him win
bishop
and
for black goes to
shake his
E7
head.
instead of d6, and that's
And it
a
wasn't
little
really
bit
obvious
because
either.
of
It's
his
not like
E5 approach. We see E4,
Lazavik dropped a
and
piece or
it's
something.
the same idea that was used because that loose g7 pawn, and in this case, the pawn
What do you guys think?
protected
You
on
guys like the
e4.
Chess Bras commentators? I like them.
Yeah, I'm not used to. I think Dennis is
I
definitely
like
added
him.
some more openings to his repertoire since I.
If you're new to the stream, my name's Charlie. I play guitar, I play chess. We play Elden Ring and other games after dark. I stream chess 4 times a week at least. This is my 5th stream this week, and you know what? Probably going to be doing the finals tomorrow, folks.
Just immediately looking at this position. With
Can I get up that early again 2 days in a row?
Bishops, that's a pretty.
We're going to find out.
Magnus looks like he's literally in his comfort zone right now
Oh, yeah,
on the
he's leaning
camera.
back.
Yeah, I don't know if he's really succeeded, but I think that was the intention.
Bishop on
Trading
F3
off
looks
those
kind of
dark
dumb.
bishops and playing E5. To be honest, I think this may have backfired from a practical perspective. We can see the evaluation bar, enjoys White's position, but I look at it a
Castle.
little bit differently, Eric. I see that White has that bishop on F3. Not the best piece, of course, a very equal position, but I think from a practical perspective, you're happy to get E5, fix that E4 pawn on a
What do you
light
do,
square,
little Denny?
and, look to play Queen E7.
Speaking, dude, every time I see Dennis Lazovic play it, I want Moons Over My Hammy or something. Denny's. I want Denny's, guys.
Because you don't want it aimed at just your pawn on E4. Ideally, you have a rook or another piece defending it.
B3.
Find a diagonal.
I would never play B3.
Maybe is eventually play G3, Bishop G2.
G3, Bishop G2 is what I was looking at before he played B3.
Long castle, Eric, what do you make
Or
of
B3 is
that?
maybe already in.
I mean,
Long
it's actually
castle's
matched
weird.
Immediately by White, which makes perfect sense.
Yeah,
but I was
King
surprised
B2.
that Black didn't go king side. It did not look that dangerous on the king side.
No, I think Magnus was just like, I'm just gonna symmetrical castle queen side.
Mhm.
Doesn't see much danger in this, which makes sense.
There's
Limited
nothing.
material. It's like
There's not a
White's
bunch
in
of weak
position.
squares. There's a square in F4, but like I said, G3 is no big deal. G3, Bishop G2, with ideas of F4 later if you want to.
E5 real. Can you actually turn that into? Can you create a weakness? The knight looks good on C4. The queen looks good on C3. But what's
The knight is good on
next
C4.
thing?
It's the
What's
best knight on the
next
board,
additional
guys.
piece? If you just play natural moves, I mean, I guess there's an issue here, right? This knight on D7, when it moves, there's rook takes D8 and E5 falls. So is Dennis just arguing Black's running out of natural moves?
Exactly. Yeah, the knight on D7 can't move currently unless there's a well-calculated line that also wins the E4 pawn back.
Streamrock comes in,
Does
folks.
not look easy to do. And benefit for White is that while you've both castled, White's king has an escape square. So Black has to spend that extra time to maybe play A6. And I know you mentioned it's probably unlikely, but a good waiting move for White almost seems like A4, A5. Or maybe your idea of G3, bishop back to G2. You could even consider H4 and bishop H3. Piercing pin on that long diagonal area.
Yeah, the more I look at this position, I think I underestimated White's setup. It's hard for Magnus to trade off or challenge the position. Just this long-term pressure.
No, White is clearly better here.
White.
Wow.
Black's not in a position to get a pawn on F6, and even
He says, hey, my bishop on F3 sucks.
you have just some
Trade it.
free space on the queen side to play A5, maybe hint at A6, grab a little bit of space. You also have the D file. It might be somewhat of a symmetrical position, but where White has all the advantages. Little bit
You hear
more
that? They're
space,
clapping in the crowd.
the D file.
Did you hear that?
D2. If I'm just going to play simple chess, Rook D2,
And
Rook
Eric,
E
I think I
D1.
can hear that there's a "Let's Go Dennis" chant live in the audience right now. We get a glimpse of that on the cam there. So
They're trying to
rallying
concentrate.
behind Dennis. Also
It's a
because
chess
of the
tournament.
situation in the match and with the time taken.
It's never going to be exciting.
No, the fans know how important this game is, and you've seen.
I
How
mean,
Dennis
it's
has been
exciting,
playing
but
it
it's
so
exciting
far. You mentioned
on a chess
underestimated
level.
position. I feel the same way. Perhaps
Not a-
Magnus also did.
They're trying to play chess.
Magnus is definitely down a few moves and what looks to be a normal position, but Knight C5. The question still.
Okay, I
is,
think they
how
heard
does
Streamrock.
White
They got a
play
little
through?
excited.
said before,
I
it doesn't
I
seem
could
like
feel
bishop
that.
back to queen
There's
side.
definitely a vibe going on here.
Magnus is just a couple moves away from maybe getting a setup. Knight to E6, Rook to D8.
Yep.
So
I'm not
right
sure.
now, White is
I
ahead in
can barely see the board.
but that's
It's
not
teeny
permanent.
tiny.
And the move C6 for Magnus to kick that rook out of D5 is not a desirable move. You give up the B6 square, you give up the D6 square. So he's looking to hold steady, and while this gives up D7, it's only momentary. Because that knight can jump into the D4 square.
Can't you
it's
just
not
click
like that
this and
rook's
say
staying on D7
duplicate?
forever.
Definitely not. And I want to say a long-term plan. If White doesn't get pressure, look for Magnus to maybe consider H4 as a move.
Yep.
Fix these pawns. The knight will be able to slide into
I'm gonna try something,
F4
guys.
and put long-term pressure on G2.
I think I can do this pretty
right now,
quick.
though, Magnus has to find a safe
As
position.
long as
Queen,
nope.
Yeah.
I gotta wait till they go to that. When they go to that scene again, I'm gonna try and steal that little board and make it bigger.
Long-term problem. If you don't make something happen as
With our own production value here at Charlie Sardo Gaming.
could be in some trouble in
Because
some of those endgames.
you absolutely love to see it,
I
folks.
want to play H4 on, but there's rook D8, and again, too many trades. There's no edge for white.
Yeah, White's advantage has gone away a little bit.
Magnus is, he's still kind of in his chair, looking comfortable. I think he's had to do more work than he expected, but what
The rook is shrunk like bull, but
tons of pressure in the position has
the
turned
knight
into the E5 pawn fully
E6.
defended. The knight on E6 heading to F4, D4, and rook D8 supported by the queen, the knight. I mean, what do you do other than
Come to
acquiesce
F4,
all these
it
trades?
come to
I
D4.
guess with knight E3, the knight's good on D5 in some positions without the rooks. You can target F6, but also frees up the queen for this queen C4 move. And the point is just to prevent Magnus from being able to play rook D7, trade off the rooks, and bring another rook behind.
That's right. Now,
wow, there's
White
a
is
line
winning.
Here.
No.
You see these arrows, Amon.
Oh,
that's
my
easy to
goodness.
miss.
Okay, yeah. I was
He had
about
queen
to say,
takes?
That is crazy. Queen takes E6, everybody. Would have been a pure sacrifice. And
Show
you
us.
have to show that, Eric, on the
Check.
board. King to A7. And
Knight
the problem
D5.
is if you play C6 in a position like this, there's a mating net on A8 with knight B6, with knight C7. This is an unbelievable concept, and honestly, no wonder it wasn't spotted.
It's a nasty concept, and we can go even further. Like B5, you find rook A8 check.
Oh my goodness.
Rook takes A6. Very hard to find.
That's insane.
People will analyze that after the match. But
Wow.
that was a remarkable chance.
He had a queen sack, guys. He
And
didn't
back to
see
the
it.
live position here. That would have been a crazy way for this game to end, but honestly, much more expected is what we see on the board here. In terms of
The other day when we were doing our Trap the Queen challenge, I'm starting to edit the stream to make it into a video, and I saw a shot, man, that I missed.
He's generally okay with
Kind of like that.
I mean, there's still time in the match. He doesn't have to go for a win here. And
Oh my God, tactics, guys. Tactics. We need to work on our tactics.
No weak pawns.
Can they dunk the pieces they take? Like in a mini hoop. Well, Hikaru did at Checkmate USA versus India. He took Gukesh's king and he threw it into the crowd.
E5 is the weakness, but Magnus is baiting it. It seems like.
Yeah. Exactly.
That's about as dunky as it gets.
After king to F2, now you have
Did
to
I-
think about the E5 pawn. But I think
Where'd I put my-
That was the moment. Are we
Huh.
going to see king C5 and maybe play for something more? No, king E6, of course. Magnus with the lead in the match. No need to do anything crazy.
I think Magnus probably knew that move was there too.
Yeah, that's right.
B7 could be weak. Knight A4, Knight C5 is an idea. Magnus.
It's almost 9 o'clock, folks.
For white. You don't want to have
3 hours, I think, till Hikaru starts. Oh, I was going to keep that window open, and I didn't.
It's not necessarily the best situation because
What time does the Hikaru match start?
If you capture on H4,
I mean, okay, we're
and
still in this one.
outside
One thing at a
pass
time,
ball
guys.
over
But I'm just
to
saying.
Magnus. So I don't think you want
Let
to
me
play
see.
E3, which is why we might sort of see the
Sked
deadlock here with
Jewel.
King E3 and King E7.
But you have to be careful if you just keep pushing your pawns. At some point, Magnus might
Oh,
switch.
yeah, no, yeah. 2 hours after the
Exactly. This exchange
PST.
right here locks up the
So
king
at
side
noon,
completely.
at noon is the
G4
Hikaru
solidifies
match.
that despite
I'm just
the
gonna minimize
amazing
that.
outside pass pawn, which is protected on H4, by the way. There's simply no progress for the king.
Is the roll?
That game ends in a draw. Look at that match clock, 40 seconds. We are going to get one more game, Eric.
one more game. Dennis needs to win this game, guys. Set the tone for the 3+2. Or 3+1.
Most of these blitz games.
Yeah, and in a lot of positions where you feel that Magnus excels, thrives, like he's going toe-to-toe in positions that, at the young age of 19, you might not expect.
More
in
Italiano,
this
guys.
Game, but we're seeing it here on the board.
Ooh.
Yeah, in terms of those technical positions, I think he's always been really strong.
Knight G4?
And he's just trying to add a bit of pop to his chess.
Yep.
Those critical moments, those like more tactical.
Now Knight
opportunities.
G4?
Yeah, we saw a crazy possible sacrifice in that last game, which I'm sure we're going to be talking about after the match. But right now, we're focused
No
on
more
this
Knight
one right
G4.
here. H3 has just been played. Such
So,
a crucial square.
Magnus is playing-
Control of in this opening here. Knight G4, Bishop G4.
I don't understand what's happening here.
5 here. Question is after Bishop C.
On my screen,
E7, and we do targeting the E4 pawn.
all the way
This is a
over.
very sharp opening. White has.
I think they're
pawn
fixing it.
center, but
Because it said Magnus Carlsen, but Dennis's picture was in it, right? Did it not just? Was that not backwards right there, guys? Did you guys see it? Oh, here's where I was gonna fix my thing. Well, I'm gonna try and do something here, guys.
Just gonna talk about on the board.
Paste.
That's still a more unusual move. It's a way of defending e4, and we might need to see knight d2 now in order to keep that e-pawn supported. Black kind of going for an all-in approach. Knight c4,
Okay.
trying to undermine the support
Now
of that
this one.
e-pawn, and white just maintaining it, hanging on.
Yeah, really double-edged because, I mean, if white wants to play f3, at some point doesn't want to defend.
Guys, I'm trying to do some magic.
Tactical ideas. There's knight d5.
I'm doing it for horizontal first.
C4, is it hanging? Well, you can take it, but then you lose e4, and then white's stuck with an isolated pawn on d4, which definitely means black's doing okay.
Yeah, rook to e1 is a move that supports the bishop so that f3 is more possible, but also, you know, supports the pawn on e4 as well.
Is that a little bit better?
Rook e1, maybe long-term preparing f3, bishop f2. At some point,
The thing is, I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to mute it every time.
not a good move.
But
Because after e5, your
we can
bishop
see the
is
board
blocked
now.
and it's opening up
You know what
white's
I'm saying?
bishop and queen.
Can I do that for
Another move that I was thinking of is bishop to a5. Sort of a weird way.
It's
to
gonna
put
be
pressure
hard
on
though,
the
man.
e4 pawn, 'cause that bishop cannot really
It's gonna be
help
hard.
attacking e4, but on
I
a5,
don't think I'm gonna be able to do it for vert.
It just somehow looks like an annoying square for white.
Now I can
It
come
is
back like
annoying.
this.
I actually don't see a move right now. I mean, it's white's move.
Yeah,
Bishop
man.
a5 would be.
Is that a
So
move,
Magnus
guys?
taking on c4 feels like.
Although
that's an
it
exception.
appears that there's no one watching on YouTube horizontal,
Yes,
and that makes me wonder
knight's on
why.
c4, but d4 is weak. And,
But that's okay. People come and go.
d5 square also
People
could be
come and go,
something with this
folks.
knight
It's
jump
like
into the future. It's like black
Karma Chameleon, like Boy George. They come and go. They come and go. Show me the magic, Oliver. I'm gonna show you now because you guys deserve it.
And also rook to the c file. I
Well,
suspect
I have
this
to wait
bishop
though.
e3 is likely to go back
I have to
the
wait
d2 square, while black's knight
until they go back
wants
to that
go to
other
d5,
board.
and that's kind of why the move d5 was just
Then I
played.
gotta
That
steal
was like
that
an
board
amazing
and make it
outpost.
bigger
I
and
thought
put
could
it
have been
on your
e5,
screen.
even on the previous turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna see, you know, a battle. of
Yo, Jay
weaknesses.
Cook, what's up, brother?
A6 is what Magnus is targeting. C7 maybe in the future, and D5.
We're having a watch
is
party.
Target for black. This D5 pawn, long term, doesn't have support with any other pawns, and so Magnus is arguing, you know what, we can trade. I can.
What's going on, Jay?
D5, put a rook
I hope
on
your life is
C5,
good.
And slowly, maybe get
Bonus Friday stream started at 6:45 a.m.
Something about this position that
I feel great right now. I'm gonna be exhausted later.
equal, it seems like there's almost more pressure.
I should
on
like
black
make
because
lunch
of the dual
after
weakness of
Hikaru
C7
plays Firouzja.
and A6. And so there's this idea
Make
of
some
like
lunch.
F5 and A5,
Take a
or
walk.
perhaps A5
Walk off my
first,
lunch.
and
Get a little
cement
exercise.
the knight there because you're controlling
Come back
the
and
E4.
just lay down and
I
sleep,
like A5 a lot, as you said, cementing it.
and then stay up all night again tonight
And you're not in time
for the finals
to bring that
tomorrow.
knight over unless you give up the D5 square. So
It's fun,
but
guys.
these are positions where Dennis does do very well in. I mean, just technical.
Hey, the position's very equal here.
Problem.
Magnus
Problem
is
at some
leading
point he does have
3
to start
points,
thinking
folks.
about where am I going to get my win? But with black, I don't think that's the case.
Yeah, I agree, and especially towards the end of the segment here,
Magnus is
has
playing the
been the
white
better player
pieces
here
because he's on the left.
one thus
Here,
far, but,
here.
This is probably just
Okay.
not the moment to go all out. But thinking about the match situation, eventually he's gonna have to go
Wait,
for a
this
little
one?
bit more than equality. With the black pieces, though, I think you can always be content.
Rook C to C4. I'm curious what Magnus is doing with those rooks. As black, G6, King G7.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
moves.
You're gonna make a
White can maybe
third.
Bring the king up to G2. It's hard for either side. We'll see if anyone takes a risk, but so far,
Oh, I gotta add.
the way the match is going.
Add
Headed towards,
window capture.
another draw.
Yeah,
SEC
certainly looks
full
like it.
vert shot.
However, a result here for either
Here
side
we
would
go.
be monumental for the match. And given how equal and drawn the position is at the moment, it would be a big blow to either player. They can see the match.
Here's your
draw.
magic, brother.
In front of them is at 0-0-0, which means this is
Oh,
the
wait,
final
here's your
game,
magic.
for them to focus on.
Yeah, just hard for either side to make progress. You can't move your.
Oh, wait,
pawn
I could do it like, I gotta do this
because
for,
B2 is always
there you go.
hanging. You can't target the A5 pawn with 2 pieces at the same time. You can't get to C7 because the knight's blocking it, and black well, d5 is well defended.
So when they go to the little board, I can do this, okay, guys?
The board is pretty much covered.
It's a little bit of manual labor, but you know what?
I mean, we're grasping at straws trying to come up with a real active plan. At least this gains some space. Here
Dude, I should literally.
Perhaps H5.
I can make a hotkey for it, bro.
G5 or G takes H5, but
I can make a hotkey and hit one button.
To assume anything.
Well, I hope Dennis with rook a8, if he's trying to play a4, that would be a big mistake. I don't think so, because then you could go b4, and this knight blockade is gone.
I go.
c7 all becomes a target.
I got to go to
Otherwise,
OBS source.
It's just a waiting move.
Yep.
Source visibility.
We're gonna see it, but rook takes
Drag it up into this one.
Float into your mind
Right.
all, Eric.
Title.
It's tempting, but black's in position.
Right here. See, like right here, I could do it.
Right after, I can even show a variation
Look.
where it feels like black is getting lots of counterplay down.
Is that evil, guys?
Rook e3 is an idea. Rook
But see,
a2. Feels
right
like
now I'm
rooks are
setting it up to where I can hit one button.
The best case is when
change them.
your opponent's rooks
Change them
stuck
both.
in a closed position. This is not close enough for me to pull the
okay.
trigger.
Yeah, and
This is gonna called
to go for something like that,
fix.
but we are seeing a repetition. I'm wondering whether this is going to be fully confirmed, because at the moment this is sort of
Source.
like the pre-draw offer, Eric, where both sides are sort of willing to do it, but no one's willing to go all the way just yet.
Yeah, I mean, no, it's like
The scene is watchchess.com.
tough.
Yeah, just slow moves.
And the source is called
that the king makes sense. Another
SEC vert.
That's true. Rook on E5,
Full shot
supports
2.
F5 and H5.
I like this.
This is
That one.
something.
Okay, and then this one I want to link.
Weakness, but now the rook was ready to recapture. Now h4 would be weak. Maybe f6.
Yep.
Or at some position, rook f8
Oh,
preparing f6.
you can only link
I
scenes.
see a little something here.
Yep, and there's
Yeah, you
it's
can't
hard
link
to prevent that, but
sources.
If you go rook to f8, there's no rook f4.
Well,
because
it's
the knight will
alright.
jump into the d3 square. So it's not that easy. Meanwhile, the knight on e3 is not going to f5. It's not going to g4. Those squares are controlled. There's an outside pass pawn on h5 that can be
I know what
created
happened.
with the move g5 in the future. So small
All right.
progress here, incremental progress for Denis Lazavik.
All right, well, I'll have to do it manually, guys. I won't be able to do it by hand, but still. I mean, I'll have to do it by hand, but
Played a little bit where black can decide.
every time they switch to the other scene, it's got the teeny tiny board.
Pass pawn potential, and at the same time,
You guys can't see the
white pawn's
board.
split on the king side. Yeah,
This scene is perfect. The other one, they want to keep showing the crowd. We're trying to play chess here. We're trying to watch chess. Late one, says Jay Cook. Was about to go to bed. Next minute, Charlie is on. Yeah, it's midnight. Ah, okay, Jay.
Take a risk, and we wonder whether he's
You gotta
going
work
to do
tomorrow?
that when the time comes.
Maybe he was waiting to see the clock situation. Magnus is still even on time.
Yep.
But I feel like if black is ahead on the clock, Dennis should be playing this for a win.
Is Doro?
Not quite.
We're gonna take a break.
Not going to take that risk. The segment ends with a draw, but Magnus Carlsen ultimately the better player. Eric,
Dude, it looked like they were shaking hands. Did you see that? They both went to like put something in the middle, and both their hands went.
The quality of the games. These would be very, very high quality games from Dennis. And he's acclimated himself well, but
Dennis is playing really, really good. And he's just playing the best chess player that ever lived. Gonna give an interview, Maggie? Sign some autographs? Like Dennis did?
No, it really was that flurry in the very first game to start things off, and Magnus has sort of settled in since then. We have John Sargent, who's with Magnus Carlsen for an interview. Take it away.
Okay, there we go. No work it's Sunday. Okay,
Thank you very
good.
much, folks. Magnus, a successful opening segment, but Dennis showing us that he has what it takes as well. Your thoughts on him as a competitor in general?
Well, he's really good. He plays well. Doesn't make it easy for me at all. So it's been a bit of a grind so far, and I expect that to continue.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Best of luck in the next segment. All right, folks.
He so doesn't want to do interviews.
On the stage now. We hope you guys have been enjoying
What do you
the
think
chess so
about him
far.
as a competitor? It's like, I just gotta say a bunch of stupid stuff so I can get on with my life.
Thanks, Sean. All right.
It's show business, though, right?
The score at the end doesn't reflect how it began. Levy, Denis Lazavik gets the first dub. What happened there? Where do we go next?
What I have learned from that first game and the emotions I feel inside is like the tennis world over the last couple of years. It's whenever Novak Djokovic loses the first set, it's actually a problem for his opponent. I definitely was cheering a little bit, not because I want to see Magnus lose, but I want to see a close match. match. And then I glance back, and it's like 5 wins for Magnus. So, yeah, it was kind of like
He's basically doing the, he's talking about tennis, guys.
he walked in after that. The quality of play has been amazing. And
Tennis?
I don't think the scoreline quite reflects just how accurate the games have been.
I might have to sweat. I don't want to play tennis. I'm a chess player. It's way too athletic, bro. Dude, the sun in the window looks weird, doesn't it? You guys never see the sun like that.
I was watching his account. He's playing non-stop as a preparation between Puzzle Rush and the 3-minute blitz games against anyone and everyone on chess.com. He will have a chance. I feel like, as you said, Levy, this match is a lot closer than what the result is reflecting.
Well, and I also wanted a close match, not even biased to Dennis, but I walked out in the crowd at one point, was leading a "Let's Go Dennis" chant. Whatever people do in the middle, remember, they really can't hear you. We'll see what happens as it goes.
Oh, that's what that was. It was "Let's Go Dennis."
Also, like, it's London. It's the home of chants for the home team. You know, they got to think of some melody.
I know, I feel like in America, they come out sporting events and they lead cheers. I shouldn't have to do that in London. You guys know all the chants. Invent your own one.
They have chants for every player. They got to get something
party started. There's got to be something going on.
I don't want to get copyright struck. So,
it might take a little more than a chant to help Dennis and his chances against the #1 player in the world. We understand that, but we'll see what the 3-1 has in store. Anyway, all right. Well, now
I heard it.
there you go. Well, we've got something coming up right now, which
What do we got coming up?
they can't hear you anymore. Too late. No, I'm kidding. All right. Well, we've got a lot of chess to get to. Of course, this is just the first match of the day. You all know that, but before we even get to the 3-1, we want to give you one of the best moments of the 5-1 segment, which Levy.
What'd you guys eat for breakfast?
Right now on. Oh, never mind. Okay, we're not gonna do the breakdown right now. It's not happening.
It was going to be great, I promise. It was going to be really good.
It's gonna be great. It's gonna be awesome when it happens. You're gonna be like, that was worth the wait. Better than the bow tie even. All right, keep it on. All right. Well, we are gonna then throw to a break. Before we do, I want to remind everybody, fans.
They can take a break. What'd you guys have for breakfast, man? Like I said, I've been up on. It's been really weird. I've been kind of up almost all night with little naps here and there. Is anyone going to play Judith Polgar versus the world? You can go on chess.com. You join. You vote. If your vote move wins, then it gets played against Judith. I had a 2 fried egg sandwich, non-toasted bread, very, very light mayonnaise, couple of fried eggs, drop them on some bread, little salt and pepper. Well, not exactly real salt, but pretend salt and pepper, some spices. And yes, that was my breakfast. It was really good. I knew I was going to have to go buy coffee, so I thought maybe I'll just buy something while I'm out to eat, but it's like, that's just, if I have food here, I should just eat here, right, guys? Yeah, so I did. I do have leftover dinner in the fridge, but it's still early, man. Maybe like when the Hikaru match starts, I'll nuke some of that and chomp on that. It's rice, black beans, tomatoes, chilies, chicken, and a bunch of hot stuff, red peppers and hot sauce and stuff like that. Chili powder. It's pretty spicy, guys. So, okay, a little 5-minute break. I'm cool with that. I would be literally sitting here watching this if I wasn't streaming, guys. So I really love the fact that I can show this, even if it's just a few of us hanging out. You know what I mean? We'll reach a few new people, grow the community a little bit, hang out, watch it together. What's Eric saying, guys?
As soon as White's king goes to c5, whoop, king comes back to d7. King goes back to d4, whoop, king goes back to e6. And there's literally nothing that White can do.
I've always appreciated him as a co-host, as a colleague, but I also truly enjoyed the moments when he was just a goofball Danya and he would do impressions.
And not to say that he would, actively lie, but, sometimes he could fudge it a little bit. Yes, this was preparation, but, it came out this exact position, but something similar, okay?
Also, he's one of my most favorite commentators. The way he uses the English language is just something I could never hope to achieve. Very beautiful to watch.
He's not bobbing his head any longer. You can see the sort of consternation on his face. Both players are just locked in concentration.
Consternation clip.
Consternation?
Consternation. Like he's...
That's not a word!
At one period, only for one period, they were both commentators at the same time. I was looking forward to like doing it with him, but it was a rotating roster, and he was with Levy. And when I was watching them commentate, him and Levy, I thought this is probably the best duo chemistry that I've seen. But also his like commentary with Robert, with Danny, I think you could just see how much fun they were having. It was not at all performative. It was just like very genuine love to talk.
Yeah,
about
him and
this.
Robert, great together. Him and Robert. That guy bought a board. See the guy in the front with the roll on? He's got the board because he wants to get signatures. You buy a board, you bring up a Sharpie, and you say, Magnus, can you sign this? And sometimes you get to sign. And then what do you do with it? I don't know, but you got it signed though, so that's cool. That'll be cool. You're not gonna, you can play on it because then it will wear off, right? You could frame it, I guess, put it in your chess room if you have a chess room. I want a chess room. We'll use the patented music, guys. There's nothing going on right now. 3 minutes left. Guys, it's going to get exciting because 3 minute with a 1 second increment is insanely faster than the 5 plus. Was that 5 plus 1 or 5 plus 2? Does anyone have a record? It was all 5. Yeah, it's plus 1. 5 plus 1, 3 plus 1, 1 plus 1. It's going to be a lot faster, guys. It's going to be a lot faster, more action-packed. Lazavik will have an opportunity for blunders. What if Magnus makes a couple blunders, man? He could be right back in the match, folks. This is going to go a lot quicker. This is only going to be 60 minutes of 3. Do you know how much faster 60 minutes of 3 minute goes than 90 minutes of 5 minute? It goes a lot faster than 30 minutes because it feels faster, because it is faster. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Oh, there's what's her face, guys. What's her name? The lady that invented the cow opening, guys. Anna Cramling's there. She went to London. Is Eric there, though? I don't think Eric's there. We haven't seen Eric. We only saw video of Eric doing the, talking about, Danya. Are they talking now, or are they just talking to the crowd? Yeah, no, they're talking to the crowd, man. They're just kind of, they're keeping the crowd warm. That's Anna Rudolph. Is that her name? Anna Rudolph and Anna Cramling. They're all named Anna. If you're a female chess player, your name has to be Anna. Anna Botez. Which one is that? You think you gotta admit, Hikaru has a tougher road to the finals than Magnus does, because Hikaru gets to play Alireza Gucci Firouzja. They call him Gucci because he took time off of chess to start his fashionista fashion line. He's very fashionable, guys. Like he designs clothes or something, or at least he started a brand. So, we'll see if Hikaru can dominate Firouzja. I don't know if it's going to happen. If Magnus is in the tournament, others are competing for a second spot. That's pretty much the deal. Oh, here. They're back. They're back.
Finals. This is the first match of the day between Magnus Carlsen and Denis Lazavik. But before we continue with the chess on the
Who's
board,
nervous guy?
I do want to introduce Lauren DeCosta. doing something incredible here in London and in England, and I would like you to talk about it, please, for everyone to know. What is your charitable project about?
He looks nervous,
So
folks.
My name's Lauren Da Costa, international master. Born and raised here in London, live in North London. So glad to see this tournament here. Yesterday we were invited by chess.com as part of their Chess is for Everyone project. They're trying to promote chess for all, basically everybody, right? And we were very happy to be invited yesterday. I brought 20 girls as part of my chess charity. We're called She Plays to Win. So the idea is we're trying to promote more girls into chess. You know, it's about 8% participation, not just in the UK, but in most countries in the world. So how can we get more girls into chess? And being inspired by other females like Anna.
And the other Anna, where are you,
and the other Anna, actually. Although I've yet to see the other Anna. Actually, I started the charity about 6 years ago. Been growing. We've got nearly 2,000 girls in the UK from primary school, secondary school, and university who are playing chess, making a really strong community of girls. Yesterday, we were invited by chess.com.
That's a good
Chess
thing.
For Everyone group to come yesterday. They were so happy to have pictures with Magnus,
Promoting chess for
Kari,
girls.
and Alireza. They had signings. They met Levi, I believe.
That's the footage. Oh, that's me. I was just going to talk about Magnus and Alireza, but sorry, I ruined it for you.
Some girls might, you know, think like, oh, that's not for girls. And then they never get exposed to it.
They got to play Badana Sivanandan.
They never get to enjoy it. They might really like it. So I think it's a really good thing. For kids, it's huge.
Super fun. And I'm so proud that not only am I doing what I'm doing, but that chess.com and the Chess is for Everyone group has partnered with us to kind of realize what we're trying to do. And I think it's really important.
So basically, he's saying
This is such a beautiful.
girl chess players matter, but chess.com is saying all chess players matter. I think.
Such an important project.
Chess.com wants to spread chess to everybody. He's focusing on
How can we help
a certain group that maybe doesn't get as much activity.
to get more girls and women into
It's
chess?
all
Because
good.
I'm one of
Spreading
those.
chess.
I would like to have more friends in the chess world, all right? Girls and ladies, I need you to start playing chess.
So basically, we're a charity. As I said, we've been going for about 6 years. So the idea is, we need support.
Oh, he didn't learn his he didn't have his pitch ready, guys.
Even more, I think we'll be reaching out to everybody if you don't mind.
We might have a talker,
Just basically
folks.
need any support. If you go on our website,
You gotta get to the details.
If anyone wants to support us, just get in touch and say, "Hi, Lauren. I heard you're on the."
This should have been done in 30 seconds, brother.
Yeah, tell us how we can.
I've been
get
up all
involved
night.
and help you promote the game.
Forgive me for the short attention span. Can't focus. I need you to, if you're gonna talk to me right now, buddy, I need you to give me something quick, rapid fire. Give me just the facts.
A way to get more girls to reach those top jobs and basically be where we think they should be. And I think chess is a fantastic.
Oh, there's a little girl with a little
as
pin.
well as to have fun as well.
She wants to get the Magnus.
Girls love playing online too, like on chess.com. But
She gets a Magnus autograph, folks.
just to enjoy the game, you know,
I wonder if you could get the Magnus autograph and like sell it the same day for like $20. That'd be a pretty quick turnover, guys.
person events. That's why I'm so proud that yesterday Chess is for Everyone allowed us.
Yo,
to come.
what happened to the
Lots of girls
timer?
got to miss a day of school and they were super excited.
Are they running late? What happened to the timer? There was a timer on screen before. It's not there now, folks.
For sharing that an incredibly important mission. You heard it from here, from Lauren, what you need to do, and we're gonna throw it back to Aman and Eric because
Here we go.
this is it, the Speeches Championship, the finals, and we are about to start the 3+1 portion.
Let's go. Now I feel like we're playing speed chess, guys.
Eric, how are you doing?
Thank you very much, Anna. Eric, we're in great spirits here. The chess has just been so electric. It delivered on everything, and just nice to see that segment, Girls in Chess. I know you and I both know Lauren in the chess community, in the chess world.
Now these guys live in Canada, right?
Involved in promoting Girls in Chess.
Did Danny freaking fly him out to London for this? I really like this. I like both chess bras in the same spot. I really do.
It's how things have changed since COVID with chess exploding among youth and women.
I think they both talk well. They're friends. They work well together. They have a successful channel.
So I wanted to first talk about, Eric, what the difference might be between 5 and 3 minutes. The score right now is 6-3. So Magnus, obviously, with that early lead. But when it comes to 3-minute chess, perhaps the time control that Dennis is the most familiar with, that he plays the most online, what is the main difference that might affect the playstyle?
Well, we look at some of these
Guys, this is fixing to start in a couple of minutes. It's probably going to start instantly. Magnus wouldn't even be going to the board if it wasn't starting. Hitting the bio takes 1 second. Be right back.
Dennis is one of the youngest, I think, Title Tuesday winners ever. As you mentioned, 3-minute time control, one of his best.
Exactly right. And we looked at the difference in some of those positions. You mentioned take 2 minutes off the clock, it completely changes. Now, that might mean that perhaps Magnus wins a lot of those positions, but I think the extra risk involved, given that the match is the way it is with a lead for Magnus Carlsen, I think you want more risk involved and more unpredictability from Dennis's perspective.
Yeah, no, variance is definitely good when you're trying to come back. And 3 points, we've seen many comebacks in the SEC with even larger margins. 3 points is nothing.
Absolutely right. I mean, things are going to be moving a lot quicker here as we get into the 3+1 portion. We've got a full hour of 3-minute chess, and of course, always Eric in the Speed Chess Championship with that 1 second increment.
Yeah, we haven't seen too many games where it came down to players trying to flag each other. I mean, that one end game that Magnus won, time was a factor, but for the most part, the players have done a very good job of, I mean, they're just playing strong chess and keeping, avoiding time trouble.
Exactly right. I wonder what Magnus is asking about here. Hopefully, we can't hear you and I. That might negatively affect performance. So
yeah, that was.
I want to make sure.
What happened? They haven't started. Okay, they're about to start. Oh, one thing I wanted to do, guys, and I should have done this earlier, but I'm doing it now. I'm going to check the stream.
Pick up the hot mic moments there, but probably it's just
Because I tested stuff earlier. Guys, I spent hours setting this up. You would think, like, you spent hours setting this up. I actually did. Because I had to test things. There's audio and different things happening, right?
Yeah, it was a brief interview with Magnus, but you could tell, like, he's happy with the lead, but it can be a frustrating match. I mean, some of those games,
I never actually went to the live and watched it.
Magnus holds himself
This is it live. Okay, wait.
I'm really excited that maybe we're going to see more and more of this, but this is Dennis Lazavik, Catalan, a system, and an opening. He is truly becoming one of the world leaders.
You know what?
He plays it all the time.
This is not bad.
He feels completely confident.
He plays it all the time, and you kind of wonder how you pick your opening.
My voice is perfect.
I think through this 5-minute portion,
The music is probably perfect. And I can bring them up a little bit.
Solid. It suits his style very well, and he's had world-class results.
Yeah, the first thing that I was going to draw attention to is exactly
I just did. Let me hear it.
How about C5, Knight C3,
And maybe I can bring the music down
before that
just a
A4
hair,
pawn,
guys.
Bishop D7 very quickly, reminding White to throw some tactics in the position to sort of defend that A4 pawn indirectly.
And Magnus is going to have to figure out how to open up those bishops on D7, E7. Right now, White enjoys just a healthy space advantage, which is all you can ask for coming out of the open.
Now you guys can hear it better, huh?
Looking at a move like
That's so much better.
maybe Black wants to play Knight H5.
Cool.
Sometimes
Now I'm going to look at my YouTube vertical stream and see what it looks like on a phone.
I'm also looking at Rook to D1. Starting to ask
I gotta go
myself,
to
would that
me.
actually prepare Knight takes A4, just as
And-
a way to perhaps win that A4 pawn, defending the D pawn with the rook.
This one.
You can, yeah, Bishop D2,
This one.
keeping the bishop, and F5.
Okay.
A very common idea. The knight on H5 will circle back to F6, maybe find a better square in E4.
You guys might be hearing. Let me
Same
turn that
time,
down a little
does
bit.
weaken the dark squares a
It
little
doesn't
bit,
look bad,
especially
man.
this
And you guys, here at Charlie Sardo Gaming, when they switch to the little board, and everyone complains about it in chat, I am the only one who has solved the problem. I have new tech. I have new tech to where you actually can still see the game, even better than any other stream. It's going to be absolutely amazing. So I'm really proud of that. Yeah, this looks good, man. This looks good. I'm pretty happy with it, guys. And I got that new tech. I might do some, if I really get stuck on this later, might do some even more tech later
So this, in some
to make the
ways,
finals.
is probably a little bit more of the position.
How are we doing
that,
to make the finals even better?
you'd like to have with White, where you
Dennis is playing white. He has a slight advantage.
Controlled. Once again, a battle of color complexes here. Black owns the E4 square, but that e6 pawn and the dark squares are a little bit weak. Plus, of course, you got
LG5.
those pawns on the queen side, Eric, that are moving up the board very quickly.
Yeah, I like White's position. The good thing for Magnus is by pushing the pawn on g4, it means when you place the knight on e4, you're blocking the e-file, and at least the e6 weakness is covered. Problem is, as you just alluded to, the queen side pushes, and this bishop on g2, are you looking to trade on e4? No. I want to play b5. Maybe in some positions, the bishop goes to f1 to assist a queenside assault.
Yep.
Can't really play bishop e5. You don't want to.
Like if you play rook f to b1, in this case we see rook a to b1, because I thought it might be an overcommitment to bring the other rook over. Look at that, h5. You know, if you start going for that b5 push, suddenly h5 is scary.
Here we go.
We all know, Eric.
Here's where we
you're
shine,
attacking on
folks.
both sides of the board.
See how the
Much
board is really
scarier
small?
when
It kind
someone's attacking your
of
king.
it kind of sucks.
Definitely.
Hey. Wait for it. Hey. There you go, folks.
Pushing the queen side.
Only here at Charlie Sardo Gaming.
You see them here on a5 and b4.
Tech is real.
They're stuck here, and right now it feels like Magnus has all the time in the world to set up something on the king side.
Might even be able
Yeah,
to.
we can see here, D takes on e4. It's all light square.
No, I
pawns,
think this is
dark square
perfect.
bishops
This
on
is
the board.
perfect.
It looks like this is slowly
But you see how
favoring Magnus in this
tiny
position.
the board they're
As
giving
pawns
us
are
is.
all fixed on
We have
dark squares.
improved.
You see that dark square bishop on f4.
They should hire
So,
me, guys.
looking at the
Chess.com should hire me.
Visually, in terms of the color complexes, Eric,
I'm going to be
what
famous,
happens
guys.
for black?
Really like what's happened.
That's
for
the magic,
black. It's a
Oliver.
sharp position.
Oliver Branch.
Dennis thrives in positions with a lot of control. Feels like he's losing a bit of control here with the H file opening up. And
We just
even
gotta
when
be
you
ready
look
to
at moves
switch
like rook
back.
D1 preparing B5, well, the position's different. Now White has to
One
look
thing
at
I
getting
never
checkmated.
remember.
So you can't play moves like B5 as easily. You have to really watch out.
Yep, this
The
is
H file is
scary.
about to open up.
This is scary, and the move played instantly, rook d1. You have to guard that pawn. Bishop e5 is no longer possible. It feels like an achievement a little bit to get queen g7, and now bishop to e5 is really
White
difficult.
has the bad bishop,
It's a huge
but
achievement. I mean, even
the
B5
bad
you
bishop
can't
is
play, A5 is
plenty
loose.
active.
Where is White's counterplay? Black is ready to open up on the H file by taking on G3. The moves are easy to play. You're already seeing a big time difference.
And I think at this point, after taking on g3, now we're going to see things double, perhaps triple even, on the H file. You're looking at moves like swinging the rook from A8 all the way over to H8. The queen, although it's just moved to D7, that was to defend the E6 pawn, and at any point, that queen can slide back over to H7, but no.
The massive
A5,
centralization.
this will
Black is
pawn
clearly
if
better.
captured.
Dennis
So
is
he takes
not
D5, look at that.
okay.
He takes D5. There's a lot of pressure in this position, and most importantly,
And he's down on the time.
F5 can now.
Lazavic's starting to get really be outplayed, guys.
There's a lot to watch out for. That bishop on G3, Eric, could be trapped soon.
The King G5 supporting F4. You can't afford to have your bishop trapped. But moves like bishop D6 push F4 anyways.
Yep.
And Magnus is going for check.
Okay, they're going to be switching back the boards here any minute.
Even care what happens
To
on
the big
queen
board.
side at all at this point. The rook can slide over to H8, F4, even F4 with F3 coming soon. This looks difficult, and you're going to have to run your king.
Yeah, I think F4 played first. It disconnects this bishop from defending H2.
They just want to show they're so proud of the room.
Taking on D4, not a problem.
I mean, it's a good looking room.
It's just everything looks good
Just a little
for
bit.
black here.
We're at the big
what's
board.
The calculation? E3 was played obviously very decisive. Magnus spent some time investing.
His production
wanted
is
to play
amazing,
this
though. Look how
variation.
pretty
Here
that looks
comes
back there,
F4,
guys.
Disconnecting that bishop that you mentioned
Here
from
we
the
go.
H2 pawn.
I think black is going for a mating net, arguing if you take
And now we're back.
D7, it's going to be some issues.
The best, folks.
Yeah, what happens if you double? I think, are we... Okay, he doesn't double the rooks. Now, I thought that F3 you wanted to wait for.
I agree.
Because now the bishop's covering H2, so that's interesting. He's gone for it right away.
Magnus has this other win condition. Bring the king to E4, maybe push the D pawn.
Yeah.
And you've split past
It's
pawns.
too
For
much.
white, you can't take on B7. Your back rank is weak. You ever take on B7, A5 falls, and then A1, there's mating threats.
That's a great point.
It's simply
There's
too
just- There's
much.
no way to capture B7 without the other pawn falling. Look at the breakthrough. Now you finally take on C5. You have to probably drop that rook
Oop.
back. And no, he allows rook C1. That will be a win for Magnus Carlsen. Great technique.
Magnus
there
takes
in
a
that position,
huge
transforming it
lead,
from what
folks,
we
7-3.
early on we thought was just a nice
Draws
knight.
first
He
blood
turned it
into 3+1.
Amazing light square versus dark square game.
See what Magnus
felt like
does
when you played G5,
with the white
you knew there's a
pieces.
different kind of game coming.
Very calm.
Called it. That was gonna
E4,
be an exciting one, and he
D3.
certainly delivered on that.
This is a
Now,
Roy
we get back to something
Lopez.
perhaps a little bit more tame as the
Real sharp,
score
Roy.
continues to improve for Magnus Carlsen. 7-3 currently.
This is some weird theory line. I don't know this stuff,
Draws
guys.
in a row at some point. Dennis has been fighting very well. Magnus just hasn't given many opportunities for his opponent, Dennis, to take advantage of. He's been playing very well, and when Magnus is playing at his best, tough to take anyone.
I would be
else.
crying
Playing your
being
best,
down
but
4
Magnus is
games.
playing his best, it's often just not good enough. So that's,
You might as well
to some
be
degree, it does
be
feel a little bit
crying
like that. We see one of
like
those common
when you
maneuvers
realize
in
you got to
this
play
structure,
Magnus.
E45,
Because that's
Italian,
pretty much what's
Lopez,
happening.
Knight E2, Knight
You know what I'm
G3, that
saying?
can happen from a few
This, I think,
different
now
ways,
that
whether
I
it's
see
Knight
this, I
E2
think
to
this can
F1,
come
Knight C3 to
at least to
E2.
there.
In this case, something very standard.
It's good.
The knight on G3, but also the pawn on E6. It is a double pawn, Eric, but very functional here. Controls F5 and
There's
D5.
still so much,
Black
though.
can decide if they wanna push D5 in the middle of the
So
board,
many chances.
or
He's got
play
time
the
to
queen
come
side
back,
a little
Buck.
bit more with moves like B4.
Right?
Yeah, this is very fashionable these days.
He does have time to come back
If you play D5,
because of the faster time controls. Oh, here we go, guys.
he's a very patient player.
Here we go with the
More
thing.
standard moves, challenge
Wait,
the
let me do the
A-file,
thing, guys.
trade some
There
things
you go.
off.
There's your board.
Black does have the F-file, some possibilities there, but as pieces get traded off. I can't really imagine there's much pressure you can generate on F2. So
That
very
set
solid.
really is
And
beautiful.
I think that favors Magnus with the current match situation.
Like, how do they do that? Is it projected? A projector? It's a
There is an
big
idea to perhaps
screen?
F4 later on, but even just having the pieces on the king side, queen G4.
I don't know how they do
knight
it, folks.
H5, and we see things start to get traded off a little bit. The pawn structure is just ever so marginally better for white due to the double pawns. But
That'd be
those
so
pawns
jacked up.
Also help with an open
If I went
F5,
like into the
forward
official,
G5 and F5. So overall, a very balanced game.
I'd probably get in trouble.
Like this move H4. You want to play
The official
H5,
stream,
just
I was like,
grab a bit more space, make that king feel
I
a
get the
bit
same stream, but the board is big. They'd be like, what?
I don't think
No,
I'm
that's
trading
rude,
queens,
guys.
Just queen H3, queen E2.
That's rude.
One idea here, sometimes you shift the queen over to B3 because, his B5 and E6 could be a little bit loose. Just if black
Show me
overpresses
the money.
ever so slightly.
And what do you think you could get your rating up to after playing him for that long? Wait, if you're playing Magnus 1,000 games over the course of 3 months, how many games do you think you'd win?
Position up slowly. G3,
None.
King G2 on the king side
I think
for
I'm not
white,
supposed to win
and bring the
one
rook over
game.
to H1. So
Mathematically,
just see
I don't think I'm
small
supposed to win a
incremental
game.
gains, but ultimately the overall evaluation
Mathematically, I might
is,
supposed to be able to draw a game, maybe? I don't even think so, though.
He's got the rook on A8.
I don't even think so.
He's challenging the
It's
A-file,
literally
but
like
meantime, he
Mike
hasn't played into his
Tyson,
position, whereas we
like
can argue white by
fighting a
playing H5,
6-year-old or
grabs
something.
space. Now his queen
It's
is
not.
safe on G4 because
It's
of
just
the
not
queen
possible.
E6.
It's too.
Testing
It's
it
too
in the
different.
future. Maybe we
It's
see
too
moves like
different.
rook F1.
You know what I mean?
F4.
I mean,
Opening up this dark
I
square position.
think. I don't actually know.
talked about in the
We could ask
pre-match, I know the
ChatGPT.
hosts were alluding to it as well. Dennis is
You said 1,000 games or 3,000? 1,000? Yeah.
not seeing that, I feel like, in this match so far.
But-
this game is another example. You see the time difference there.
It
More
would
than a
definitely
minute
make me
as it
better.
continues to tick down for Dennis
If I studied every game, you know what I'm saying?
And Magnus this match.
Because I would, and then I came back better than I was last game.
Queen F7 has been
It 1,000% would make me better. But you can get, I can get better right now playing people like you, people more my own rating.
G3s, I feel like
As long as I study the game
allude to the potential of F4
and come back
And
stronger.
then if you can recapture with
It's the same
D
thing.
pawn, you could open things up
Okay,
on the-
it's
on the
better to
king
play
side.
stronger
Oh,
players,
this is
but
nice. Trading rooks, why are you giving up the A-file? Because you're playing B4 right away, and you see the immediate tension. They're going to take on C5 and open up the rook. This bishop on E3 is getting better every single move.
how do you like the tech,
He's
Buck?
traded it.
Is that the move?
F6, winning the H pawn. That
That's
was
the
a
move, huh?
long
Making the
move.
board
The
big.
knight from C6 vacated to go to E7.
In the
and
official
all
chat,
the
they're
way
just
to
complaining
G
the
to
whole
grab
way.
the H-pawn. That was
What is this? Why is the board so small?
But it's evened up the material again.
I would love to play Magnus 1,000 games over 3 months, but
has a bit of an edge.
there's not enough time though, right?
This pressure, this rook on B6,
That's
looking
like-
down on D6, E6. I think black is doing fine, but it's kind of a typical.
It's
game
more than
we see
10
in this
games a
match.
day.
Dennis plays this well. You can earn a draw, but
You wouldn't really have
not really
time
getting
to
opportunities
even
put
study
Magnus
them.
in serious pressure.
That's right. The moments where he has had that advantage, you really have to capitalize on those moments. You're not going to get too many opportunities. Rook d7. I mean, I'm just looking at bishop b4, adding pressure to the d pawn. But ultimately, how do you make progress from here? You're
Again, Magnus with 1:44, Dennis with 24 seconds.
Pawns in the middle of the board. I'm looking at c5.
And Magnus is better. Dennis is going to have to start flowing. He's going to have to go into a free flow state.
This is exactly
because this is not working.
Yeah, he can
This is not working.
the pieces so that they're maximized when he plays c5.
You know what I'm saying?
There's going to be a long
Poor guy.
defensive road ahead for Dennis Lazavik.
Poor guy is not making it today, folks. It's just not his day.
He does everything properly.
Yeah, I was saying that was the payoff earlier. The more I look at this, this is close to being lost. You reroute this bishop somewhere to target e5, and you can't defend e5 as block.
No, you're going to have to. I mean, pawn's already being given up. You don't even need to grab it right away. Bishop b2, take it with the bishop makes even more sense. This is just trending from bad to worse.
Yeah, not only are you up a pawn, you have the bishop, which is a better piece than the knight. And
Oh, interesting.
These kingside pawns are in the same
And
color.
the time pressure. I mean, it's one thing to defend this position as black, which we don't even know if that's feasible, but to do it under time pressure as well is extremely difficult.
Dennis is pretty much pre-moving, just shuffling the knight because there's nothing else to do. And he has to hope for Magnus to blunder.
Yeah, Magnus is not one to do that usually in the technique phase.
I mean, Magnus can blunder, but he's probably not going to blunder.
Hits the bishop, kicks it out, which is nice, but it's really up to Magnus how he wants to advance the pawns. He could decide to bring that bishop around and play
He's getting too much of a lead, guys.
bishop e1, g3.
Yeah, the bigger
try
board
to
helps, huh?
f4,
It's a move.
He can continue to.
I'm glad I
just
did it
play
too
those-
because
c7. He says this endgame is
we got a
winning
lot.
here. What
We
do you
got a
think?
lot more chess to be played here and tomorrow or later today with Hikaru and Ali Reza, and then a final tomorrow.
Just a permanent weakness. The king's joining the game. Knight f7 in defense here.
It's
but
dominated though.
You can bring the king around the outside of the pawn as well.
Move the king up.
And king g6 because of bishop g7. If you go the other way to e7, bishop g7 would have tied black's knight and therefore the entire game up completely.
It's too much.
Just take on
Big
e5,
stake,
bring the
yeah.
king in, just
And
very tough.
Yeah, bishop e5 dominates the knight, but
Just d6 here.
yeah, what you really are calculating is the direct d6. I think
Mhm.
that's what Magnus is doing.
just shove the
Do
pawn,
I
make the
need
queen.
to move the bishop? The answer is no, and I think reality may set in here for Dennis, who doesn't have anything better. And of course, keep that pawn because you're going to need it to win, while the bishop covers
He tried,
the loose
folks.
g-pawn.
Didn't work. I think Magnus may win. Going out on a limb, huh? Huh, Fur?
Really, really nice game. And he's now built that
For ya.
8-3 lead, a 5
FYI.
for Magnus Carlsen. Dennis is going to need some support right now. You know, I feel like this is the moment. I heard
bold.
those Let's
It's a
Go Dennis
bold
chants
prediction,
in the audience
friend.
before. I feel like
Hot
there's
take, if
ever
you
a
will.
time, it's now. He needs the support from the fans because
I was hoping
he's out
it
there
was gonna be
playing
closer.
chess, Eric, but I
Dennis
just
could
feel
rip
like
off 3 in a
Magnus
row,
has
man.
got him. It's just that one level up right
I
now.
mean,
His
probably not.
conversion, he's always,
But he could.
always pushing.
Then what?
Yeah, he hasn't found himself in much trouble.
Then what?
The clock situation, looking like going into the tournament, Dennis was maybe the fastest player.
Yep.
That's not clear in this match, for sure. And in
No,
terms
no,
of
he-
move quality,
He needs a flow. He needs to get in a flow state. He needs to say, I'm better. I'm just going to flow and flow. And if you're better, you'll win. And if you're not, you'll lose. But
Opening is
trying to outplay Magnus slowly and being down on time the whole game, it's not working.
Barrage system and these
But the thing
double
is,
b-pawns here, so we've kind of
nothing is going to work
jumped
against
right
Magnus.
into the middle game
He's
phase because
just
both of the
better.
players play the opening
The only way you can
extremely
beat Magnus is if
quickly.
Magnus
Known
beats Magnus.
he's got
But Magnus
territory,
isn't beating
pieces
Magnus
of
today.
H5, which might
You know what I'm
definitely
saying?
look a
If
little
Magnus
unusual, allowing bishop g5, but
was
playing
tilting,
H5 against that G3 fianchetto structure,
then
when there's no
you have a
knight
chance to
on
beat
that
him.
side of the board, no knight
But
on
if
that
Magnus
side,
shows up,
usually a good
which he
idea.
he usually does, by the way. I don't want to insinuate. You never know with Magnus. Some days he plays horrible. No, he doesn't. He shows up pretty much every time he shows up, and he just plays better.
in terms of
It's rough.
counterplay, but I'm looking for that right now. I don't quite see it. If this feels like this looks very good,
Ian Matza with the like. Ian, I didn't see you, brother.
Exactly.
Oh, he didn't say hi. He just did a drive-by.
It feels so much better if
He did a drive-by like. Thank you, Ian Matza. Love you, brother.
That way the bishop would be forced to take on f6. And just to highlight, for those watching, you might think, well, the bishop is pinning the knight on f6. Why wouldn't I just take it and grab the d5 pawn? Well, the b2 pawn would be hanging after that. The rook on a8 also pressures a2. So you don't really want to trade that. What you'd love to do, Eric, is more what
AI contact lenses. They'll have that at some point.
occupy and control the center and take
They will.
Well, that's the thing. These weaknesses are long-term weaknesses, so you don't need to be in a rush.
Hikaru versus Alireza coming up later today, guys. In about 2 hours, 20 minutes.
Making sure this h-pawn
It's after this
doesn't
match.
rise the light squared bishop, making sure you don't lose your queen
That's
side
probably... I still think I shouldn't have coffee now, though. Because my tummy feels a little bit tummied. I can feel my tummy, if you know what I mean.
That's right. Now, I'm curious to see how
So I'm thinking...
because if black takes on d4,
eat lunch before more coffee. Does that make sense? I think it's a good move.
but that doesn't matter. That's okay for white to take.
When did I have my egg sandwich? Was it
Very, very strong. We see h4 played
about
in order to
5:30
finally prevent
a.m.?
black from ever thinking of h4 themselves.
Yeah, and
6:30, 7:30, 8:30. Is it about 4 hours ago?
the bishop on g2.
Is it time to eat after 4 hours? You eat every 4 hours. Does one eat every 4 hours? I mean, kind of. Breakfast at 8. Yeah, so I mean, I'm within the eating range, but I can wait. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait till like probably maybe wait till this match is over. Then I'm gonna throw my lunch together. I'll take you guys with me with the cam. It's quick and easy, guys. This is a microwave situation.
But that's because the b7 pawn
It's
will
beans
take
and
back,
rice and chicken
the structure will seriously improve.
and tomatoes.
By the same
So
token,
good.
White's offering this trade on d4. I think we're going to see exchanges and the
Okay.
knight drop to
Dennis
potentially
has a
e6 to
superior
hit d4,
position.
or you can jump
Magnus has the doubled pawns on the queen side.
He's had in a long time. So I'd almost say this is like must-win territory. It's got the bishop pair and plenty of weaknesses.
Yep, that bishop is a monster, guys. Say it. Monster. Very good, class.
And not much counterplay.
Yeah. What about the initial pawn on d5? I mean, it's just a pawn that you can start thinking about just grabbing. If you play queen d8 to guard the pawn, you can throw rook takes on c8 and then bishop takes on d5. So you're starting to think about just picking up material at this point.
Very tempted, but he might think Magnus has something.
Well, rook over.
I do too, but
Rook d1.
At some point, you do have to make those decisions. We haven't seen Dennis maybe do it enough in this match.
Doesn't
which is
really do it,
at
but-
some point, cash something in. Take that risk.
There's some stress.
You know, play for the advantage, even if it takes more risk.
I guess we gotta
Play
talk
for that.
about we
Yeah,
on
take.
d5,
Listen, what are you
he's
saying?
expecting rook d8. One of the rooks
But
to
most
side
importantly,
rook
too,
d8,
do
and
it
play
fast.
f6, and you
Do
might
it
lose the d4 pawn, and some of that
to where you're not
stability
losing
starts
on time every game.
Dennis is looking for an alternative.
Hey!
Rook e1 chosen.
Aragami, thank you for the follow,
You
man.
might feel that you're sort of detaching. and
Aragami, is that like
You're
folding
actually
paper into
striking
shapes?
d4 pawn, which makes me much more comfortable.
Dude, my nose
with
itches.
d5 in the future.
That's right.
Second, guys. Can't be rude. Dude, I am so small in this camera, I think when I leave, you can't even tell I'm gone.
Queen b3 being a very effective move, hitting e6 and d5.
Exactly right. At some point, though, this is going to build up. I'm looking at also a move like rook f3, hits the queen, perhaps forces an exchange. That could be a very annoying move to me.
I'm even looking at this move, bishop e2, and the point is f6, g4.
Okay.
And is that a queen trap?
Are we winning this?
Bishop f3.
Are we winning this?
G4 as an
Well,
idea.
he's not losing on time, but he is behind on time.
Which actually, the bishops that are left over really favor white. We talk about the pawns that are fixed, d5, h5, light squared bishop, favors white, but the bishop pair.
If you're watching on Facebook, man, hit the follow button and like button if you don't already follow. I stream chess 4 times a week, guys. Any platform you're watching on.
I agree with you, Eric. I think
For 5 years we've been doing this. Like, I'll be here. We have content. We got a great community. Get involved.
Queen e7, force the rook.
Get involved,
Queen
folks.
e3 also safe, but
Oh,
we were trying to look for
we're at the
positions where
dumb
you don't
board.
give up any material, and this is traded off weaknesses, which favors black.
There's the bigger board,
The quality
guys.
of the pawns is now kind of equal, whereas previously it definitely favored white. We're into the time scramble phase of the game, but the advantage is definitely
There we go.
dwindling.
Back to the normal board, folks.
Materials equal, and black managed to get rid of their double D pawns. Huge accomplishment for Magnus.
You know what I think I might be able to do for Vert?
Everything is solid now.
Just I feel
maybe
like
a slight
I could be a little smaller on Vert.
meaningless at this point here.
Whoa. So I could come down a little bit.
Down to 3 seconds. He's got to start.
We don't need much.
Moving.
I don't need much room.
Here, but
Build up some time.
Rook D6. Not sure that you could take that. That might have
And
been,
then I think I can make this
potentially
board
losing edge.
bigger. Whoa.
Where do you place the king here? Magnus is looking to be tricky. When you see your opponent down that much on the clock, you got to make him earn the draw.
Right? Like this.
D7, is that a repetition?
Oh no, I did it like this so you get clocks too.
More than this, but he's considering it.
Yeah, it's that side for a reason, guys. Did he win?
Another really missed opportunity by Dennis. I mean, that one has to sting. He knew he was much, much better. Makes it a lot worse.
Dennis gave up the draw?
Magnus without much
I'm over here
counterplay,
trying to do production value, and Dennis can't even win a one game?
inaccuracy. That's all.
He didn't lose.
Those are the moments that are going to add up that you look back on. You know, should the match not
Buck.
go his way, those are the moments you think.
I'm rooting for Dennis. I want him to work here.
That one, ultimately,
But I want him to show me something. You know what I mean?
the games are ending in draws.
Give me a reason to root for you, young man.
So Magnus is doing a good job at neutralizing.
He's strong like bull, but he's got to just go and play more confidently.
Capitalizing on his own.
Magnus isn't playing perfect. He's not. I think Magnus is also thinking on Dennis's time.
Game, I think he has to
And
feel
Magnus
very
is
good
just
about the
better, though. That's the
position he got,
problem.
but
He's just better.
That was a,
What do you
game with
do?
white pieces. He's got to
What do
play
you do
black
when the guy's
in
just
between
better?
now
You know what I
and
mean?
make
You
sure
do the best you
not to let
can.
that deficit grow.
Learn.
You can hold things with
Do the
black,
best you
get
can.
Another chance like that. That's the best opportunity because we haven't seen him with black have much counterplay since that King's Indian game. I think
Exactly.
in the first segment.
It makes you think, you know, this is the part of the match where the players have to be thinking about what.
See, we're already almost halfway done with this segment, guys.
The best result. You kind of
This goes quick. The 1-1 segment is going to go so fast because they're 1 minute games, and it's only 30 minutes. This match is over. Magnus can coast. No, not really. He actually can't coast yet. He has a very, very, very comfortable lead.
Square is something that white
But it's not
controls,
over.
And it's not going to be a pawn that's that weak.
Yeah, Bishop F6 stopping maybe white from playing D4 in certain positions. Bit
Magnus
double-edged
broke
here
his
because
little
you give
Dennis Lazovic hard, I think,
D6
guys.
Square. I'm not sure if there's any tactics. Magnus says maybe there are, or I can put my knight on D6 and cause some chaos. And my question is, where do you place the rook? Rook C7. Is there any discovered attack that's effective here?
Oh, the board.
Immediately you start calculating every single one of them. Magnus, no doubt, doing that right now.
The board.
Once the rook moved, what was interesting is that there may be a move that takes advantage of that bishop on c6, that loose bishop, such as a move like potentially e5 or maybe d4 in the center.
Yeah, e5 or maybe bishop d6 and then e5, locking that bishop in. If you're trying to be ambitious, you're looking at that. There's probably some other solid moves, but e5, I think e5 is asking to be played. But there's a risk there, putting your pawns on
Adoption
dark
incoming,
squares,
someone
maybe a
said.
bit
Wow.
overextended.
Brutal.
Reaction there. Magnus seemed
That is
quite unhappy
freaking
with
brutal.
his own move.
I mean, why would you
Has
even
played that move, bishop
be that
d6.
rude to the
I don't
poor
see why.
kid?
I mean, you play bishop d6, you play
He's a
e5,
good
this
kid.
looks pretty decent.
I thought so as
Strong.
well. I wonder
He made it
if
this
you
far.
thought you saw something in the
Can you
knight
imagine?
d6
You know what?
variations that you
Last
could
year,
do
no,
maybe
last year,
one
year
more
before,
time, but
whenever
ultimately,
Hans
yeah,
made
going
it,
going for this exact plan with
it
e5,
was
submitting to the bishop
Farouzja,
and
Magnus,
black bishop
Hikaru,
takes
and
on
Hans.
d6. The knight on c4 is ready
This
to
year,
capture,
it's
so
Farouzja,
this is
Magnus,
not an
Hikaru,
easy
and
position to
Lazovic.
navigate.
It's huge.
Because you pretty much
He
are resigned to
is
the
a
fact
super
that white
grandmaster,
plays
but he
the knight
is
on
not
d6.
the same level as
Probably gonna
Magnus,
stay there.
Hikaru, and Ali Reza. Yet he fought his way to be here.
F4, so how
It's
does black
amazing.
undermine
It's amazing.
C5 pawn?
And he's still
Well, if
young,
you can't
but he
undermine
needs
it, you
it.
have to play around it.
You know, you want to be Bobby Fischer. It's time to start winning there, buddy.
Yep. Yeah,
Kind of like Magnus. I mean, kind of like Hans. Hans had his chance, man. He just had his chance to Tata Steel. He came close, but
this b5 move to kick the knight,
you're going to be better. You got to be better, man. Bobby wasn't there. Freaking Magnus wasn't there. It was your chance to win. It was Hans' chance to win.
695. That's how you grab a little bit of space. If Magnus plays F4, you can see this D5 square being
You
pretty
can't just
effective.
win on demand at a tournament, though.
Wouldn't want to play against knight on D6.
Are they going to get in
long term.
trouble? Are they not supposed to be there?
No, and
Tough to see equality here.
They should do the kiss cam. They should kiss like they do in the movies. Okay, wait. We're back to the board, right?
Maybe doubling the rooks. This knight on d7 for black wants to be on d5. That actually could rival the d6 knight as one of the best pieces in the position. So rook a7, allowing that possibility.
I'm not sure if I like what Magnus has done. Okay, taking on b5 makes sense because if you didn't take on d5, black would put the knight on d5 and maybe start pushing the queen
Magnus
side
is rocking a slight advantage, folks.
pass pawn.
Yeah, this is obviously what black had to give up in order to achieve this, but still, I do think this is some sort of progress here for Dennis. But you know, at the end of the day, if you start trading so many pieces, the best result you really are going to get with
The knight's on d6, but what's it doing?
probably just a draw.
You're going to win b2 and lose c4, even though white's up a pawn, black has a strong knight on d5. But as you mentioned, a 2-result game in the wrong direction.
Yep. You do have to be careful of knight
I like the black knight better than the white knight.
at the moment.
The white knight on d6 is, I mean, okay, it looks at f7, but
Over that, and if we saw rook to c2,
is it, so maybe it is better. I don't
be
know.
able to create a back rank threat.
Oh, you could just move f7.
We're pretty deep in the match, and the players aren't blundering much, right? We can talk about that. This has been a high level, like no forks, nothing, even in time pressure. So
Right.
that makes it pretty hard. For
He's right.
Dennis. He's wondering.
There haven't been a whole bunch of blunders.
Yeah, he makes blunders. He's made one-move blunders before, but today it's been very rare.
It is, and we're again in those positions where you know the evaluation bar might be hovering around equal, but I would not take that as gospel, right? Because you're undermining the knight with knight e3. All of a sudden, you trade into these endgames.
Wow.
He doesn't, because he's been beat so many times in this match in those endgames. Perhaps he's starting to lose some confidence here.
For sure, but by moving
Lose
your knight from the
some
best square on the
confidence?
board, you're
Perhaps?
conceding, and now the knight on e3 takes away d5, supports f5.
Were they talking about Dennis?
And where's this knight going? You lost your best square. And,
They're talking about
and
Magnus?
So now white's up a pawn.
He's
White
not
has
falling
better
apart.
Pieces, better rook, better knight, and
Yeah.
has the tension.
Yeah, F5
There you go.
is concerning. This is almost impossible to react to. If you take it, it's just and that is it actually. If you take that pawn, it may lead to a checkmate.
Drink that soda,
where
Denny.
This has gone from bad to worse.
Dude, they pulled the label off of that drink.
Play the best
Why?
Knight takes on e3 there.
Because they're not a
Rook and
sponsor.
It's just not there for Dennis.
I think so. I think you're right about the confidence, both based on the move and the time situation. More and more, we're seeing Dennis in severe time trouble, and you're not going to beat Magnus from behind playing with 10 seconds on the clock.
Yep, and we've got just under 30 minutes remaining in this 3+1 section. 9.5 to 3.5. That's 6-point lead for Magnus, and it looks like it's only continuing to grow. Speaking a little bit to the mentality, we see Benoni on the board, Eric, and that to me is
Benoni.
an opening that someone plays when they're feeling really confident with their chess.
For sure, it's a risky opening, gives White lots of ideas, ways
Meep.
to push for the advantage.
Meep.
But Magnus has handled the segment very well.
Hey, if you're new to the stream, my name's Charlie.
Before in other
We
matches
stream
where he
chess
starts varying the openings,
at least 4 times a week, Monday through Thursday at 3 p.m.
Yeah, man, this
For the last
is
5
a
years.
position where, you know,
Best community in the world. Get involved. Hit the like button, follow
That
button,
is the basis
subscribe
of the
button, all those
opening. You
buttons.
get a lot of counterplay, and there's a reason that this didn't come out, I think, in the 5-minute. It's something
If I
that
feel like I don't have
becomes more
energy,
playable
I've been
with
up
less
all
time on
night
the clock. There's going
to
be counterplay.
to be here for this.
You can even leave this knight on h5 to be captured.
I'm actually feeling pretty good. We're gonna have more coffee here.
But knight h2,
Maybe I'll make coffee when this segment's over. How's that?
h5 is the threat,
That'll work.
And usually that d6 pawn comes under some fire.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in this position, Dennis, I think, is playing it slow.
Someone on the YouTube vert make a comment. There's not been a comment on that channel for freaking
Quite problematic.
literally an hour or more. It's weird.
That's why
We had Joseph was in there, Solar was in there, Oliver Brents was in there. A whole bunch of people were in there chatting. And we got plenty of people in there watching, but no one's even saying hi. Someone say hi to me, make me know it's alive. Demon Days was there. He went over to Twitch. Feel. Hey, Charlie. Willie, thank you, brother. Hey, Willie, how you doing, dude? Good to see you, man.
Magnus is playing in a way that
I love you, brother. Who's what? Magnus is kind of running away with it.
you know, black's playing a Benoni.
Magnus is running away with it.
Squared bishop.
Yeah.
F6.
Hikaru and Firouzja will probably be more hotly contested. Lazavik plays very strong. He won the first game and was winning the second game. And then it just took a little turn for the worse. You know what I mean? Yeah.
But this position, even though
Little turn for the worse, folks.
I love this position for White. You know, take away the material, like black is up a pawn, but look at the pieces. On c8, on g7, white can play c4, white can play rook b1, just put long-term pressure on b6. Feels like the attacking chances are with white, and there's not much fun to be had for black.
Okay.
Even with that extra pawn.
Yeah, just point out, you're not supposed to have your
You
knights
feel bad for poor
Knight on
Dennis.
G7 is
He was
not
playing
ideal.
it great,
This knight on e5, I don't know if it's a threat to play knight takes
but
d3,
keeps
but I
losing
would
his
prevent
confidence.
it. And now after bishop to f1, it's actually been
Magnus the
good.
GOAT, yeah.
Question mark.
He's just the greatest of all time.
A little bit harsh to me, but
What do
yes,
you do?
tactically rooted.
He is the unstoppable force. And if you're not the immovable object, then
And
good
it seems
luck.
like Magnus is not really on the lookout. You know, the move that I'm kind of looking to play here is f4 to remove that knight. The problem is, as soon as you do that, you really blunt your own bishop on e3. Suddenly, it's not really part of the game anymore. And again,
It was weird
mentioned
going
a
out
lot
this
of times,
morning
probably
when it was
not
still
as
dark.
good now. That's why these moves are being flagged.
It was cold outside. I don't usually get up and go out in the morning, guys. It's weird.
That will be a shot.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to play f4 here, attacking
I
the
used
knight,
to
so I gain time to take
when I
away
worked in the
h3,
mornings.
but it's probably knight g4.
Dennis may be losing this match, but he is younger and will outperform in the next 10 years, very possibly.
That's right. Doesn't benefit white. I just want to say, Dennis needs to start playing faster. Like, ignore all the moves. He's had moves that he could have played rook b1, c4 without spending seconds.
Yep.
It's a more natural position.
Agreed, and now he's sort of pivoted to playing on the queen side, which is not what you'd expect. Given that the dark square bishop has been given away, this is not exactly what you'd like to do. And it's funny, just leaving that bishop hanging on h3, you know, rook takes c5, and look at the moves that you need to find.
He's found it, though.
In order to play this position. Whoa. That is a huge moment here, and after rook e7, he needs another one. Is he going to find this, Eric? Rook takes e5 is incredible.
It is, and I think what you then bring the queen in after, this is his chance. Rook e5.
This is going to be a masterpiece.
I mean, but does he? But he needs to find. He finds it.
Queen g5.
He finds it, guys.
And there's also queen takes c5 after knight h5. If knight h5, queen e5, the rook spin, you're threatening queen h8 mate.
Is this Magnus
Here we
getting
go.
punished? Queen e5 played. Magnus has missed that. The look of shock and
Ha!
almost admiration.
He likes it. Yeah. No, he's winning enough to appreciate it.
Everyone can appreciate that.
He's got to be sure. Yeah, he resigned. That was nice. That was cool. He smiled and resigned.
For Dennis Lazavik, to the cheers of the crowd, he does win that game, and you know, kind of does what you'd expect.
That was cool,
here
man.
Against the Benoni.
How
So
did you see that,
duly
guys?
punished, and perhaps a reminder to Magnus Carlsen that this match is not over.
For sure. I think Magnus was just feeling so comfortable. We've done it before, but Dennis, first win in a long time.
That was a shot, huh?
Perhaps since the very beginning of the match.
Giving up the
players are
exchange.
break right now in between the rest of this 3+1 segment. You can see taking some time.
How much more time on a 3+1?
Sign some autographs for the fans here.
Huh.
Yeah, was he doing that earlier?
I think I did see him do one, but you know he's clearly feeling comfortable right now and comfortable enough to spend some
He's
time
getting
talking
invaded
to,
by
reporters,
Channel
signing some
2.
autographs, and just love to see that interaction in the arena.
Yeah, I mean, for those that are attending the event, they can probably attest to how close you are to the players. And this is where chess is headed. And I think for a lot of people, maybe the first time they've seen Magnus in that capacity, just being a
I wish.
Well, we're down with John Sargent,
I was.
with Dennis
I think I learned how to play chess when I was like some of these little boys' ages, 10, 9.
Thank you very much,
I don't
folks.
remember exactly how
Dennis,
old, guys.
The energy in the room, the crowd when you played.
But I
Rook
wish.
G5 there. Talk
Not
to us
only
about
did I
the
know how to
vibe
play
that's
chess, but
playing in front of this
I
audience.
wish my
You
parents
feel
would
the
have taken me to events like this. You know what I mean?
Unfortunately, when
My
this
mom would have if
goes,
she would have known.
I can hear the
She would have.
so I will be.
My mom would support big time. My dad supports big time too, actually.
When they started to screaming or I don't know, was die, I understood that there were something. So I mean, it's a bit unfair, but even with headphones, I can feel it, I can hear it. So that's.
Look, the headphones are doing their job, but you can feel the energy in the room. Obviously, there's some scoreboard pressure against you at the moment, but you've had some
Is he complaining about the
absolutely
noise,
amazing
guys?
moments so far. Talk me through your strategy for the rest of the match.
And finally I won the game, but it felt like Magnus decided to even play the Benoni, so it's very hard to win against him, but I will try to continue to play somehow. Probably, I wish I will improve my game, but we'll see.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Dennis. Good luck. Let's go. All right,
Mhm.
folks. Back to the desk now before we head to a break. This was Dennis Lazavik. We'll see you for more chess in a second.
Usually, when you're people that are winning don't
John,
usually
it was
complain.
Nice to hear the very candid thoughts, Eric, from Dennis, who's alluding to the fact that
Listen.
you can actually feel not just the energy, but almost like the crowd is literally in your ear sometimes. It's that loud, and that's the excitement, but also the duality of having these live finals.
Yeah, that was a very good interview, but trying these new formats, he gave some feedback, and I'm sure people on the internet are reacting to that because
I just
he
did.
did mention.
He did mention.
Find that combination, which we'll see.
We'll see. Honestly,
he'll take it.
Exactly, he'll take it. And that combination for Dennis was probably second nature. Everyone else at home can practice finding their combinations on the Chess Up board, which is sponsoring the event. Play on chess.com. You can take 10% off your smart chess board. Use that code CHESS.
I gotta be honest
And of
about this
course,
whole Chess Up thing.
I have also tried this board. It is something we brought live
I don't
to
get it.
Vegas for F1.
I mean, I get it, but I don't get it.
Absolutely loved it, and honestly, it was a hit. So go.chessup.com/chess.
Just play on chess.com.
Get 10%
If you
off.
want a real
Take
board,
advantage of
just
that
play on a
as
real
we
board.
Head to a break before we continue with this 3+1 segment.
What's the board cost? $200-300? Give it to a charity and let some starving people eat food. Or take your girlfriend out to a very expensive dinner instead. Or invest it in Microsoft. Or I just don't see the value. It doesn't even move the pieces. The boards that actually move the pieces for you, that play against you, that I could see, because then you feel like you can just focus and move your piece and focus. Practice like you're playing a tournament.
What if I touch this? Oh, taking is not a good idea. So
But I don't know about this board, man. It's like chess.com on a board. I don't get it. I wouldn't pay money for it. I pay money for chess.com. Chess.com's awesome, guys. There's a pinned comment on the yeah. Oh, I didn't pin it on Twitch. Let's do this here.
There's just no way.
Bada bing. Pin.
I mean, I have to,
Manually or end of stream. There we go, folks.
Of course I know it.
I don't know how I stop this. I got nothing here. I can't even move. Anna.
Thank you, Mom.
I got nothing here. I can't even move.
Good game. This is the best game of my life.
You are actually now 1-0
But
against me lifetime.
even if it was
Make me
cheaper,
Grandmaster.
if that was $50, I wouldn't want it. Why?
Hello, everyone. This is Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky.
Play online.
You should have this.
It's more convenient. Their sound just dropped out. I didn't turn it down.
Pretty close. Yeah, it might even be a win for White.
Oh my goodness, he runs king? He wins! How did he do that?
Unbelievable. And you saw that little encouragement, the little ooh, he gave himself after that win. That meant a lot.
Look at that, guys. Danya was 4-4 with Hikaru after 8 games.
Very high level move. That's a very high level move because it. Okay, well, what's interesting is that's actually a blunder. I did that deliberately. Both rooks are staring at the rook on d6. All of this should lead you to the very pretty tactic, knight takes e5.
And if the knight recaptures on d4, I think there's this move, knight d7 to c5, exploiting a tactical foible, which is that queen takes a7, rook a8.
Tactical what?
Foible? I don't know. I just wanted to use a fancy word.
How do you spell that?
F-O-I-B-L-E, foible.
Foible? When did you learn that word?
I mean, I've got a lot of foibles, including liking fancy words for no reason.
Black will be losing if this bishop can somehow get it. Oh, and I just thinking of any way in
Bishop takes
g5.
e5. Danny
The idea is HG, bishop takes g5. Holy smokes, my brain is exploding. FG, F6. He's not bobbing his head any longer. You can see the sort of consternation on his face. Both players are just locked in concentration.
What are these words? Consternation?
Consternation. Like he's.
That's not a word. He goes queen winning.
Consternation. I know it's a word, but I'll be honest, I don't really know what it means or how to use it in a sentence.
What would XQC do in this?
I think we should.
Bing, bang, boom. Bing, bang. Let's make a check and make a mate. Make a check, make a mate. Takes. Well, then I play rook f7, knight f7, rook f7. King g8, rook g7, king g7. Oh, okay, here's not GG. Yo, GG, good.
In modern chess, this is the reason I quit chess in 2005, because when I played corporate, there was a certain romantic charm to the game. Now it's just kids with computers.
Now I have 3.5 points out of 5. I'm playing quite well, but so far I'm getting quite lucky. And
He sounds so much. He does really good.
Good luck in your chess career.
He did so good with those impressions, man. He really did. He was good at it, guys. He was talented in that aspect. I mean, he was talented in a lot of aspects, but people that are like really smart, a lot of times, some people that are like really good at baseball, they're also really good at playing pool or something else that's not exactly related. You know what I mean?
Denis Lazavik, the first semifinal of today's matchups. And Eric, an early
they're doing all these little shots.
Carlsen.
Give me the pensive.
What do you make
Give me this. Give me the
final result going into the break? We don't want to make too much of it, but we also don't want to gloss over what a beautiful combination that was.
I love it.
Might be doing for Denis's confidence.
The production rate is awesome on this. The only thing I think they dropped the ball is that small board. That doesn't bother me personally that much because I'm watching on a 27-inch monitor and I can just like, oh, they made the board small. I can look at it. Completely ruins the stream. A lot of people looking on their phone, it makes it useless. It makes it useless. They dropped the ball a little bit with that. They're probably going to learn. But I'll tell you this, this production is top-notch, guys. Absolutely amazing.
And I think we can say Magnus Carlsen, not likely to play that.
I need a
open
bite, guys.
Again.
I need a bite. I gotta grab a
say that,
cracker.
Eric, probably no more
I gotta grab a cracker, guys. I feel like I can feel my stomach.
It's not that interesting.
I need a cracker. I'm grabbing it. 1 second.
He's advertising the Benoni very well. We're not going to have new Benoni players. Oftentimes you follow the world, follow the top players. I don't think that opening looked very fun.
No, I could see Denis bringing more Catalan players than perhaps Magnus Benoni players from this match right here, as it looks like we're getting set. The players are getting settled in for the second half of the 3+1 section, which has
there it is, folks.
dominantly gone the way
Told you.
of Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, we're seeing also the tournament director there. I'm not sure if they're making any tweaks or something. But
one cracker can settle your stomach.
We're very close
Weird.
to games beginning
Weird.
here as things are underway, folks, as we're back in with what looks like
One cracker, I'm back in business.
London system to start things off here, as we are live in London as well. So obviously nice to see this opening make an appearance.
I do think it's odd the way they're doing. You see the picture of Magnus and the picture of Denis?
Oh, it certainly is. Yes.
They have like a filter making him really dark.
A very dangerous line.
I don't understand why.
In terms of
Why don't they just show the
chosen here by black? And that's because you can include a move like knight h5.
Is it from the glass
as early as
barrier
right
they
now.
have up or something?
Why the move knight f3? It honestly does.
I don't understand.
The move knight h5. I'm curious if we're going to see.
That's a pretty poor quality thing too, if you think about it.
This early, it's not one that
Is that?
I
Are
would
they being
recommend
artistic?
Instead of playing the move h3.
I don't understand
secure
it.
The bishop, because in this case, sometimes you'll see a variation, knight to f4.
It doesn't make
Another
sense.
One, you'll see this knight drop back. I don't think you'll actually.
I mean, look at me.
On h4 here,
You can see me.
But strangely enough, knight to f4.
Hey,
I think
right?
is
I'm
one of
clean.
the top
I'm
moves
here. What?
Likely the move
How
that
come they're
we're
like
gonna see.
darked out?
Pawn will take. Now you take.
That's like what a cheap camera would look like. Like there's no lighting. They couldn't afford lights. Of course they can.
would you say this is
I don't understand what we're looking at here.
again by even allowing this variation?
Yeah. I look at it and like I have to struggle. My brain has to like look hard to discern the shapes.
You'll take any imbalanced position, in my opinion, given the match situation.
I mean,
here.
I'm not trying to tear this thing apart, guys. I'm very positive about this. I freaking love this.
After the Benoni, a little bit surprised
I love this. But
This just looks
you see it?
good for
Yeah.
black. I mean, is queen e5 the only move? How do you defend f4 and d4? But queen e5 allows a queen trade. The bishops are open. Rook g8 is a move. g2 is weak. d6, it feels like just two bishops.
Yeah.
Steady advantage.
I'm concerned about h3 as well. Like
Black has a
d5,
slight
3,
advantage? What?
h3, taking advantage of that diagonal. That's why we see d5, which might be the best move, you know, that being considered. However, you're opening that diagonal for the dark square bishop on g7. If you're going to castle queenside, it's going to come under a lot of fire. Not to mention, we dropped a pawn here. This is not the way that you wanted to come out of that break, Eric.
I don't think
Wow.
so, but
You shouldn't have snacked
Magnus made that choice or not. Did he
F2?
allow this line on purpose or maybe misremember?
Just take F2 and laughing. What? Take F2, Rook F1.
Just a good position.
Queen C5. Like 94, no.
C4, look, at this point, the knight on c3, there's nothing you can do. Black wants to take it, the pawns have to be doubled. There's no way you can just allow that pawn on d5 to fall. This move, not what I was expecting. I kind of thought that we might see the knight. Well, I don't know if knight a6 was the right move right away, but queenside castling. That felt like the move that you wanted to play, but d takes e6 was a threat in that previous position, so you can understand why he wanted to get the king out.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if Dennis should have given up his
Get the
dark
king
square
out of dodge. He wants to trade queens. Wow.
This looks okay, but feels like White's lead in development is a bit noticeable here. You have
Yeah,
Rook G,
it just flipped.
Rook G1 next, and I can envision a future where the Rook
Magnus just flipped the
lifts up to
script,
G4,
folks.
You win back your pawn, or you get some
Black was
counter
better.
moves,
Now White's better.
on that bishop on G7.
It's Dennis's life for the next hour and a half. It's all right.
Quite seem right.
I think he's
as
holding up very well. He just won a game, so that's
on
good.
C3, as you mentioned, play this exact variation, but perhaps the other way around, before castling.
Stream Rock rules! True Chiller! You speak the truth. Willie says Rook G1. There you go. You called it, Willie.
Maybe H3 or F3 next, Eric. Things are
But you
gonna
say
open
it's
up,
Rook. You gotta
and
say Rook
Black's
DG1. But yeah, probably might have meant that same one.
And we're seeing the time situation.
Rook HG1.
He's up a minute. Obviously, still playing against the bishop pair here. So if you go, double rooks in the G file, I think the bishop on G7 can find a safe square. There's some tactics to watch out for. Let's say take a look. Rook H1, maybe bishop H6.
Rook HG1.
Bishop H6
Yeah, but
is
I
very
think
safe.
I knew what you meant. I mean, it was a move,
With Rook G1 and Rook
but it could have been the other Rook too, right?
be careful of as well.
I'm not trying to criticize you, brother. You did good.
Bishop H6, Rook H5. Does your rook get trapped?
That's right.
What's going on?
That's right.
How you doing today, Jay? Dude, I've been up almost all night. I've been taking little naps throughout the night,
Having that move F5 available.
and I was able to
Is his plan to meet Rook G8?
get up early enough to do this.
Yeah, Rook G5, Rook G3. Just
Someone asked, anyone knows about Hikaru and Alireza? Yeah, I know about him. It starts at 12. An hour and 48 minutes from now, Hikaru plays Alireza.
This is such a funny position. Rook G5, Rook G6.
They're going to finish this match, and there's going to be a short break, and then they're going to go right to Hikaru and Firouzja.
Just see a position here.
It's going to be awesome.
Drops the bishop back to D3, provoking F5, and then knight F3, knight E5. A very natural path for the knight. Some things to solve for Dennis.
Absolutely. This is not where Dennis wanted this position to go. I think Magnus will be very happy, despite the fact that there is the bishop pair. This is not the bishop pair that you're used to, right? No scope for the bishop on B7 or on H6 currently due to this strange position. Time
Now
yet again
bishop.
becomes a factor.
Now Bishop, what?
Can take on G6 at any moment, so Magnus
Very cold here. Is it really, Jay? Wow. Yeah, not so cold here, man. I think it got...
Because yeah, the rook on G6 is stuck.
I'm trying to remember what the...
Guard the G pawn before.
last night, I think it was in the 50s last night.
Play Rook H6. I don't have to worry that my G pawn is not defended.
No, I guess it was...
Yeah. Especially because H4, I start to get worried.
I guess
that
it
my
made
rook will be
it was in the
trapped
30s.
On H5. So F4 I like because now there's a path backwards.
But nowhere near what it's
And this
been.
is exciting because you're not actually taking the rook right away.
Be safe, my brother, if it's freezing over there.
Bishop takes F7. You're not actually winning.
Just sacking the exchange.
Just sacking.
Going for a mating. Pretty much a mating net, I think.
Magnus.
F6 is there.
Bishop G6. You can't trade rooks on H8 because of knight F7.
Oh, that's really
Well,
tough.
and that's it.
Yeah. now there's knight f3 knight f7 among other things. 2 pieces for the rook plus the extra pawn there as well to go with it, and the fact that white can just play h5, maneuver the knight to g4, and then another win for Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces. That smile, Eric, almost says, I think I might have got away with something in the opening, and he knows it.
Yeah, he knows it. You would have pinned the bishop, or pinned the rook with the bishop.
Yeah, it's always a good sign, and actually we're seeing the King's Indian again, but this time Magnus is playing. It just speaks to that confidence level. Well, we might not see the Benoni again, Eric, but we are seeing experimentation.
For sure, and this is a 3-minute time control, and this line is a bit more solid for black. Not playing for like the
Dennis
F5,
needs to work on his time. Yeah.
Side pawn storm, it's a bit more. You usually go for the d5 break at some point. Loose pieces on the
Magnus has him a little bit scared, and he's.
Is, in fact, what I'd have to look at now, but.
The problem is, if he moves faster, if Dennis moves faster, he's just.
Yeah, it feels like
even if he plays optimum, he's still not going to beat Magnus. He's just not as good. That's the worst part.
I seem to remember some.
Now it's not dark anymore. Yeah, was that like an effect they were doing or something?
Yeah.
Is that weird? Is that not weird?
Some top players go for. It's obviously not forced.
I don't understand what it was,
the
but.
Valuation bar favors white, but I have seen this repetition if you're not feeling more ambitious.
So if we don't repeat now, maybe rook b1, preparing bishop b4, trying to trap the queen.
Yeah, because queen takes a2 is much more of a risk than an escape route. So rook b1 probably be met by something like knight a6, just to cover the b4 square.
But it's close to trapping the queen anyways, because if you give me
I don't know if Dennis is coming back, guys. Is it mathematically impossible yet? It's not, because of the 1-minute segment. Magnus got the Elvis hairdo going on. Dude, he's got a hunk of burning hair up there, doesn't he?
Magnus was not comfortable with that queen.
He's got a hunk of burning hair, folks.
Bishop b4 can be played, but it does hand over the e3 square as a means to escape.
And then the queen can, I don't know, find its way over to the king's side.
Yeah.
So a good moment to probably think here for Dennis. And I like this decision. I said he needs to play faster, and a lot of these games he's really found himself in time trouble. Whoa, knight takes d5.
Wow.
That's a blunder, I think.
Well, so the knight on d4 is hanging.
Yeah, I think we have a bishop c1 move at the very end of this. So
this is critical. Yeah, put that.
So takes
5. This is the
bishop
idea.
c1. Take here, queen d4, and you think the rook is hanging, but then you just move the bishop.
Wow.
Queen's hanging, and it's a mating net anyways, and that's not too hard to find.
Yeah, especially because it's forced. If you take on d5, you know the reaction. Magnus on the camera, you can feel that he started to notice it as well. You see the reaction. Now, he takes d5 becomes critical. You're spending time here. You have to find it.
So what happened? We had.
I think we gotta make coffee, guys. Did you guys see that? You probably couldn't see it because my camera's so small, guys. We're making coffee, guys. We're making coffee. I literally just. I didn't like nod off, but I closed my eyes for a second and I didn't open them. I didn't blink. Like I closed them and they didn't open for a second, and I'm like, okay. Yeah, we need another cup of coffee, guys. But it's okay. We had it. We had the cracker. So I tell you guys what we have the coffee can? No, I think we leave the game up, guys.
And rook takes e2.
Do we have an alternative coffee cam? I'm trying to think of the best way to do that.
Right? We looked at that bishop h6 idea. Quite work there, but
dude, that was funny.
Magnus has miscalculated.
That was funny.
That
No, I said something before about
Magnus lost that Benoni game on the dark
when
side.
I was saying I might do this a couple days ago.
You know, there's so many mating nets.
I said, come watch me fall asleep on stream. It'll be funny. It'll be
find other counterplays as black, but right now,
you're gaining at my expense or something. That was funny. Definitely got to pour some coffee.
Hits the rook. It's also defending the a4 knight.
How many moves you calculate ahead, Charlie? Willie, that's just not exactly a question that experienced chess players have an answer to.
Yeah, you could start by taking the rook, then take the bishop on b5.
Like, there was a world champion
But you have to
who said,
there are no more squares available.
they said, how many moves ahead do you think? And he said one move, the best one.
B2 directly. The queen has got
Because
to go.
it completely,
That, you know, could swing and just
well,
for Dennis.
it matters. The type of position matters. It's like, what are you talking about? You know, I can see 10 or 12 or 13 or 15 or 20 moves ahead. If it's all forced, if it's check, 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 the king has no moves, check, 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 I could chase a king all the way across the board. You know, there's the famous king hunt game where then he plays king e2 checkmate. He could have castled and mated with the king. Mated by castling. Forcing lines are, you can calculate those very easily, farther than you can a position like this. Just because you see one line 5 moves ahead doesn't mean you calculated the position 5 moves ahead, because what if the guy played a6 when you played knight e3? What if the guy plays a6? What if he plays b6? What if he plays knight b8? He has so many different replies. So you can calculate a line, but one line doesn't mean anything if your opponent just plays another move. You know what I mean? So I think people, when they're starting to play chess, they get mind blown because they're like, they start analyzing and they see one line that goes like 5 moves ahead, and they're like, I think 5 moves ahead. You don't really. You think you thought 5 moves ahead in one position, but do you understand what I'm saying? But it doesn't matter what if the guy did a different move. If they're all forced, if it's check, 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 and the guy has no option, then you can say you calculated 13 moves ahead. But you got to calculate every move in order to have it calculated. Do you know what I'm saying? Or every reasonable move, right? So the honest truth is, I just don't have an answer for that. And you know, most masters or grandmasters, they don't have an answer for it either, because it depends on the position. It's not like 1800s calculate 4 moves ahead. 2200s calculate 6 moves ahead. It's not like that. It just depends. It just depends. Yeah, Dark Cam again for sure. You know what I mean? Yeah. I've never heard that. Willie, I've never heard GMs say 15 to 20. I've never heard that before. I mean, I'm not saying that you didn't see that. Did you make it at 6 a.m.? I did. I was live before 6 a.m. What time did you get started? You're just getting here. What did I miss? Lazavik won the first game, and he was winning the second game. And he's been struggling ever since. It's 5.5, 10.5. And there's not a lot of time left. Oh, they're on a small board. Look what I did. Check it out, Bill Stevens. They have this scene here with the small board, right? So we made a big board. So when it goes to that scene with the small board, I made the board a little bit bigger to make it a little bit workable. Yeah, so, I mean, as expected, Magnus Carlsen is probably going to win. Oh, is that Sam Shankland? The Rook! Guys, there's a lot of red-headed people in the crowd today. You see that? Bill Stevens, what are you up to, brother? Dude, I had to completely destroy my sleep schedule to be able to be here, including taking a late afternoon nap and getting up at 7:30 p.m. from like a 4-hour nap. Completely confusing my sleep schedule. And then I took a couple other naps in the middle of the night, including one from like 4 to 5. And here I am. And I just nodded off. I didn't nod off, but I just nodded like 5 minutes ago. I told myself I'm going to make coffee. Then I saw you. But not not a bad setup, huh, Bill Stevens?
This match gets out of hand, and Dennis starts to
I need to have like
you look back at this and think,
where you can hear them,
did you play in a way
but
that handed
my music is over it enough, and then I had to make myself small because I want to show their entire stream. And if I put my face anywhere on their stream, then I am getting in the way of their stream. Like I could go over here, but I'm covering chess. If I was to just put my thing right here, I'd be covering the chess.com logo. See that? Yeah, no. So you know, I'm respecting them giving me a chance to do a watch party. I'm giving them their full screen. Although, well, wait a minute. We got a board back? No, we don't. Although I did modify it. I did modify it by fixing their board, but that's a broken feature that we're improving on. Yeah. The glass in front of them is tinted. That's causing the dark. Right, but you would think that they would.
I go F6, and I try to play.
You'd think they'd plan on that.
That's amazing. And if you take with the E pawn, you'll lose the bishop. If you take
Did you say you were iced in or something, Bill Stevens? Guys, we're gonna make coffee. I guess I'm just gonna, because I just gotta pour water in and hit a button. I'm gonna do that and leave this on so you guys can see it. I'm not leaving this running without commentary, guys. I'm just grabbing a cup of coffee. It's right here. I'll be right back.
There have been some big tactical shots that honestly would be crazier to see on the board than not.
Yeah, Magnus is one of those players. He generally is very practical. He doesn't spend a lot of time unless he's got that feeling of a move. It's been working for him so far, except for some of these opening choices.
Yeah.
Dennis here. Okay, G4. I can just try to force the queens off on good terms. Queen D4, you can do rook 2 takes D4, and again, it's kind of a position that Magnus wants. With the queens off, you're not worried about king safety. The king is, and then you're just playing an endgame where you probably know it's about equal, but you can't really lose this.
Yeah, it does feel like if black does nothing, this could actually go very bad. You allow rook D8, trade a pair of rooks, king E3, king D4, that starts to look bad. So it almost feels like black needs to play in a way that fights a little bit. That's E5, that's G5. You want to test the pawn structure a little bit. Maybe you take on G4, maybe play H4 and fix that pawn as a weakness for bishop G2 in the future.
Yeah, H4 is double-edged. He's taking, and this is fine, as you mentioned. G5 is a good way to trade things off E5.
Yeah. Difficult to make progress. You got those double pawns. I do think that if the rooks come off the board, there is something.
Oh, the rook is trapped. Wait, king B6. Is it trapped? No, it's rook D8. No, it's not. I don't see it.
Well, rook D8. Where do you put?
So king B6, rook D8. No, like it's trapped, but I don't know how to win it.
Yeah,
that's what I was trying to figure out.
But you don't even need to win it. Even an exchange, perhaps, good enough. So rook D8 threatens rook B8 check, and bishop B7 is no good. There's no place to put the rook. You probably have to start thinking about, well, in this case, bishop to B7 played. This is not easy at all.
And G5 is hanging in some variations.
That's right.
So we have rook B7, and
there's no time to take it. You can take on F7 and take on F4. That's one way to do things.
All right, guys, I'm back.
Dennis was down to 3 seconds.
What Bill Stevens?
So I wonder if Magnus
Okay.
invested a bit of time to find something tricky.
Yeah.
This is still very good.
This should be more than enough.
Magnus is winning again. 4 minutes. We're gonna have one more game in this time control. Magnus will be up 12 to 5, 12 and a half, 5 and a half going into. Well, that's assuming he wins this in the next one, which he's going to. Oh wait, no, I thought that was a timer clock. That's not the match clock. Why is there no match clock? No, that is the match clock. It is. I'm sorry. It is. Yeah. Never mind. Told you guys. I need coffee. It's so hot. This coffee is so hot, guys. It's very, very hot. It is made of hot. It's made of fire. Look at this. 3 pawns. You could resign, He should resign. I'll tell you why. He's losing the match. And you're going to lose this game.
Down 3 pawns. You're not saving the position anyway, let alone low on time.
G7.
You should resign. That's what Amon is saying. You're not going to save the position, Dennis. Just resign.
Yeah, this is a position that he knows is winning.
Nice.
Any way that he wants. Take that rook. There's no way to play rook f3. Now the king hides. And that is going to be a victory. It feels like Magnus Carlsen is oscillating between a game where he hands chances and maybe gets punished, and then a dominant game just to right the ship and sort of
Magnus, he's doing Magnus stuff, guys. The ice is almost all melted, but it's still frustrating. You have a bunch of organ tracks to lay down today. Nice. So you got work, man. You got work to do. You're stuck at home, but you said it's melting, and you're within walking distance and stuff. So that's kind of nice, right? If the roads are impassable, you can still walk somewhere.
Very solid. Usually white can claim a bit of a small plus here. Just take a look. Everything's symmetrical, but look at white's bishop on d3. It's developed. It has
What is this, a London? Is he playing a London? Is this a London?
on f5, so just a little bit of a better setup for white, but shouldn't be too much.
No, there's been pretty slim margins, it feels like, in this match. Knight g3, and again, relying, for example, knight takes d4 in the middle, non-tactic, bishop takes on h7, which would equalize the material, and it's just, again, light scored bishop on d3, a little bit better than the bishop on e6. That's about it, Eric. It is really...
That's about it, and there's not ways to necessarily gain
Can't play a
space
London
white.
against Magnus,
Maybe
bro.
we're looking at pushing the h-pawn down the board. That's kind of something to
Is
look at.
that a secret weapon?
But outside of that, tough. Yeah. Any trades just make it easier. Like if the queens come off the board, we're looking at a pretty gauche position. Maybe black's could bring the king to d6, something like that. Like there's a weakness on d5.
Hikaru match starts in an hour and a half, folks.
Both sides have to invest in defending. That makes it hard to actually apply pressure to the other isolated pawn.
This is the last game of the 3-1 time control. They're going to take a very short break, and then we're going to be playing 1 minute with 1 second, guys. This is the exciting stuff.
From these positions against Magnus, it's not something that you can reliably do.
Agnes, why not?
5-6 points. The match is close, or if he's ahead in a match, his style looks really good, but here it feels like he just needs something a little bit more.
A little bit more, maybe bishop b5, try to create the structural imbalance.
I like that.
So yeah, knight fe2 here. Okay, I'm not sure if he should have taken, but bishop b5 is the only move I have here. King f2, bishop b5, try to take on c6. I don't think Magnus will allow that, but...
Yeah, you can always drop the bishop back. You can play rook
I gotta stay
c8.
sharp, guys. Big board, big
G5
board.
did look like sort of the final way to balance the position. You see the move g5, kicking that knight out. White was not interested in taking the bishop e6 in black's position and helping the pawn support the center. So instead,
They're
you
saying
do see
Bullet, Magnus should steamroll him in Bullet because his bad time management here.
getting towards that.
But no, because if he's playing Bullet, he might play Bullet.
Yeah, you see Magnus, his clock management, he's up a minute. Obviously very comfortable here. Dennis, at some point he's got to think, is this worth playing on, or should I just roll the dice again, play the next game with black the way Magnus has been playing? I still have some chances.
Yeah, exactly right. Also, the match clock expiring as well in this 3+1 portion, so the players know that there's Bullet ahead. You start to
Bullet coming up, folks. But to me, Bullet 1+1 is not really Bullet to me. Sorry. I know it is by definition, but I don't like it.
Bishop b5 can still be played, but
I like my Bullet without increment.
this is just headed to a very, very drawish endgame.
Yeah, I was thinking about
I'm
creating
trying,
balances.
but he's not playing it, so...
Dude, people are walking out, bro. They're like, yeah, okay, this is a good time to go to the restroom. Magnus has this one locked up, or his draw. Magnus won this segment. Magnus is going to be ahead by at least 6 points.
Objective evaluation, which is most certainly equality.
The king reaches d6, which is kind of the square you want. As I said, you want to use your kings to defend your weaknesses, free up the pieces to move around.
The maneuvering phase of the game. A tough F1 to fully master. These players certainly have.
So far, this match started out very exciting,
Otherwise, Knight H5.
then flattened out, and then turned into what you usually expect when Magnus plays, another. I mean, is Lazavik really a top player in the world? I mean, in Blitz he might be. In Speed Chess he might be. That's why he's here. But in in classical, he's not as strong as these guys. Still doing great though. Don't get me wrong. Love to see him work, folks.
I'll be shocked, Eric. I'll be shocked if anything except a draw happens here, especially with those last moves. And given that the players have elongated the game, if it was even on their
Yeah, he's definitely getting into time trouble. Has Dennis Lazavik.
top left is green.
I like to. I want to try and say his name different every time I refer to him. All right. To who you might ask? Dennis Lazavik. That guy.
Last thing ahead of us, just the method of how it's going to become a draw.
Yeah, the players are filling out the position, hoping for a blunder. It's not happening. I mean, this is maybe, what do you say, surprising? It doesn't change anything.
It doesn't, yeah. Just that the knight can stay on and now we'll see that repetition and ultimately.
All right, guys, that segment is over. Now we're going to have the most exciting part, the 1+1. Can Magnus just sit there?
We can see that
No, he can't, because he would lose like 15 points,
for Magnus Carlsen.
and he's not that far ahead.
Actually equaled his result in both segments so far. The 5+1, 3+1, 6-3 in both of those segments.
6-3 in each segmental.
Yeah, I think it played out a bit differently because he lost a couple of games, but the high moments in that 3-minute segment were very good for Magnus. He had some very clean.
Signing some autographs. Ooh, a little selfie there.
He seems very comfortable. It's definitely not like
Guy got a picture with Magnus. He'll be showing his friends.
in the middle of a break.
No, yeah,
during a match,
I agree.
So
I agree. This
Power of the pompadour. Dude, the hair is looking great, man. His hair is absolutely crushing it.
while he's signing.
Bullet is too fast for me, Willie. If it is, then it is. It's a lot of fun, man.
That's amazing.
You got to understand, the quality goes out the window.
Understandably.
Especially when you're first learning how to play it, right?
We're looking at a match where it's 6-3 in the 5+1, 6-3 again in the 3+1. I would say the way that we got there, at some point, you and I had that moment where we had to criticize and say, I don't know if he should be that loose with the openings, a bit double-edged, but Eric, does it really feel like a match that Magnus feels he can lose at this point? His confidence seems to be very high.
no, I think he knew that he took unnecessary risk in those games, and he's okay with it. And going into the final portion, he's up by 6, and Bullet is not Lazavik's strongest time control. So Magnus is definitely, I think if you asked them heading into today, you're up by 6 going to the Bullet, he'd probably take that.
Yeah.
We even saw that prediction at the start of the match. Some of the models had it 14-10.
That's right.
He's outperforming that, and most of his losses have been from risky openings.
That's right. And as we get ready for the Bullet section, which is ahead, we hope
Willie,
that
do you play
everyone
like 5
watching
minute?
Gets ready for King's Gambit.
Do you
which
play like
is
regular
a
Blitz,
new
like 5-minute chess?
chess-inspired survival arcade game from the creators of Chess. Guide your king.
A survival
sea of
arcade
enemy
game?
Pieces. You can build combos. Try to survive as long as you can. Remember, there's no ads, free gameplay, and King's Gambit will help put your chess skills to the test without the 2 a.m. ELO crash, which I am capable of myself. So how long can you survive? That's code !King's Gambit in chat. Use it now. Check
Rapid
it out,
is your
everyone,
favorite.
And we will be back for Bullet, Eric.
I
After the
recommend it,
break.
man.
Don't go anywhere.
And study end games. Play rapid and study end games. And that's how you get better at chess. I mean, it's even better to you play the slowest time control you can get away with.
2 a.m. Stop the tilt.
This is the commercial, guys. The King's Gambit.
Clear the board.
magnet. Pull every shield your way. Royal Frenzy! How long can you survive? Come on, the board's waiting.
Huh. Like, see, for me,
Another pep talk? Nah, you're past
I just
that.
want to play
High
chess.
grades, good energy. That's
I don't want to
big.
waste any time, like, learning rules to some weird variation of chess. You know what I mean? That's just me.
It's never just one thing.
Okay?
Be ready for
I'm old.
everything. Mind sharp.
Yes.
Focus locked.
True. I'm grumpy. Well, I haven't slept. But besides that, I don't want to waste time on chess variants, man. If I'm gonna play chess, I want to play the real chess. If I'm gonna learn rules or learn anything about a game of chess, I want it to be learning how to be better at the game of chess, the normal game of chess. That's just me, though. That doesn't mean. It doesn't mean that you shouldn't enjoy it if you don't enjoy it. You know what I mean? Do it. Oh my God, I forgot to put the board back, guys. You guys, see? There we go. There, our first lapse in judgment, folks. Well, okay, maybe I made a lapse in judgment earlier today as well, but have you tried freestyle chess? I've played it before. I don't enjoy it. It's fun, but, to be perfectly honest for myself, it's like I play Elden Ring for fun. To me, chess being fun is almost a byproduct of just as fun playing chess to me is getting better at chess. If there was no journey to get better at chess, then I would not play chess just to enjoy the game. Although I do love the game and I do enjoy playing chess, but I as much like the challenge of improving as much as I enjoy the actual game of chess. Do you know what I'm saying? That's just me, though. Everyone's different. So, because of that, I would rather spend my time. If I want to have fun, I'll spend it on something different. Or I have fun playing normal chess, and then I can try and play openings I've worked on or middle game plans I might be familiar with. When I'm done with the game, I can look back and say, what did I do wrong? You can learn a lot from freestyle chess. I'm not saying you can't, but a lot of things that don't apply to normal chess, which is what I'm trying to get better at. Bill Stevens says, so what's that thing on Magnus's upper lip? It's a caterpillar. He's goofing around. He found a caterpillar. He stuck it on his lip. He's left it there. It's crazy. There's a thing they do with the guitars, Willie, where they it's called open tuning. Bill Stevens knows about this, and it's beautiful. It's beautiful. You take the guitar and or alternative tunings. They tune it. They tune the strings differently, and so you play it differently. But it opens up all kinds of new vibes, and it can be beautiful. I am not good enough at playing my guitar with regular tuning to where I think I should be tuning it to a non-standard scenario that I'm not going to use in real life combat and spending time learning to do stuff in that area. Do you know what I'm saying? That's just me, though. This might not even be right. Bill Stevens is a professional musician. He might say, yeah, but Charlie, you actually learn so much more by learning this and that, and it's very beneficial, and you should do that. And I'll be like, oh, I didn't know that. But the way I look at it is, I'm just like, yeah, chess is hard enough. I'm just going to work on regular chess. Yeah, guitar is hard enough. I'm just gonna play standard tuning on my guitar. I'm just gonna play it normal. When I get too good at that, when I need a hard mode, then I'll try freestyle. But I haven't mastered chess yet. That's a perfect analogy. Yeah. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just, what do you want out of chess? If you just want to have fun out of chess, then you might have fun playing atomic chess, takeaway chess, king of the hill. You might have fun playing all those variations of chess, and dude, that's awesome. I think it's awesome. I don't want fun out of chess. I want to get better at chess. That's how I have fun. We're taking the shirt off, folks. The layers are piling up. This is just a little bit snug. This is the Streamlabs merch, guys. I could say Streamlabs sent me this because they did. Streamlabs did send me this, guys. But they sent it to me because I ordered it because I had credit with them or something. So that's where that came from. It's a little bit small. I must have washed it. Cuz I don't Ooh. Up next, dude, the timer's down to 0, bro. We're going in. It's showtime. Get to your boards. Magnus. Dennis, get to your boards.
The Speed Chess Championship continues. Eric, we have Magnus Carlsen, Dennis Lazavik in a matchup that
Magnus is too good at chess, a league of his own.
Towards a Magnus Carlsen victory, but we have one more segment where that can still change, and that is Bullet.
This is the final segmental, guys.
1 second increment. What do you think Dennis's chances are, realistically, up against a 6-point deficit?
Well, Magnus did lose a Bullet segment to Jose Martinez. He had a tough, close one against Fabiano, so he has shown in the past that you can take games off him in the Bullet.
I like the way.
Dennis has been.
I like the way. What's his name? Eric's talking,
Magnus,
man.
Magnus has.
So you're saying there's a chance?
And, I think the last segment kind of set the stage because there were more decisive games.
Magnus he's just a half a head
now the pressure's
taller than everyone else,
I think it really starts to become reality.
including Hikaru and Fabiano.
Keep making those draws. It's more likely that.
I think that most average would use alternate tunings to inspire a new song or new ideas, but wouldn't show up to the jam in another tuning. But the Supermaster players welcome the challenge of learning new language. I believe that.
It's a 6-point edge for Magnus, but
I believe that.
Leads like that shrink a bit. I know we're talking about Magnus here, and it's a bit harder, but it's happened.
No, we have to talk about the reality, which is that it has happened. We have seen leads like this disappear in the Bullet segment. Whether or not it will happen here remains to be seen. That's what this game in front of us is all about. Getting off to a good start, Eric, in the Bullet is absolutely key. It really sets the tone, especially just for your mental.
Oh, come on, buddy.
Bullet, a lot easier.
Don't forget it's a 1-minute game.
Affect the next one.
The D6 square.
Tough spot for Dennis here. He just loses that D6 pawn,
Mhm.
and there's no compensation.
No, at this point, you're hoping for the right imbalance with the minor pieces because the material is just immediately an issue here. F4 to kick out that knight as well.
I'm looking at bishop a6, but I don't think it does anything.
But at this point, I think can probably just cement that knight on D6.
He cements it, yeah.
We're talking about a good start, and this is not a good start. This is an easy to play
The
position.
cemental.
Yep.
And you know, at some point, you got to start doing math. If you're a Dennis fan at home, it's like can only take so many losses before it might almost be mathematically impossible to come back.
Yeah, and with that +1 second,
The old guys looked.
Don't think that
they looked.
game is 2 minutes.
What's the word?
We've easily seen them last 5-6 minutes. It's incredible how long a single game can last in Bullet. Just with
Happy.
the increment.
And there's a strategy.
I
where
can't think
when
of the
you're in
word.
Lead, you prolong the games a little bit because
When
you
they're
can
on the
start
camera.
to see the finish line, see that counter go down. You know, there's only so much time left.
Absolutely. Queen takes e6. We just have another pawn dropping in the position. You know, of course it's game one. You play this out no matter what, but at some point, if the
The
position
nightmare
gets
for
bad
Dennis
enough,
has started.
playing
Well,
the
we'll see.
position out simply takes time off the clock.
Yeah, no, you have to be realistic at a certain point. Can I actually win this position? Because, and my answer for this one is probably no, but I think he's waiting for a couple more moves because there's still heavy pieces on the board.
That's right.
So you just wait for that to dissipate, then you decide.
Yeah, this right here, queen takes c6, the rook on f7 is hanging. I was going to say there is bishop d6 in order to try to win some material there, but You don't need to have finesse at this point. Just about anything should get the job done. That c-pawn is passed. The king is running out into the open here. This is all Magnus Carlsen in the first game of Bullet.
Okay, are there any tactics? It's gotten a little loose here, Amon. It feels like Dennis is, bishop e6. That's a nice find.
That's a painful move to see. Right.
That's a nice find.
We're turning into a bit of a tactical skirmish.
Still a couple moves required here. I don't think Magnus is happy with his conversion. Let me say that.
That's absolutely correct. Rook c4. Now there is rook c2, but you have to be quite careful, so it's time to bring the king in.
Yeah, problem is you're down a pawn, so white can make this move like king d3 because every
It's gotten about equal, but still.
And here's again, this
Magnus
is
got double the time on the clock.
I won't say it's worse than a loss.
This is
Eric,
why I
you
don't
might
like
know what I mean.
increment
No, I know you mean
on
exactly.
It can go on
bullet games, though.
forever
It's a
and
bullet
ever,
game.
and you might lose it.
And there's no way you win.
It shouldn't
except
be able to drag on for 3, 4, or 5 minutes. When you got a 2-1 with 10 seconds left, you should win.
Goes far away.
No, it doesn't work like that.
Rook takes on a5.
Ooh.
Yeah, that advanced king with that advanced pawn, Black's looking to sacrifice that rook and get the G pawn running down the board because that might force a draw.
Yep.
Whereas if you just shuffle like this, as you mentioned, a lot of time can go off the clock.
Yep, and this is a move that's still important to play correctly. But here's rook f5. Got to bring the rook down. And this is going to work out, but you might try king e2 here.
King e2 is the right try to check from behind. And
You made a
now,
knight.
Again, what you talked about. This could go
Prolonging.
on for 50 moves, right? That's what's going to happen.
Think about when we began, right? This is a 30-minute
Magnus is
countdown.
loving this.
It's at 25 minutes. I bet everyone was saying there's no way a bullet game can go 5-6 minutes. Well, look at what we've got here. This is not what Dennis is looking for. To be honest, just about the worst start that you could have to the segment.
For sure.
Yeah, he's going to get bled. He's getting bled out, guys. There's not enough time in the day.
Yeah,
The
we don't think he's
opportunity
going to lose
cost,
it.
the
Or in the
opportunity
match.
cost of all that time is very significant.
Mag is too strong.
Yeah, because you could lose a quick game and win.
The question is, will Hikaru, as a newfound father, destroy Ali Ritz and Firouzja, guys?
As long as possible.
That's the question.
Just by reaching this end game, probably 1.5 minutes to 2 minutes will disappear.
Yep. And the score won't change in terms of the deficit. 12.5 to 6.5 if things go as we expect. This looks like it's about to be a 5.5, 6 minute game. Remember, the amount of time that is on the clock for Magnus can just be, you can wait that out at the end.
Yeah.
And there we go. That is game number 1. If that's a sign of things to come, Magnus is looking very comfortable. Dennis has to be careful, not only to get more double-edged positions, but obviously to not get in a spot where the clock, the match clock, can just be whittled down like that.
Well, it's hard to suggest what to do differently there. I mean, in the end game, that was just, I don't know if it was unfortunate. But the opening is where he's got to be critical because he was lost right in the early middle game there.
All right, guys.
You have to think that Dennis needs to take some swings.
Yep, completely agree.
And that might lead to some quick losses, but just in
Yeah.
terms of,
Yeah, what about putting pressure on Magnus,
10 points, 8 points, what's the difference?
See if he cracks. See if he's human.
It's tough to have
Because
that
giving him
mentality,
respect
let
isn't
the
working.
score really get away from you, but that's probably the approach that you need.
You got to try something.
These are the finals here in London, and I like the way that
push,
Dennis
right?
has come out in this game. There's clearly a dark square idea that Magnus is going to have. Bring that knight maybe to d7, trade the bishops, but I think that this is the right way to play.
Knight takes c4 though. Magnus sees it because that pin would have been really annoying, and this is a huge problem. That's the best.
The pin.
Best piece for white is the dark square bishop.
And you can solidify things with f6. It's not the prettiest move, but it really holds everything together. White has to try to break the position together. Thing is so well defended.
Okay, to be sure we weren't
I would like to see Dennis
behind.
on the clock, but Magnus's clock management today has been impeccable.
Yeah, very reliable. So
Magnus
far.
hasn't really been tested today, so he's been
Pushing
able
all
to
the
kind
way
of just do
F4,
whatever he
bishop
wants.
E7, rook E8, it just
Game 1,
feels
game
as
2.
though Dennis does not have anything.
Well, the math doesn't work. There's a bishop on e5. You can't remove it. You have no f-pawn.
He's tilted. Find the reset button and have fun. It's so hard to play under so much pressure. Yeah, just imagine no matter what you do, too, it's not going to be good enough, right?
Yeah, 91 knight to F3.
I mean,
definitely looks like what I'd be considering, but of course, concessions. Every time you do that, the knight's no longer pinned. So the position is just getting better and better for black.
It's a sharp position. It's bullet, but Magnus
he
is
did
still
win the
playing,
first game, and he was winning the second game. That's tells you he's got,
queen on G1.
you know, he could do something. Maybe it's like you got to go. You got to do something.
Rookie 8, or let's see here. All the fun is for black here with the bishop pair and the pin.
Exactly.
All the fun is for
Multiple
black.
pins. At that, the queen is well situated on G7. Now, this is not the end of the world, but again, the best it feels like you can do for Dennis is to bring things back to equality.
This is pretty, yeah, as you said, pretty tough though, because we have to really factor in the clock.
Yep.
And it's a type of position that feels like Magnus is only either going to win or we have like a
The
draw.
Magnus.
The last game was 118 moves.
118 is incredible. It's exactly what you want to see if you're leading the match.
Okay, Dennis has
Yeah, after this match, is Hikaru.
Yep. It's
Hikaru versus Firouzja.
But
Stephen O'Connell, hey Charlie, genuinely curious. Did you play chess competitively in middle school, high school, or did you get into it later?
G4 was played. H5 ruins the coordination here, and you do not want to
Wish I don't even know if they had a chess club at my high school. I loved chess through high school. Probably played whenever I could. Probably read a book here or there a little bit. I didn't, and maybe went to the local chess club on Thursday nights or whatever through high school. But I did not play tournaments. I did not. I met a guy when I was around, how old was I? 18, 19? I was around 18 or 19. I met my friend Dave, and we started playing against each other. And he was very competitive, and so was I, and we're both about the same rating. We're both probably around 1,400 United States Chess Federation rating. And I bought a book to learn the Stonewall attack to play against him. We started, and then he's like, there's a tournament. Let's go play a tournament. I'm like, all right. And that's how we went and joined the USCF and started playing tournaments. I think my first rating was 1395 or something. But I was like 20 years old or something. 20, maybe 21. When I started playing tournaments. Maybe 20. Because I remember being, I believe, 20 or 21 when I was watching TV. I've told the story before. I'm watching TV and I look into the dining room through a doorway and I see my chess set with some books sitting there. And I'm watching TV and I'm like, I wonder if I never watch TV again and just studied chess instead, how much better I'd be at chess. And I stood up and I walked away from that TV. And I didn't watch TV. I mean, I basically stopped watching TV. I've watched some TV since, like maybe 15 years ago. You know, with the wife, she wants to watch the Housewives of Beverly Hills or House Hunters, family time stuff, right? The kids are watching Avatar, The Last Airbender. Okay. Oh, and you know what? I would come home from work and sometimes watch the rerun of Breaking Bad. So I did watch a little bit of TV, but my generation, guys, TV used to be there was no internet. You would watch TV. That was your internet. And like I never saw an episode of Seinfeld. That was a very famous TV show. I never saw it because I quit watching TV before that became a big thing, and I wasn't watching TV at the time. And for many, many years, I never watched TV, so I just never saw it. And that's when I started doing the tournaments and stuff. I wish I would have done it in high school. I'd be a lot better.
Okay, I like
if we would have had a teacher.
Bishop E8 played immediately.
You know what I mean?
You can at least see a future.
Because he might have said, like, you're pretty good. You should talk to your parents about paying for some lessons. That would have been really cool. But I never got guided into that. You know what I mean?
chance,
Would have been nice.
Bishop C. I know, I like it. Bishop C6. You realize I can't.
Because I had a passion. I had the passion.
With my bishop stuck on G6.
I was doing it myself. I was getting books and studying myself. I didn't really have anyone to play with except for the chess club on the once a week, you know. And I got a basic understanding of it. You know what I mean? It feels good. I'm really glad I learned what I learned when I was younger.
Like a winning position, I think, for white.
It would be rough to be my age and love chess and be like, I'm trying to get better at chess.
You need an escape square. As black, you can't use the rook from E8 unless you've moved one of the pawns, G6 or H6. And the A pawn is also going to go to A6, where it's defended. White just has everything guarded.
Queen D8, try to play rook E8. Without the rook and queen coordinating, tough to imagine that Dennis has something here.
Everything is just...
It's just too much.
Here, E1, G1, all the checking squares, and there comes another pawn. Just seems to have such good control of the position.
No, this is excellent bullet chess.
Yeah, queen G5, not even needed.
Wow.
H6, side to side. Now, do you include bishop D5?
Well, if you move your queen now, you can force the queens off.
Yep, take bishop D5.
Oh, it's too much.
Wow, what a game. Pure domination when it comes to bullet. I think you alluded to it, Eric. That was just a classy game. No counterplay. And ultimately, what we thought was Dennis's best decision, bishop E8, turned into one of Magnus's best decisions to sacrifice.
For sure. But he had to try it.
Yeah.
I mean, the positions that Dennis is getting, has to keep trying to play aggressive. But the problem is, even in those moments where he's playing aggressive, he's playing it from a worse position.
That's right.
Magnus's openings are starting to get stronger, it feels
Yeah,
like.
and from worse on the clock as well.
Segment of this matchup,
Again, it's no shame. Lazavik is a lot better than I am. Magnus is better than Lazavik. It's just a really hard thing. Like the Hikaru Firouzja coming up, either one could win. Hikaru, I think, is better blitz player, but I don't know. Firouzja can win. This is like he's just not supposed to win.
Have to go forward, knight G5.
Now, is that a cosplayer or is that like a real piece of clothing that guy was wearing?
You can see the G2 square is a bit tender.
Very curious. Was that Alien Gambit outfit or something? I don't know what just happened there.
Dennis can't just play C5 and open everything up.
Yeah.
What is that? That's a move.
Well,
D5, he's going to fianchetto his queen?
I think so. Maybe all the way back. You know, the Alpha Zero style. Queen A8 to hide that queen out there.
Just play D5 and C5 anyways. D5 and E5 anyways. D5 and C5, sorry. That has to be played, I think. Okay, this is good too.
This is fine.
This is good.
The knight on G5 you mentioned earlier, it's even better now because
he has a forky dorky. He doesn't want it.
No F pawn, but I rarely see these positions succeed without some sort of C5 push from white, and that can still happen, by the way.
So you know why I wanted D5? So I don't get mated on G2 if I force the queen all the way back to B7. Because there's a one way to mess it up. But here, bishop takes C5 from Dennis, and
it must be played. There's rook B8,
and it's too much.
Of course, it won't be captured, but the position's very solid here for the black pieces. I mean, rook A4.
Rook A4 is serious.
Yeah, rook A4 is a real threat, folks. Coming down the file. Coming down to A file.
It was actually the move King B8
with the vengeance.
Cost him. The king was maybe safer on that C8 square, but this knight on E6 and the rook A4 idea, this might be too much.
This is going to make Lazavik a beast, guys. He's 19 years old.
Just full sacrifice, and this is the
He's going to be in some tournament
double exclamation
when he's
mark,
26.
knight C7, sacking the knight,
being like,
potentially even more
I
after that,
freaking
the bishop
fought
comes
Magnus
in,
for 4 hours.
Really nice attacking game for Dennis.
Getting my butt handed to me. It's going to make him stronger for sure.
In those types of positions, Eric, it's not the first time where he's gone ultra sacrificial. You know, as a fan, as a spectator, you're almost just sitting there saying, do that more. You know, whatever that was, do it again.
Well, he played an opening that leads to very rich positions.
See, there's only 13 minutes left on this clock, guys. This segment is going so fast.
Those following chess for a while, remember.
I think I got to try eating some food, guys. I think we'll try eating some food on the break.
Very rich play.
I think that's the Manunu.
Dennis has to take a lot of risks.
Think food will give me energy, guys?
Yeah, we can see
I don't know. It's hard to say.
Attacked With the move E5,
We gotta try.
long range.
Dubious opening for Magnus, but he's done that before. He's feeling
How about you,
comfortable
Stephen
today.
O'Connell? You're asking about me playing in middle school or high school. Did you play in middle school or high school?
You can go ahead and take this. With
Curious.
but I have to say bishop takes f5 makes more sense in order to develop.
Rook f6, I like it. At some point, move the queen to e7 or c7, swing the other rook, pressure f2.
Someone said Magnus could close his eyes and still win. That'd be hilarious if Magnus was like, wait, he calls someone over and he turns around, he puts a blindfold on, turns his back to the board, and then he has like someone else move the pieces for him and he finishes the match blindfolded. That would be freaking hilarious. I'm sure it's against the rules because you can't probably have somebody move the pieces for you.
Takes c6, but it's played on the board. Very provocative.
It'd be funny,
Giving
folks.
up the fianchettoed bishop. Those light squares are very weak. Dennis certainly has chances this game.
Yep, no doubt about it. f4 also weakens the second rank. So this is now a very combative position, Eric.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what does Magnus play? I mean, there's the bishop going to d5.
Queen e8.
You know, even g5. I know something like g5, just because you have a queen on f8, a rook on f6. They're not in the game. Got to find a way to involve them.
Yep.
Because otherwise, this happens.
Bishop
and
b3, you know.
There's
Yeah,
stability,
C4 though, right?
for Magnus.
No?
I think bishop b3, you're almost happy to sack material there. So this makes more sense. I do like the move g5. I'm kind of waiting for it to happen, but
now it's too late.
Yeah, it looks like it might be too late now.
G4 loses.
Watch out for that knight. Knight d7, knight g6.
Or no.
There's forks almost everywhere. In that case, discovered check was threatened. That's why king h7.
Yeah, that knight is staying there on e5. That's very... Oh, rook d3! Rook d3! The knight was pinned. Oh.
There was a moment there, and no, rook d4 was not a mouse slip. Probably just overlooked that tactic.
Well, he's also low in time, so he can't think as much as you'd like.
He's not
Yeah.
expecting a blunder.
Yep.
He had a queen for a rook right there, folks.
That outside pawn, the A pawn, watch out for that in a potential endgame here. The position looks better for white with those queens and rooks on the board, but otherwise that A pawn is a big problem.
The a-pawn's the problem, so Magnus is pushing this h1. He wants to kick that bishop off of the diagonal, then there's tactical chances.
You might see rook e3. Takes the a-pawn. Why not? This is now in white's favor. If you get rid of that a-pawn, everything else remains the same.
Yeah, this knight on e5 is a problem. It's just sheltering black from getting access to Magnus's king.
Oh, there's mating ideas all over the place here.
Yeah, it's getting rough.
Oh, rook e8 and rook f8 and queen f5. Yeah. That was the mate.
Oh, it's
At the very
brutal.
least, he's going to get something done here. Queen e8, rook h8 is the checkmate, and rook g2 is just not enough. This is a permanent
Look at that. The bishop's trapped, or you get mated.
That's amazing.
He's not taking because of stalemate ideas, right?
Which is even more, it makes the final position even more picturesque.
Wow, brutal.
King takes h1 may have allowed a stalemate, and with under 10 minutes remaining, not only in this segment, but in the match as well. We're back
I
to
feel
the
like I need to
system.
freaking throw that food in the microwave,
score,
guys.
Eric, he's almost got double the points now of his opponent.
Microwave.
Surely enough.
Definitely enough, and we might, see some of those openings we saw earlier. Dennis is fighting, but he's run into a very informed Carlsen today.
100%. And we've said before, you can play your best chess, but unfortunately, if Magnus is playing his best chess, sometimes it's just not enough. Great control over e5, the dark squares in the center. Want to play g4 and maybe pawn to f5. It's a nice way to try to open things up on the e file as well. And the knight kind of keeps the c file closed, so there you go.
This is a rare
And there was so much of that food left, I'm not even going to cook it all.
He's definitely worried about.
I'm just going to get enough to give myself some
Just all the way up the board.
energy.
This has not
You got to
been-
be happy. This is looking like a dream London.
I
It's
agree,
almost,
perhaps not a victory in this match, but certainly a very nice game here. And this is the thing, Dennis has had a number of these really forward attacking games that he has had success with. These are the ones that he needs to be going for.
he doesn't win by attacking normally, but against Magnus, because they both, you know, excel at some of the same type of chess, he has to
That's a good point.
incorporate attacking.
95. I mean,
He has to
94.
change things up. In
94
some
didn't
ways,
work.
that could be a criticism.
It seems strong like bull.
So good at what he does do, but we've seen him find success in this match, which
94 rookie 2.
was something he does not usually do.
I'm looking at
and
sacks over here.
perhaps needed to go for that a little bit more.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't want to take that G4 pawn and open up the G file, open the floodgates there. But you know, counting up the pawns, Eric, the extra pawn here, definitely helpful. But certainly without the queens on the board, I think Magnus is a lot happier.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think there's a piece hanging.
Almost
earlier in
ready,
the game
yes.
that he could have taken. In case you're watching at home, you're wondering, wasn't there a knight hanging?
It's almost ready. I'm going to show you
It
guys.
certainly looked like it. Something's got to give here. If you play G5, you hand over the F5 square. You can also continue to chase the H pawn with Rook H2.
This is getting tricky because Black's managed to contain the pawns on the king side, control White's position a little bit. I mean, the knight can't move, F4 is weak, the B4 pawn controls, you know, that queen side. Dennis is struggling to make progress here.
Absolutely. H6, the move you want to play, just have all the pawns connected. Well, at the same time, it gives Black all
look
these
at this.
squares.
You can maybe take on
Need like another
C2.
30 seconds. Man, this is so spicy, guys. I got to get water.
Certainly going to play.
Woo!
Oh, knight check from behind. Then you can bring your rook to 8.
Earliest minus 14 with the wind chill. Dude, that is cold, bro.
I think so.
Too much.
It's not the worst position. You got to go knight C1, knight D3, it looks like, but with C2 falling.
Oh, everything falls.
Yeah.
Wow.
Without the C pawn, you can't do anything about that. Just about 5 minutes remaining in this match. You know, both
Magnus
players
doing
might at
Magnus
some
stuff,
point
guys.
be
He's
ready
just
for
beating
this one to
Magnus.
be over, Eric.
Yeah, you might have to start growing out a mustache. So far, it's looking good.
1-0. Yeah, we'll be carefully tracking the record that Magnus posts with the
There's
new look.
literally nothing to see here, folks.
Another London here, but this
You know
time,
what's? You know what there is to see here?
Magnus Carlsen himself.
Hikaru's on his way. This is like rice, black beans, a can of Rotel,
Final couple games here and just
chicken,
start to reflect on the
bunch of red
matches.
peppers and
You know,
chili
the scores
powder.
balloon to 16 to 8. And I really feel like at some point it just kind of got away because
Oh my God.
you know, in the 5+1, 3+1, we were feeling as though Magnus was showcasing he was the better player, but you know, not by huge strides. I think what you mentioned about
Yeah, glad you're here,
having the same
True.
style, but maybe Magnus just executing it a little bit better.
The
some things up.
Hikaru
Well, I was saying, I think
match I think is gonna be pretty wild.
Weakest time control in the field is bullet, and maybe we're seeing that a little bit here because yeah, we saw lots of competitive blitz games. You might be
I just
wondering
wish
if the
Dennis would have
matches
given him a
up
better
until now
a better
were
fight, you know. But
more. Well, I think in Lazavik's case,
It's Magnus.
He's like ascending, trying to play elite players and do well. He has a third place match tomorrow, and these games are great training.
Hikaru
because no matter where he plays,
Firouzja will give him a better match.
Probably the underdog in the bullet segment.
But
so
they're-
much practice.
they're way higher rated
some time
players.
Control and playing Magnus Carlsen. You got to maximize it. That's why he's still trying to play good chess.
I have no
Some
idea why they
players
did
will
tin of
know
glass.
losing for sure. They'll start clowning around. No, this is valuable experience. You got to maximize it for sure.
I think it's
Absolutely. And
so odd
Dennis'
that they're actually
maturity that he's able to
choosing
show in his chess, and you
to
can
have those
see
pictures.
the way that
See,
he's
for instance, right now the
continuing to
picture of
fight in
Dennis
these games.
Lazovic,
You know, some of his most
it's zoomed
exciting
in,
victories have happened
and I
here.
think they don't
Just
even
in
know
bullet
it's zoomed in and its shot is wrong
Absolutely, still seeing the fight
because it's so dark they can't tell.
And this is a position that visually
You know what I'm saying?
very drawn to White's position, but the reality is perhaps it's not as good as it seems.
Yeah, a lot of
It's kind of weird. Doesn't have a real nice
Everything is
beard.
gonna explode, yeah.
Really not a
Queen
funny
takes
kind of guy.
C6, Bishop D5. Yeah, there's F5 as well. It feels like in a bullet situation, this is something you just go for. You don't have it fully calculated, but you know there's something there.
But and it
I love
works
spicy
too,
food,
which is
guys.
frustrating. Magnus has
Sue me.
initiated some tactical lines today, and they've almost never been flawed. Like the intuition's really been on point.
Yeah, the resulting position is not even necessarily a huge advantage or anything like that, but
not losing.
No,
You know.
no, and there's going to be counterplay here. Rook D7, and I wonder we may even see a repetition of sorts.
Haven't completely destroyed my sleeping schedule.
Yeah, watch out.
But feeling tomorrow I'm not going to know what day it is.
If you go to G4,
Rook takes
it's with
F4.
check.
Yes.
Now it wouldn't be with check. Very important. Coordination here is a little bit off.
Wait.
There's Rook G1.
I mean, I can
Takes G7.
look at the calendar and see,
Oh,
but
bishop
my
F2
my
check.
internal brain and
Oh,
clock
bishop
won't know.
E3?
You know what I mean?
I think that could be it.
He sees it though. Like this is incredible.
It's kind of
Queen
fun.
Take on, this is yeah.
It's just little moments like that remind you how sharp Dennis really is. That was a great finish.
Did Dennis win that game?
Back to an opening that has made an appearance here throughout the day
It's hard to pay attention.
by both players.
There's no way. Tomorrow is Super Bowl Sunday. Are you serious? I had no idea, but I'm not into sports.
F5 idea, move that knight from F6, play F5, very, very standard approach, and try to keep the queen side as closed as possible.
I don't know who's in a Super Bowl,
Takes on F5, the
but I'm
E4
willing to
square
bet
wants
it's
to be played.
not
That's where White is placing a piece.
Dallas
Restricts
Cowboys.
the pawn on E5 for moving, which
'Cause I probably
means
would've heard
bishop
about it.
doesn't join the game. So even though it's a
Right.
tactical opening, it takes a bit of a positional nature once you install a piece on E4.
Last big bite of this yummy freaking
That
food.
makes a lot of sense.
What?
Now the bishop on D2 is actually supporting the A-pawn, so you can kind of use that rook to swing elsewhere. That's why I think we see B6, the last
Guys have an
chance to take advantage
unhealthy
of that pin.
love or chicken and rice and beans with spicy on it.
Hand over a protected pass pawn.
Bishop F5.
The Texans are better than the Cowboys right now,
Dennis is blockading with Queen D3.
but they're not in either. Otherwise, I would have heard about that too, right?
These are hard to evaluate. I mean, it's probably okay for both sides, but whenever there's a protected pass pawn, some of those endgames can be very tricky.
Yeah, if you go to a pure endgame, of course you might still be looking at a draw, but take the rooks and queens off the board, it becomes very easy for white to bring the king into the middle, and the pawns in the center are not easy to target for black.
Yeah, you're right. If the queens were off and white can just blockade the D pawn and target the dark squared pawns, definitely favor white.
Yeah, we might see the queen trying to get to F5 or even further up the
G4?
board. Yeah.
The Texans made the playoffs. Dallas did not. Oh wow!
But the queens on the board is definitely what's helping.
Really? Who'd they lose to?
I guess D6 is loose, so probably okay. Tricks. Bishop takes D6.
Queen E1.
And then
H4 to
Queen
king.
F1. I don't even know if yeah. Hard to keep up.
Yeah, exactly. At this point, you really don't need to play the game out, but I understand why both of the players are. I mean, it's match clock expired. Last game, it's nice to remember it going out on a win. But let's see if there's anything other than a repetition here.
So Magnus is playing tomorrow,
Queen A3.
and the only question is, who's he going to play?
That rook down to A7.
Who's he going to play, folks?
Yeah, watch out for G5.
At some point, white's going to
Hikaru or Firouzja?
I don't know. F3,
This is the
try to
question.
Play G4. Get into some endgame where all of
They lost to the Broncos. Okay, was that just like
play G4?
Yeah.
last weekend or something, or 2 weeks ago, or
Rookie 6 coming.
Yeah, G5 is hanging.
like how long after the playoffs
These
do
are
they
positions like Dennis, very good
know
technician,
who's going to
just
play, and
during
then
actual
the Super
blitz
Bowl
portion
happens?
and most of the bullet wasn't getting positions like this.
Is it just like a week or something?
Something you can definitely fight with. He is going to go for
No, you
G4.
think you give them more time, right? Because you don't know, because they got a plan.
But now there's just no follow-up. There's no threats. D5 starts to hang as well.
You got to move a whole football team
first gonna stop
to a stadium. They got to give them a couple weeks to prepare, right? Or no?
Queen H7,
A month
the king is safe on
for hype, for
D7.
advertising and stuff. How does that work?
Not to mention the D-pawn can start to run.
If Hikaru is in form, I tend to believe he's a slight favorite against Alireza, but it's a great match. Magnus just shows.
And most certainly a win in the match. As Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen.
No, he fought, dude. He fought. I'll tell you,
The handshake there.
he never gave up.
Great to see between the
You could see his heart get broken a little bit when he realized he was up against a brick wall, but he never gave up, and that's good.
He can now relax.
Yeah.
Watch the next match. Just in the audience.
3 playoff rounds in a week before the bowl. So like,
Stopping that.
you don't know if your team's going to the Super Bowl or not.
But he's been doing
And
it
so
for
if you're like in
the
California or
levels of
something,
the
and
entire thing, and
the Super Bowl is going to be in Philadelphia,
we're here live
then
in the
you
venue
find
with
out
opportunity.
a week before. And you got to freaking fly everybody. Everyone doesn't. They don't even know if they're going. They got to be on hold.
North Americans have woken up.
But what do? They buy tickets. What do they all fly private planes. And you got to have the plane fueled up and ready to go. That just seems like a lot. 2 weeks notice. Okay, 2 weeks. 2 weeks. That's a little bit better.
Be waiting nearby, you know, as Magnus rounds that final corner, right? You can imagine John will be there
Lazavik
waiting to
did
hear
good.
those final thoughts, Eric, as you know, what a thrilling match we just saw in a deserved victory, but taking nothing away from Dennis, right? A really great match.
No, taking nothing away. I think styles make fights a bit, and what happened today, not many people can do to Dennis. Like a lot of those draws could have been a different story.
Yep.
And I think we'll find out tomorrow.
He didn't
Exactly right.
double him.
You know, Dennis still has a match ahead, and with the Esports World Cup qualification on the line, that is a very meaningful third-place matchup.
He destroyed him.
Magnus Carlsen 17-9 over Dennis Lazavik. And Magnus Carlsen.
If you're new to the stream, my name's Charlie. I play guitar, I play chess. We play Elden Ring and other games after dark.
John Sargent, who's with
We stream chess Monday through Thursday at 3 p.m. We got a tournament on Wednesdays. We got the best community in the world. We've been doing this for over 5 years, and so this is not a new chess stream. If you guys think you might have you might connect with any kind of vibe you see here, definitely hit the like button, follow button, subscribe button, all the buttons, guys. Hit the buttons.
Yeah, for
Buttons
sure.
are good.
It's been a little while since I played
Buffalo lost to the Broncos of Denver.
any sort of serious
Okay.
event, so I wasn't quite sure about my my form, and then but like I did feel that I was well rested. The conditions should be there for playing relatively well, but yeah, of course when I lose the first game as well, it's a little bit worrying, and then second game was a bit second and third games really were quite shaky, but
It's true.
Yeah,
Yep.
I felt after that I got.
He lost the first game.
Yeah, always a bit.
And he was losing the second game.
Talk to us a bit about your understanding, your psyche after that first game. Is that sending a message to people saying, you know what, don't beat me in the first game? It helps me hone my mind. You focus a lot more after that. What was going through your head?
No, I just I played a poor game. Like I blundered a pawn at some point, and he converted it well. So
Warming up, folks.
Those things can happen, but it's game one of a very long match, I guess. I expected to play 25 to 30 games, and then losing the first. I mean, it's obviously unpleasant, but he hadn't really showed me anything in that game that I didn't know that he was capable of. So, in that sense, nothing that much had changed.
All right, well, you get to kick back and relax ahead of the finals tomorrow now. So I'll ask you the last question that's probably
He
quite
is a humble
predictable,
guy.
but one that a lot of people want to know. Do you have a preferred opponent that you would like to face in the final?
He doesn't
I
care.
actually don't have a preference, since they're both incredibly exciting in their own way, and the match is going to be very, very open. I would say I think Alireza a very slight favorite, but there's every chance that this next match is going to be a lot closer.
All right, well, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us, and we'll be back with more chess after a longer break, of course. We'll
Dude,
head
who's
back to
pumped
the
for
stage
Hikaru
now,
freaking Firouzja,
and,
man?
We'll come back with the next semi-final. Thanks again, Magnus, and congratulations.
Thank you.
All right.
That didn't
we're
sound
here
like his
for Magnus
voice.
Carlsen there, everybody, and the fans cheer as they should. He put on quite a show. That's what Magnus does. And
That did sound like his
we called it
voice.
at our halftime show. Magnus kind of agreed, although he said it took till game 3 for him to really find himself. But I guess the message is don't beat Magnus Carlsen in the first game.
Yeah, just or at all. But yeah, no, when that first win happened, I was quite excited because I thought, oh, this is going to be
I know the
maybe a
bow
little bit
tie.
different than everybody thought.
I don't know
But
about
then
the bow
looked
tie
back
thing,
at the
man.
Screen and he had racked up a bunch of points.
It seems
I did
gimmicky
say
to me.
Dennis is going to have to show a new level, and he showed that he's obviously a top
I'm not
4
jealous
in this format, but
that he's
that's
being
not enough to beat
gimmicky.
Magnus.
I just feel
Now,
like
if you
it
think
look.
about 17-9,
It just
that's 8
doesn't look
How do you
It looks
beat the
weird
guy?
to me.
Like, you can score 12 points.
It's very
you still
Pee Wee
win the
Herman.
match. So somebody's going to have
That's
to
what I
beat him
think
about
of.
15 to 16 points
Yep.
for a finalist victory.
Well, I want to jump, and I know lots of thoughts to get into. We got a long halftime show. We're about
But
35 minutes before
that's
our next
just
match
me.
starts, everybody, just so you know. But
Yeah.
the comments he made
There's
right
a judge.
at the end, Anna, saying
You ever
he
see the
thinks Ollie
YouTube
Resnick is
videos with the
favorite.
judge, and he's got
Our
like
stats say Hikaru is still the favorite. What do you think
bow
about
tie
that?
on?
He said he doesn't necessarily have a pick.
It's weird.
but
It's
your
gimmicky.
Your quick takeaway on that.
I think Hikaru agrees with that, at least when it comes to the bullet. As Hikaru said in his interview, he believes that now, as of present day, Alireza Firouzja is the best bullet player in the world, and he put
Wow.
him ahead of himself, Hikaru, and ahead of Magnus. So I think if it comes to the bullet, Alireza is the favorite, and Hikaru feels like that too, but that probably will mean that Hikaru will be pushing more at the earlier stage of the match in the 5+1 and the 3+1.
Yeah. Well, being the favorite in bullet often tends to make you a favorite because you get about as many bullet games as you do in the other segments combined. But okay, pretty soon we're all going to be on the edge of our seats getting answers to these questions. Until that happens, we want to get an answer to what happened earlier when Levy picked an amazing moment from this first matchup, but he didn't have a chance to do what he's doing now. He's going to go to the board and show you. We're going to do something fun. Anna, you go over there so everyone can see it. We're going to, for the first time ever, have a big jumbotron. I'm going to race you there next time. Go ahead, Levy. Tell us what happened.
They should have told me there's a gap. I almost fell. That would have been fun.
Don't hurt Levy.
All right, so Dennis lost the match, but won our hearts. You should have seen me backstage when this game was going on.
I was there. I can tell you, he did say.
I did say the thing.
He did say what he's gonna say.
Now, contrary to what you might think, I don't walk around on the street going the rug. Like I don't twitch and just
He does that. He
like a
does.
crazy person. But during this game, we had a series of brilliant moves, and I really thought Dennis was gonna stage a comeback. Let's go. Magnus struck first with Bishop takes H3, and I don't know why that was a brilliant. But we're gonna keep moving to this next move, and right here, I was looking at this. And I saw the bar, just like all of you. And I was like, can he play rook takes pawn? And so he did the thing. He sacrificed the rook. But then I was like, wait a minute, why is this better? I don't understand. We got bishop takes, the rook blocks. And I was like, oh my goodness, he's going to do it again. But I still didn't fully understand. He sacrificed the second rook. Rook takes E5. I still didn't know why this was winning, only to realize that after pawn takes, the queen comes in, the knight stops the check, but after you take the pawn, there is no move for black. I could not believe this position. He's just up 2 rooks, but black has no way to stop the check.
That was an awesome shot.
Producer, draw me an arrow to the corner of the board. Right side, in case you're confused. No way to stop this move. Unbelievable. You can block with the knight, but then there's another mate. So it was an amazing game, and he still lost by 8. Like, how do you beat the guy over the course of such an amount of games when you can do something like this? Magnus was smiling. He was smiling because he was up like 6 games, and then he won the next one on the break.
That was beautiful tactics, though. That was like really heavy duty, man.
Scripted that for Levy, given that there were 2 rook sacrifices, and half the viral audience here knows. I mean, it's a meme that we throw on the screen during the show, the GIF for all subscribers. So that
Hikaru versus Firouzja coming up,
you said, though,
folks.
it's not enough to get the job done against Magnus Carlsen to win games in brilliant fashion.
What was our stat before? Oh, Dennis Lazavik hasn't won a section in the entire event. He lost every section today. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, when you meet the final boss or bosses who are all in this field, they expose all
Texas
your
Judge
weaknesses.
Fletcher.
I mean, really, Dennis
You
had
watch this
a
court
lot
stream
of really good
constantly, do you?
positions, but sometimes to capitalize on them, you almost have to morph your style.
I
You have to go from being
literally-
solid positional to like.
Whoa.
And he's one of the best defenders in the world. It doesn't matter if the bar says you're.
I literally see that guy with this bow tie, and I just can't click on him because of the bow tie. Isn't that weird? Yeah, so is he pretty cool? Is that guy pretty good?
This is where he beats a lot of people, but in the end of most of those games, Magnus would out Magnus anyway.
Bow tie boy. Bow tie man. Yeah. If you see, if it's worth it, I'll check him out.
Bigger, faster, stronger still at this time, right?
You know what I think I'm going to do, though, guys? I think you guys are going to know. You guys know one thing you guys know about me. When I'm done, I'm done. I'm not going to make 30 minutes before Hikaru starts, and then there's no way I'm making another 5 hours, guys. There's no way, man. I'm freaking falling asleep. I tried everything. I tried another cup of coffee. I tried getting food in my belly. But is he extremely lighthearted? I'll check him out, dude. Buck, I love you. Buck, thanks for being here the whole time, dude. you guys are going to have to go to chess.com and pick it up there. Go to YouTube. Go to chess.com on YouTube. Pick it up live there. But I'm ending my watch party because I am falling a freaking sleep, guys. So, guys, we did it. Tomorrow should just be one match. I should be able to get here for tomorrow's final. I think they're gonna have a match for third place. Maybe I won't do that one because that's the one I'll have to get up like at 5 o'clock again, right? So I'll do the second one. Get up later, come, be here, and do that. Those are all bonus streams because we don't stream on Saturdays and Sundays, guys. But I gotta go. Jay, thanks for being here. Willie's been here the whole stream. Willie, thanks for being here. Sorry, I'm not gonna finish. DBX, thank you, man. Big Bear. Stephen O'Connell, thank you guys all for being here, man. And Bill Stevens, thanks for coming in. Center, yeah, Dave Center, thanks for being here. But I gotta go lay down, guys. I'm freaking losing it. Thank you guys so much, and hit the like button, follow button on the way out. If you're new to the stream, we did a bonus. How many hours was this? There's just a little bonus 5-hour Saturday chess stream. Yeah, it was great, dude. Willie, thanks, man. I love you guys. Catch you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.
The club with the most points will be crowned as the best esports club in the world, taking home an incredible $7 million grand prize.